Reopened. Comme il est 11.
It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Business consideration of second reading of Bill S-236, Recognition of Charlottetown as the Birthplace of Confederation Act, standing in the name of Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves that Bill C-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise today to move second reading of Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. I begin first by thanking my honourable colleague and fellow Islander, Senator Diane Griffin, for sponsoring the bill in the other place and for ably stick-handling it through the Senate legislative process. Of course, thanks are also due to the senators who engaged in fulsome and thoughtful debate on Bill S-236 and who brought profile to the story of the founding of our great nation and improved on the original bill. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the nuts and bolts of Bill S-236. The bill aims to entrench, honour and affirm Charlottetown's integral role in the history of our country as the place where, in 1864, Sir John A. Macdonald led the Fathers of Confederation in a discussion about the political union that eventually led to Confederation. Reflecting on that foundational time in our history is especially important now, as we near the end of the year-long celebration of our nation's 150th anniversary, and look forward to the next 150 years as a progressive, inclusive, and growing country. Our founding fathers, I believe, with the seed of the idea of nationhood, developed in Charlottetown and followed up later at the Quebec Conference, built better than they knew. In addition, I think it's critical to recognize that Bill S-236 will be an important contribution to the story of our nation's history that has been told in part by a number of actions that have preceded it, both in this place and elsewhere. The Act will complement the September 1996 proclamation by the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien that recognized the role of Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation and affirmed the city as an integral part of our Canadian heritage. Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson should also be recognized. It should also be recognized because in October 1964, he had the official opening of the Confederation Centre of the Arts as Canada's national memorial to the Fathers of Confederation. And I also want to it also complements two measures that were passed in the PEI Legislative Assembly: the Birthplace of Confederation Act and an unanimous motion passed in December 2016 supporting the declaration of Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation and urging all of us as parliamentarians to support that legislation. Mr. Speaker, the story of Confederation is a story of building relationships. It is what we do within Canada and around the world. It is what we have always done. On September 1st, 1864, leaders of the governments and legislatures of Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the province of Canada met in Charlottetown, PEI, for what came to be known as the Charlottetown Conference. There they created a shared vision of a union of the British North American colonies and the creation of a new country. And they did so through peaceful and constructive conversation, which is something that can't be said of all nations. This point was vividly made by University of Prince Edward Island's Dr. Ed MacDonald when he appeared before the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs during its examination of the bill in June. He said, and I quote, "Other nations were born at the tip of a sword. We were born at the point of a pen by discussion and negotiation," end of quote. From this perspective, while the story of Confederation may be less dramatic than that of some other nations, I think it reflects what is probably not a uniquely Canadian approach, but is perhaps quintessentially Canadian, to the extent that we can work together collegially and try to find mutual beneficial solutions. Certainly this Canadian approach is particularly relevant now, as we continue to take our place on the world stage and navigate international negotiations. In both situations, we as Canadians look beyond our borders and within to re-examine long-standing relationships, reflect on our economic, social, and cultural values as Canadians, and show leadership to the world. The parliamentary and public debate about this bill and about the story of Confederation that has occurred as we celebrate 150 years as a country has raised some issues that must be recognized. One is what many see as the lack of inclusive discussions at the Charlottetown Conference in 1864. No Indigenous peoples were involved, no women participated. I invite everyone, though, to cast their minds back to that year and to reflect on how common that situation probably was. All men, probably the rule rather than the exception to the rule. During the other place's consideration of Bill S-236, Senator Griffin read a statement from the Mi'kmaq Confederacy that reflects the importance of Indigenous people and PEI's heritage as it does to the heritage of all regions of Canada. The statement noted that Prince Edward Island has been the home of the Mi'kmaq people for more than 12,000 years, yet they were not invited to participate in the Charlottetown Conference. It also emphasized the continued importance of the inclusion of Canada's Indigenous peoples on a nation-to-nation basis on all matters. Over time, we've learned to be a more inclusive society, one that respects diversity in all its forms and values that brings. I'm confident that that parties who would be involved in these types of discussions today would be more representative of our peoples and our regions than was the case 150 years ago. We can't rewrite history. We can only move forward with the lessons that we learn from history, Mr. Speaker. I also want to recognize that while the Charlottetown Conference may be viewed as the watershed moment in the story of Confederation, the importance of the Quebec Conference in 1864 and the London Conference 2 years later cannot be understated. During consideration in the other place, the preamble of Bill S-236 was amended in order to acknowledge those important conferences. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the bill will allow us to celebrate a particular city, but it will also allow us to honor and to affirm our built heritage. As a great many nations do so, as a member of the Canada-US Interparliamentary Group, I had the privilege of visiting Independence Hall in Philadelphia, which is a landmark that is revered throughout the United States and recognized around the globe. This physical place, built heritage, gives Americans and international visitors a sense of history, a sense of place, a sense of how the United States came into being. Some 20 years ago, I had the occasion to take my American counterparts onto the floor of Province House in order to hold our final Canada-US IPG session. As we walked on the worn steps, we explained to them that Province House is the location of the province's legislature and, very importantly, is the national treasure where the founding discussions about our country occurred. It may be just my imagination, and most people around this place know I haven't got a big imagination, but it may be my imagination, Mr. Speaker, but I want to think that I saw awe in the eyes of my American colleagues that mirrors that which I saw when visiting Independence Hall. Although, as is often the case with the Americans, they thought the place was a little smaller. Province House is a national treasure where the Charlottetown Conference took place. It is one of the world's oldest still functioning parliamentary buildings and the only remaining building of the Confederation Conferences. Built of Nova Scotia sandstone, we Islanders are privileged that this building still stands strongly in Charlottetown and remains the centre of political life. The United States has Philadelphia's Independent Hall, and no doubt other countries around the world have buildings they associate with their founding fathers. Such buildings provide citizens and visitors with a physical place to connect with history and gain a sense of how a nation came to be. It is my hope that Charlottetown's Province House can be such a place where visitors can stand as they admire the Confederation Chamber's high vaulted ceilings, upper balcony, cornice mouldings, worn steps, and reflect that they are in the same location where Canada's Fathers of Confederation met more than 150 years ago to discuss the future of our nation. Among others, Parks Canada is to be commended for the work that it continues to do to preserve and protect Province House in order to, and I quote, give our past a future. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate the bill's fundamental objectives: to affirm Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, to complement provincial efforts, and to build on the designation of Charlottetown as the birthplace of our country in order to honour, celebrate, share, and educate. In reiterating that the story of Confederation is one of relationship building, let me say that I look forward to respectful and nonpartisan debate in this place, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. To conclude, in addition to those I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, let me thank a number of others who contributed in important ways to where we find ourselves today with this bill. Philip Brown, who must be commended for his passion and persistence, along with Sharon Larter and Leonard Cusack for their efforts, Island MLA Jordan Brown, and certainly former MP and colleague George Proud, who actually introduced a similar bill many years ago, and the people from New Brunswick who helped bring national attention to our efforts through a friendly and spirited dialogue, exactly the sort that we'd expect of Atlantic Canadians about the story of Confederation. Last but certainly not least, let me thank my island colleague, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown, who as the House of Commons representative of the place that Province House calls homes, will in due course be sharing his unique perspective on Bill S236. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by congratulating my colleague from Malpeque for his shepherding this initiative from the other place through this place, and congratulate him as well for his remarks. In particular, I was drawn to his reference to Confederation being a story of building relationships. So I congratulate the member for also including in that relationship that of the Indigenous members of that relationship in Canada. So therefore, I have two questions to ask the honourable gentleman. Firstly, whether he would support, as part of this initiative, including the Mi'kmaq population in and around Charlottetown in developing heritage and tourism materials, to talk about their participation in this relationship of which he speaks. And secondly, would he support the call to action number 45 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that asks for, quote, reconciling Aboriginal and Crown constitutional and legal orders to ensure Aboriginal peoples are full partners in Confederation? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the questions the member asks, I think the Prime Minister has made it very clear that we support the recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the ministers have been involved in very extensively in trying to work with the Indigenous community to recognize those wrongs of the past and build for the future. With regard to heritage sites around the city and on Prince Edward Island, That, in fact, is happening in many cases. There's always much more to do, but clearly, as I said in my remarks, the Mi'kmaq people have been residents, if I could call it that, of Prince Edward Island for some 12,000 years. They are a part of this. We're in different times today, and their participation has to be recognized as well.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the honourable member's remarks, he gave us a feel for why recognizing the birthplace of Canada and Confederation is so important. What I'd like to ask the honourable member is, why now? What is it about this point in history that we should leverage the lessons from 150 years ago and that birthplace and take it into the future? What has endured and what has changed, and why is now the right time to be recognizing this? Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Clearly, the timing couldn't be more appropriate, Mr. Speaker. This is our 150th anniversary. It is a time of celebration. We, at this time, build on the experiences of our past, and there's been a lot of effort has gone into this over the last number of years, and I think everything's come together in this, our 150th year, that this is actually the time to pass in legislation that Charlottetown is indeed the birthplace of Confederation. But I don't want to, there's other important, as I mentioned in my remarks, there's other important events. Yes, Charlottetown was the birthplace, and I could go into what a number of the people from Upper and Lower Canada said at that conference and how they talked about building a union. But that was then built on in the Quebec Conference and in the London Conference. And so, yes, this is the birthplace. But to get there, there was other conferences that happened as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 150th anniversary of our country's Confederation. However, while it may seem strange to us now, the establishment of the Dominion of Canada in 1867 was by no means a foregone conclusion. In the pre-Confederation period, the colonies in British North America were seized with political deadlock and economic instability. They faced numerous challenges posed by geographic distance, barriers in language and communications, and distinct regional identities and interests. Due to these significant obstacles, the prospect of any sort of union between the colonies seemed hopelessly impractical and unachievable. However, there were some great men, determined men, who were undeterred by the challenges they faced. They were motivated by the grander vision they shared for the disparate British North American colonies. These visionaries, the men who we refer to as the Fathers of Confederation, set out to join the colonies together and forge the future of a nation. With this goal in mind, on the evening of Monday, August 29th, these men, John A. Macdonald, George Brown, Thomas D'Arcy McGee, Alexander Galt, William McDougall, George Etienne Cartier, Alexander Campbell, and Hector Langevin boarded the SS Queen Victoria to sail down the St. Lawrence to Charlottetown, PEI. At the same time, delegates from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island were about to hold a conference in Charlottetown to discuss a maritime union amongst the three provinces. But the Canadian delegation believed that these discussions could result in something even more significant. So they resolved to join the Maritimers and make the case not for a regional union, but for a larger confederation. The Charlottetown Conference began on Thursday, September 1st, 1864, and lasted until Wednesday, September 7th. There were 23 delegates in all, 8 from the Canadas, as Ontario and Quebec were then known, and 5 from each of the maritime colonies. They met each day without interruption or adjournment on the second floor of the Legislative Council chamber in the Colonial Building. Over the course of the week, John A. Macdonald and the rest of the Canadian contingent presented their arguments in favour of Confederation to the maritime delegates. The new nation would be one established in the spirit of cooperation. Each of the regions would be represented in a central government whose composition would be reflective of the general population. This government would be able to enact laws that would ensure the prosperity and security of the nation as a whole, which would be enhanced beyond what could ever be achieved by each colony on its own. The delegates were taken up with the vision for a new nation communicated by Macdonald and the others, and deliberations began in earnest to establish the terms for Confederation. The long hours and hard work of the conference were punctuated by grand balls and dinners. On one such occasion, Macdonald and the Canadian delegates invited their counterparts to dine on the SS Victoria. They had prepared well, bringing a boatload of champagne with them to Charlottetown for the occasion. Liquor and wine flowed freely, and there were numerous stirring and impromptu speeches. According to historian P.B. Waite, it was moments like these that were truly the beginning of Confederation. There were no resolutions and no signatures, only toast and talk. But perhaps for the first time, some of the 23 delegates at Charlottetown began to drink the deeper draught of nationalism. These events fostered considerable amicability and mutual respect amongst the delegates, smoothing the path for the hard work of nation building. Despite such different backgrounds, regional interests, and aspirations, each man at the conference was able to work with the others in the interest of achieving something truly remarkable. And so, by the time the conference concluded on September 7th, all the initial discussions and agreements necessary had been made. It had been a success. Of course, not all was settled, and the conversation would need to continue, first at Quebec, where the bulk of the detailed, hard negotiation and drafting took place, and finally in London, where the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, and the birthplace of Canada was finalized. But the Charlottetown Conference had demonstrated that a union between the colonies was indeed possible. As one observer noted, the Charlottetown Conference established Confederation as a political reality. It gave Confederation the initial élan, the sense of common destiny that for a time seemed to sweep all before it. Because of the success of the Charlottetown Conference and the momentum it produced towards achieving Confederation, John A. Macdonald and the other fathers of Confederation were able to find the consensus necessary to unite Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia as the initial provinces in the Dominion of Canada. And it wasn't long before their vision for a great country would finally stretch from sea to sea, with the other provinces and territories joining in subsequent years. Were it not for the hard work and efforts of the Fathers of Confederation at that initial conference in Charlottetown, we would not have the strong, proud, and free country of Canada that we know today. There is no question that we would not be standing here in this place today if not for the tenacity and determination of the Fathers of Confederation who worked so hard on those late summer days in Charlottetown over 150 years ago to secure the vision of a united country we call Canada. That is why, in the days leading up to the Charlottetown Conference, the Island Monitor declared that it would be perhaps the most important event, as far at least as the future destinies of these colonies is concerned, that has occurred during the present century. And it is for this reason that Charlottetown is now rightfully termed the birthplace of Confederation, which this bill seeks to formalize. I'm especially glad to see a bill such as this come about in this year, the year that we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation. For the Canada 150 celebrations, the Liberal government determined that history and the events of Confederation itself were not worthy to be celebrated as part of Canada 150. Despite that fact, everyday Canadians from across the country have taken it upon themselves to celebrate the people, events, and accomplishments of Canada's history themselves. Canadians care about their history and the places that have shaped their history. Prince Edward Island has seen a record increase in tourism this year as Canadians and other visitors have flocked to the places that are of so much significance to the founding of our country. And so I applaud the honourable member for Malpeque's conscientious objection to the Liberal government's war on history by recognizing the historic importance of Charlottetown in forming our country through the Charlottetown Conference. I would encourage all members of this House to continue to reflect upon the importance of historic places in our country and to seek out further opportunities to see these places preserved and restored. Now, it should be said, there is an element of irony in this effort to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. As all who were listening carefully to that speech noted, while the conference took place there, in those first 4 colonies that took the leap into Confederation, one was conspicuously absent, the one that housed that original conference, Prince Edward Island. I've often asked my friends what the reasons were, my friends from Prince Edward Island, and they've always said to me, I thought the most succinct response, well, you know us Islanders, we're a very prudent type. We just wanted to be totally sure this project was going to work before we got on board. And it would only be a few years before that actually took place. So we're glad not only that PEI overcame those initial fears, but now so enthusiastically wants to embrace its critical role in making that confederation happen. Thomas Heath Haviland, he was one of those fathers of confederation. He was born and died in Charlottetown, and he knew just how important his beloved city was in the shaping of this country, Canada. He declared, quote, "It may yet be said that here in little Prince Edward Island was the union formed which has produced one of the greatest nations on the face of God's earth," unquote. Indeed, that is as true today as it was on the day when he spoke those very words. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Bill C-236, but with some significant caveats that I would like to propose for members. While I accept the premise that Charlottetown is the birthplace of Confederation, we in the NDP think it's imperative that Confederation be framed as a process and not a finite, singular event. The relationship of which the member from Malpeque spoke is among Canadians, among provinces, among territories, among Indigenous communities that make up this amazing country. It's an ongoing process, therefore. We are in this marriage together, and we must continuously work on improving that relationship, which is the foundation of our country. So yes, the process of Confederation did begin in Charlottetown, and that is indeed worthy of celebration. Yet there were several vital steps that occurred and must therefore be part of this narrative as well. Other steps, other places that should deserve credit in the creation of our country. Specifically, Quebec and New Brunswick both played very important roles in this process. I think one would be remiss not to mention that fact. This bill may give the impression that Confederation was conceptualized and executed all in Charlottetown. That was definitely not the case. I'd also like to spend some of my time speaking on the way that Indigenous people were so wrongfully ignored during this process. Yes. We're all aware of the colonial context in which our country was created a century and a half ago. Just as each of us as individuals are a product of our historical context, so too is Canada. I implore the government to ensure that recognition of Charlottetown does not lead to a sort of celebration of colonialism. Including Indigenous people, especially the Mi'kmaq population in and around Charlottetown, in developing heritage and tourism materials for the cradle of Confederation is a critical component of this celebration and this understanding. A better understanding of our history is one important step toward reconciliation. The glaring omission in our historical narrative of the essential contribution of Indigenous peoples must be redressed. A celebration of the birthplace of Confederation must include them going forward as part of our country's narrative. We must be careful to acknowledge Indigenous peoples' presence in the concerned territory prior to this particular agreement. We must acknowledge that they were not included in the negotiation about their future, about the future of the very lands that they had occupied from time immemorial. It's also important to support Indigenous people as they represent their own historical narratives. Confederation is not the Canadian story, it is a Canadian story, one of many that represent our collective history. Let us not make the same mistake that those who came before us made by ignoring other cultural historical narratives. With this in mind, let me return to the matter of Charlottetown and how to best define its role in this process. Recognizing Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation is, for many Canadians, a foregone conclusion. The province is already promoting itself as the cradle of Confederation, and most of us arrive on the island by means of what is called the Confederation Bridge. I do understand that there has been a little contention, though. I believe a recent 2017 New Brunswick tourism campaign had the slogan, "Celebrate where it all began." So I understand the sponsor's tenacity in seeking to get Charlottetown formally recognized. If I'm not mistaken, a similar bill was put forward a couple of years ago, and I'm also aware of a former Liberal Prime Minister making a proclamation to express this sentiment. So let me start by addressing one argument I've heard to discredit Charlottetown's role. That Prince Edward Island did not, of course, join the Union of British North American Colonies until 1873. However, the proposed bill recognizes Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, irrespective of PEI's participation in the Union. So I don't consider the province's initial withdrawal from the proposed Union as grounds to oppose this bill in any way. I alluded to my following point in my short preamble, but I want to reiterate. With respect to this bill, Confederation should not be considered a static event. Complicated unions and political maneuverings often have many moving parts. The British North America Colonies Union is certainly no exception. The initial conference, as has been said, was held September 1, 1864 in Charlottetown. And then New Brunswick Governor Arthur Hamilton Gordon was instrumental in its organization. The role Governor Gordon played in getting parties to the conference is certainly worthy of recognition in the story of Confederation, because without his insistence on the initial conference, perhaps things would not have come together as they did. But we must remember that he had proposed the initial conference to achieve a maritime union among PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Shortly after the conference began, Sir John A. Macdonald, Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier, persuaded the delegates from the East to abandon their original proposal and consider a greater British North American Colonies Union, with those who called themselves the Canadians hailing from what is now Ontario and Quebec. Historian at the UNB, Sean McCarthy, has convincingly explained that New Brunswick Governor Gordon had hoped to assemble a maritime union and invited PEI and Nova Scotia to discuss the proposal. And since this is not the union that took place, he promptly withdrew from the conference and headed home. So at the Charlottetown conference, the idea of a maritime union was essentially scrapped, and the Union of British North America Colonies was born. While many items were agreed to in spirit in Charlottetown, such as the idea of creating a federation with a federal and local or provincial government, the details of which were confirmed in Quebec in October 1864, in Quebec City, the famous Quebec City Conference. So Quebec City played no less an important role. They just don't necessarily have the title of birthplace of Confederation. There was a subsequent conference in London as well, which undoubtedly also played a significant role in finalizing the proposed union. The B&A Act received royal assent on July 1st, 1867. So I hope that honourable members will see why I have asked the Confederation to be considered a process instead of a singular event. In some ways, the Confederation process is a very Canadian story. It's filled with compromises and the genius and emotional intelligence of key players drawn from various backgrounds from various parts of this land. When one considers these prominent figures and their roles in arranging both the Charlottetown and Quebec conferences, it's easy to see that both New Brunswick and Quebec played a huge role in the ultimate success of the Union. It's certainly my contention, however, that Charlottetown was where the union of what we now call Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia was conceived. If I may quote Professor MacDonald from the Department of History at the University of PEI, the process began in Charlottetown in 1864. It was at that conference that a congruence of pressures, fear of the Americans, the colonial office wanting us to unite, and the needs of Canadians came together in an agreement in principle to Confederation. This was a huge watershed moment, and I use that term advisedly. All things flowed from that agreement in principle to Confederation. He said, everything flowed from the conference in Charlottetown. So that, I think, is absolutely critical. There has not, however, always been a positive role for, in Confederation for played by, on behalf or in respect of Indigenous peoples, and that has to be recognized as well as we try now finally to build a nation-to-nation relationship. We must ever be mindful of the way that First Peoples were treated in our country. And that's why in the preamble of the bill before us, they talk of Charlottetown forming, quote, part of the basis for the nation of Canada. And I strongly agree. The population of Indigenous peoples, the Mi'kmaq population in particular, have to be front and center as we celebrate this initiative. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on the government to not only pay lip service to the calls for action in the Truth and Reconciliation report, the Commission report, but also in particular draw its attention to number 45, call to action number 45, which calls not only on the government to reconcile Aboriginal and Crown constitutional orders, to ensure that, quote, Aboriginal peoples are full partners in Confederation, but also to adopt and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we in the NDP support Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. We acknowledge that the long process began there, but we call on the government to recognize and acknowledge the important role that Indigenous peoples should have played in the negotiation and to work with them to create a new narrative for Canada going forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't be more proud to stand in this chamber today to speak to Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the efforts of a couple of constituents in Charlottetown, Sharon Larter and Philip Brown from Charlottetown, not to be confused with the Philip Brown from up west, who have really been the driving force behind getting this bill into Parliament and pushing it along. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of Senator Griffin in the other place, who has picked up this idea from these Charlottetown constituents, shepherded the bill through the Senate, and to my colleague, the honourable member from Malpeque, who has picked it up and is seeing it through this process. I would also like to acknowledge George Proud, the former Member of Parliament from Hillsborough and one of my friends and mentors, who initially came up with this bill as a private member's bill more than 20 years ago. This has to also be a proud day for him. And to thank the members from York Simcoe and from Victoria for their very thoughtful contributions. And to thank them as well for their support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, a birthplace marks a beginning, the setting into motion of something new. The movement towards Confederation began with the discussions at the 1864 Charlottetown Conference, held in the Legislative Council chamber of Province House in the capital of Prince Edward Island. These discussions sparked a vision of a wider, united nation built on the belief that is still true today, that unity is strength. Prince Edward Island has embraced its role as the birthplace of Confederation, making it a significant part of the identity of the province. This identity is showcased through historic reenactments every summer by the Confederation players and is proudly featured in tourism campaigns and on license plates. It's integrated in the name of the world's longest bridge that covers ice-covered water, the Confederation Bridge, the Confederation Trail, which extends the full length of Prince Edward Island. I can personally attest to that, Mr. Speaker, having traversed the full length of the Confederation Trail this summer on a bicycle in our own Canada 150 project, along with 20 friends. The Confederation Centre of the Arts, which is a permanent memorial to the Fathers of Confederation, and the site of the longest-running musical in Canadian history, Anne of Green Gables. The Government of Canada has also recognized Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. In 1996, the role of Charlottetown was recognized through a proclamation signed by former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and it is still proudly displayed in the second floor of City Hall in Charlottetown. The Government of Canada invested in the year-long celebrations of 2014 of the 150th anniversary of the historic Charlottetown Conference. Currently, the government is investing over $40 million to restore Province House, the site of the Charlottetown Conference. La reconnaissance d'un événement historique.
In recognizing past historic events, we have the opportunity to consider what it was like to live at that time. In 1864, our country was very different. Our government looked different, our economy and transportation were different, and the role of women and Indigenous peoples in our society was different from that of today. Recognition of a historic moment is not a stamp of approval of the values and ideals of society or its leaders at that time. Recognition is a marker. It is a point of reference for future generations to show that at this time in our history, something happened that altered the course. For Canada, Confederation indeed altered the course of our nation. I recognize that not all of the outcomes of Confederation were good, and that for certain groups, like Canada's Indigenous peoples, the effects were long-lasting. This is part of the reason why recognition is the correct course of action and why I support Bill S-236. Recognition of Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation has the potential to spark discussions and reflection on what happened, who was involved, and what motivated their behavior and decisions. It can also be an occasion to encourage Canadians, and especially our youth, to look at this historic marker in the continuum of our nation and consider the event from multiple perspectives. It can encourage reflection on how far we have come as a nation on issues of importance in society today, such as the role of women, and it can serve as a reminder that we still have a way to go on issues like our interactions with Indigenous peoples. Progress is attained by degrees. Even the Act of Confederation was not established in a single meeting, but took several conferences and several years before it came to fruition. In addition to that of Charlottetown, there was the one in Quebec in 1864 and London in 1867. Confederation initially brought together 4 provinces, but it took over a century for the other 6 provinces and 3 territories to become a part of the Canada we know and love today.
Recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation in 2017 to coincide with the 150th anniversary of Confederation. As we celebrate this year-long anniversary, we are setting the tone for the future of Canada. Moving forward is acknowledging that our past is a part of us. We will better understand the complexity of the issues facing us if we take the time to understand how we got to where we are today. We can be inspired by those who have paved the way for us, who have led with vision, and who, through hard work, determination, and collaboration, pushed forward on the dream of a nation united. That dream is yet to be attained. There is work ahead of us. For now, we can reaffirm the role of Charlottetown in Confederation by supporting Bill S-236. We can, through this bill, also recognize the role that the Quebec and London conferences played in Confederation. Our nation was not born out of revolution or war. It was born out of a series of conferences and negotiations that led to our Constitution, our country's founding principles. At the Charlottetown Conference and the following conferences, our predecessors set out to define who we are and what we stand for as a country. This is continually evolving but it is built on the foundation that we, as Canadians, believe in fundamental freedoms and we live in a democratic society. We believe in human rights, equality, and peace. These are our values. What was accomplished at the conferences that led to Confederation was a coming together of ideas, collective problem solving, and the birth of the ideal that we are better together as a nation united. Our differences of region, background, education, and goals strengthen us rather than divide us. This year, as we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation, we are looking back, but we are also looking forward. Bill S-236 reminds us of a specific moment in our country's evolution, a turning point. We cannot go back. We must keep moving onward. But we should remember that what is happening now could not have happened without what happened then. This bill has a simple purpose, reaffirming the role of Charlottetown in Confederation. Canada's smallest province played a big role in the creation of our nation. Let us inspire those who come after us to be reminded that in this vast and diverse nation, where we can freely have heated debates on topics that we are passionate about, we ultimately are united, and this union began in a room in Charlottetown in 1864. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I begin the debate on an issue that is near and dear to the hearts of many Canadians, and that in particular my dear friend and colleague, the honourable member from Malpeque, to officially recognize in law the Charlottetown, or that Charlottetown was indeed the birthplace of Canadian Confederation. Not only is this legislation 150 years old, or 150 years too late, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, but it finally solves the great debate on where in Canada should be formally recognized as our official birthplace. Secondly, this legislation will unofficially give the blessing of the Parliament of Canada for proclaiming that their province, Prince Edward Island, is in fact the birthplace of Confederation on their license plates. I commend the tenacity of Islanders in their struggle to get this endorsed recognition, and as the old saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out that this saying is in fact inscribed on the member of Malpeque's family crest. Now, as only a Canadian squabble among provinces can break out, from what I am led to believe, our New Brunswick brethren decided that their Canada 150 celebration or tourism slogan declared that people should visit their province to, quote, celebrate where it all began, end quote. This impasse on which province should officially be designated by law led to S-236 being introduced by Senator Griffin from PEI so that our dear friends from the New Brunswick delegation would know that the seed planted, which led to the birth of our great country, was done so in September of 1864 while on the island of the Great Red Mud. In preparation for this momentous debate, my office reached out to the Parliamentary Library and requested the book, The Road to Confederation, written by Donald Creighton, which some would call the most preeminent tome ever written on the subject. And lo and behold, their copy had walked away. Well, some would raise suspicions on whether the Minister of Tourism from New Brunswick somehow acquired this book as to ensure that the waters remain muddy on this age-old question. But as it were to be like divine intervention, the Parliamentary Library found its original 1964 hardback copy at the 13th hour and saved the day. The very concept of a united Canada in 1864 was as far-fetched as the idea that this current Liberal government will inevitably balance their budget. Saying that, hope springs eternal. Canada was created, so therefore there is a slight and minute chance that the current federal ledgers may one day return to being written in the black. Today's debate is to prove that Charlottetown should be recognized as the birthplace of Confederation, and to do so, I will rely on the evidence found in Donald Creighton's book, which goes through great pains to illustrate that without the Charlottetown Conference, we would not have been celebrating our sesquicentennial. As it has been said, the Charlottetown Conference was originally not designed or orchestrated for the sole purpose of unifying the various regions of British North America under one central government. The intent of the meeting was to explore whether Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia could amalgamate as one entity. Well, it would be an understatement to say there was hesitancy from these three colonies to undergo maritime union. It was none other than Sir John A., George Etienne Cartier, George Brown, and Alexander Galt who struck when the iron was hot. While the province of Canada and the three maritime colonies may have been neighbours, their direct links and familiarity were nowhere near as strong as they would soon become. While the delegates from the maritime colonies had arrived in preparation for the conference, PEI's W.H. Hope, the provincial secretary, who had been tapped to be the official welcoming party, wondered where the interlopers from the west were. It was not until the next morning, on the 1st of September, in which an unknown steamer pulled into view. As was noted in the Road to Confederation, the Islanders later came to call her the Confederate cruiser. As soon as the ship pulled into the harbor, the news traveled as fast as a prairie wildfire: the Canadians have arrived. Now, much to the chagrin of Pope, the cruiser didn't actually dock in the harbor, but it anchored some distance from the wharf. How was he supposed to extend only the most personable and warm Islander welcome, as only an Islander can do, without being in the presence of these Canadians? He found himself a rowboat, and according to the New Brunswick Assembly journals, he started bravely out with all the dignity he could in a flat-bottom boat with a barrel of flour in the bow and 2 jars of molasses in the stern, and with a lusty fisherman as his only companion to meet the distinguished visitors. As the Canadians assembled on shore and met in the Legislative Council chamber in the Colonial Building, the Prince Edward Island government was taken back by such a large delegation. They'd only prepared a table to sit 4 delegates from the West. However, sitting across from them was a group of 8 smiling Canadian ministers, and in tow, the clerk of the Canadian Executive Council and 2 of Sir John A.'s secretaries. To highlight the excitement that was in the air, well, as a stroke of coincidence, the Slaymaker in Nichols Olympic Circus was in town. Now, why, one might ask, did I bring this up? I do so because Islanders from across the colony had gathered in Charlottetown to attend the circus, the first in over 2 decades. So there was no room available at any of the hotels or lodgings to accommodate all of the Canadian delegation. Because all the accommodations were accounted for, this provided for a far more personal interaction between none other than George Brown, who was invited to stay at the affable W.H. Pope's house, while others were put up at Franklin House. As they began the heavy work of negotiating a single unified country, P.B. Waite wrote in the Life and Times of Confederation, the Charlottetown Conference established Confederation as a political reality. It gave Confederation the official elan, the sense of common destiny. It was that morning where the 4 principals, MacDonald, Cartier, Brown, and Galt, began the process of gently swaying their maritime cohorts. The Canadians, who were once bitter enemies, in particular MacDonald and Brown, had decided to holster their partisan leanings and personal political objectives in order to persuade the others that Confederation was, quote, possible, desirable, and even necessary. And day 3 of the conference proceeded in the same orderly fashion, with rhetorical flourishes and convincing arguments by the other Canadian delegates, who were doing an extraordinary job of convincing all those who attended the great potential of a united Canada. And it was that night that the Canadians invited the maritimers on board the Queen Victoria, aka the Confederate cruiser, and swooned them over a decadent meal and a steady flow of Sir John A.'s water. The ice had been broken. The relationships were now firmly formed, and no longer were they strangers or even acquaintances. They were the architects of Canada. And according to George Brown's letter to his wife, recalling the events of the evening, someone had yelled on the vessel, if anyone can show just cause or impediment why the colony should not be united in matrimonial alliance, let him now express it or forever hold his peace. To the surprise of no one, there was silence. And George Brown said, quote, "The Union was thereupon formally completed and proclaimed," end quote. Confederation was meant to be. And that very word confederation, which only 2 days before was as foreign to the delegates as the word excitable to describe Stephen Harper, or the word humility as to the current sitting Prime Minister, was now dripping from the tongues of with great excitement from those who had gathered around the mahogany table the next day at the Colonial Building in Charlottetown. Mr. Speaker, I think the evidence provided by my colleagues in previous speeches and some of the color I was able to provide has helped convince this House that S 236 should be passed with unanimity and expediency. While the Charlottetown Conference was just one element that led to the official creation of our Dominion in 1867, it was the birthplace which led to the successful Quebec City and London conferences. As P.B. Waite said, quote, "What was surprising was not as much what was concluded at Quebec, but how much had been arranged at Charlottetown." And to Donald Creighton, who wrote that people despairingly said that nothing could ever happen in Charlottetown, they have undeniably been proven wrong. And the story of how our nation was created, of Westerners, Maritimers, and yes, even Islanders, could put aside petty differences to focus on what was best for the greater good, is a lesson 150 years later to all of us assembled here today. It perhaps could lead to great compromises among all political parties in 2017 if only the member from Malpak could row out in his dinghy and show us that true Islander hospitality for which they are known. There is more that unites Canadians than divides us. That the nation is unified and proud, Mr. Speaker. And as we gaze upon what the next 150 years will bring, we pay tribute to those courageous founding fathers for all that they did, and we make the solemn pledge to pass down a stronger Canada than the one that we inherited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Malpak for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Malpak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank my colleagues of all parties who spoke and offered their support for Bill S 236, Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation. You know, Mr. Speaker, when there's debates in this place, we sit here, we sometimes don't agree, we sometimes do, but even when we agree, we always learn something new. And I certainly thank the member for York, Simcoe, and Victoria. I did learn something new out of their remarks. And the member for Brandon Surrey, I really like his approach to saying he appeals to the compromises that we can make within our parties. Now, we didn't always compromise in the farm movement, that member and myself, but here we are today. Just like the lessons of Confederation, we always learn some lessons as time passes on. Mr. Speaker, I think it could be summed up best in terms of why was on those days, why was this the birthplace of Confederation. Now, I'll read a note that I believe comes out of the archives, and I quote, "On the first official day of the conference, Macdonald spoke of length about the benefits of a union of all of British North America. The next day, Galt, a businessman, finance minister, and railway promoter, presented a well-researched description of the financial workings of such a union. On the third day, George Brown discussed the legal structure. And on the fourth day, McGee praised the national identity, one that he saw bolstered by a vivid Canadian literature," end of quote. And I think that sums it up, Mr. Speaker. On every day of the conference, people spoke about building a greater nation. And I'd sum up this way, Mr. Speaker, by saying thank you for all those in the House that offered their support at this stage for the bill today. And I think we have to recognize that our founding fathers who met in Charlottetown and, yes, went further in other conferences, the Quebec Conference and the London Conference, and what we've learned all over these years about, as the member for Victoria mentioned, about ensuring that we're inclusive, that we bring in all the peoples of this country in what we do in this day and age. I think I can truly say that meeting and this bill that endorses the Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, that those founding fathers built better than they knew from coast to coast to coast in this nation being Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves that Bill S-236, an act to recognize Charlottetown as the birthplace of Confederation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
To adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. En conséquence, le projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills. Commons, Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017, Number 2.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed an honour to stand in the House today. 150 years since the very first sitting, November 6th of 1867. And before we move into this, Mr. Speaker, I think it's appropriate that I'd like to send our thoughts and our prayers to the friends, the families, the colleagues, and indeed the first responders that reported and attended the Sutherland Springs church shooting in Sutherland Springs, Texas. And I'd like to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the friends, the families, and all of the first responders in that entire community. And just as you are grieving, we are grieving with you. Mr. Speaker, today, as I stand to talk about the fall economic statement, I thought I'd talk about legacy. Because really, at the end of the day, that is what this House is going to be. We're all going to be remembered for something. And in preparing for this speech, I stumbled across a couple quotes that I thought I would enter into the House. The first is this: "No legacy is so rich as honesty." That's by William Shakespeare. And indeed, what we've seen over the last 2 years with the Prime Minister and I guess his actions and his direction and I guess his choice of how he is moving forward in his mandate, or what he believes is his mandate. Mr. Speaker, I coached for a long time. And I would always tell our kids, whether it was coaching hockey or baseball or soccer, or whether it was working with youth groups, we go through this life once. And at the end of the day, all you have with you is your integrity, your legacy. What is it that you want to leave behind? What is your brand? As you move through life, what is your brand? And so when I would work in schools and talk to kids, and I'd say, so tell me what your brand is. You know, what is a brand? Well, they would say, well, a brand is it's the swoosh on a Nike shoe. It is the, you know, the great big A&W sign. It's the bear for A&W. So we would go through all this, and I said, no, the brand is what people say about you after you leave the room. That's your brand. You're talking about in terms of the swoosh and all these other items. That's really, those are your logos and those are marketing tools, but your brand is really what people say about you. And I have to say, and it's interesting if you are comparing governments and prime ministers from over the years. And Prime Minister Harper, I believe, took us from being back row, second from the left, to principled leadership, front row. And that will no doubt elicit jabs from the other side. But I want to offer this. We had a leader that was principled, that put his thoughts always to Canadians, how our policy was going to impact those who elected us. How were we seen on the world stage in terms of Canada as a collective, Canada as one nation? Not how we were seen as what I believe, and I think I've got the examples to back it up. There are those of us that are more important about how we are perceived through the lens of others than how our actions are perceived and what our legacy is going to be. And I'm going to use a very recent example. Now, we have a young Prime Minister. You know, he's been on Vogue, and he's been seen planking and, you know, photobombing through Stanley Park in my province, my beautiful province of British Columbia, and he's been seen with the shirt off. Far be it for me to be, you know, if he can do it, well, what have you. But, Mr. Speaker, when we had a leader that was known for principled leadership previously, and now we have a leader that is known for the fancy socks, or for showing up in question period with a Halloween costume and a Superman outfit or costume underneath. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was in the House that day, and there were many that were on this side. We were looking at him going, well, is that a new haircut? What is it? That, you know, somebody said, well, he's trying to be Waldo. And I said, no. Haven't we learned anything over the last 2 years? You know, he believes he's Superman. He believes he's Superman. So that's Clark Kent across the way. That's what he's trying to be. And sure enough, he left partway through QP, and then he returned quickly afterwards. But what we saw shortly thereafter in social media was the Prime Minister coming down the stairs and showing his big Superman logo and his eyes. And he thought that was very novel, and again, it's going to be on the front page of the newspapers. You know, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we are having our fishers and our farmers and our small business people, we've got a Prime Minister that's got investigations against him from the Ethics Commissioner. We have a Finance Minister that is embroiled in an investigation, one that we haven't seen before for a long, well, I don't think, you know, far be it for me again. I don't know whether we've seen something as similar to this. A Finance Minister that seemingly has profited since being in office, has introduced legislation that has benefited the country or the companies that he owns, that he had assets. Now we know that there's more hidden businesses. There's numbered companies all throughout, I guess in the Bahamas, and now I guess this latest leak in the last 24 hours that we have but there's more questions. And Canadians are starting to see that they have questions, or starting to see more that are leading to more questions. Questionable actions that are leading to more questions. And so I bring you back to this when I was talking about our legacy. When I was running, I had an opportunity to speak to a few members of Parliament, a few MLAs, some leaders within our community who I hold to high esteem. They are really my mentors, people that I really respect, that they put our constituents first. You know, I've got somebody that I think the world of in my riding. I have great examples. I have Mayor Lynn Hall, who during the course of our wildfire situation commanded his team, led his team by actions, not just words, was there helping alongside of myself and some of our MLAs as our community grew beyond what our traditional population base was. We accepted 11,000 evacuees into our community, and we looked after them. We opened our hearts, we opened up our homes, and we looked after them, and true leadership. We have our MLA, Mike Morris, our MLA, Shirley Bond, John Rustad, that really did whatever we could to make sure that those that were in our communities were cared for. And they do that every day, not just when we have an emergency. They do that every day. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because we care. We care more for what our communities, what those that elected us, how they're doing, than getting a picture on the front page of a newspaper wearing new socks, or whoever it is, or walking a red carpet, or taking a selfie. We care about those that elected us. We care deeply about our communities. We care deeply about Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that campaigned on promises that said they were ready to lead. They made promises to Canadians, and they said that there was real change coming. And boy, have we ever seen real change. They announced in their fall fiscal update that they have no plan to get back to a balanced budget. No plan. Because you know why, Mr. Speaker? It's not their money. They have no idea. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but when I talk about my family finances, I don't talk about it in the terms of fortunes. And I know that in my riding at Caribou Prince George, there's very few people that can stand before a mic or a camera and say, you know, our family's fortune. It's that if you were interviewing somebody, they'd say, I'm worried about my family finances. I'm worried about how we are going to make ends meet. We are worried that we do not have a softwood lumber agreement in place. There's further concern in terms of our one of our number one industries within our province of British Columbia. Just this past weekend, one of my largest mills, Tocal, in Williams Lake, massive fire. So adding further insult to the fact that we lost 53 million cubic meters of fiber in the 2017, the summer wildfires. Further insult to the fact that this government has dithered away any opportunity to get a softwood lumber agreement in place. Now we have hundreds of our family members that are waiting, have been waiting to see their government stand up for them and fight across the way. Now there's further uncertainty in our communities. There's further uncertainty in our communities because of what this government has done in terms of, they like to stand there and say, well, Canadians are far better off. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that hydro, gasoline, home heating, health, dental benefits, employee discounts, personal savings, life-saving therapies, and local businesses, all of that has been attacked by this government, regardless of what they say. And I know that we have people in the audience that are listening in. We have people that are in the gallery that are listening in. And I'm telling you this, that everybody gets talking points. Government gets talking points. We hear it time and time again. They stand up when we're asking the hard questions that Canadians want us to ask, and we get the same repetitive answer. It's really not an answer. And why is that? Because they don't believe that they have to answer to Canadians. There's another quote that I wanted to mention, and it is this: all good men and women must take responsibility to create legacies that will take the next generation to a level we can only imagine. So which level are we talking about for this next generation? Which level is this government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Trudeau, which legacy is this government taking us? What are they going to leave the next generation? Because, Mr. Speaker, the debt that we are incurring today, the money that we're incurring today, is not free. It has to be paid back. So who pays that back? It is my kids. It's their kids. It's the next generation. So that is what this legacy is going to be. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've stood in the House a number of times since the summer, and I've talked about, the wildfires, and I talked about our communities and how we gathered and how we really rallied. And, as I'm talking about legacy, there's a gentleman back home right now that is very sick. And I believe he knew how sick he was during the summer. But regardless of how sick he was, he continued to go out and fight these fires. He continued to lead teams, all on his own, Mr. Speaker, all on his own. He is a local contractor. His name is Lee Todd. He's a logging contractor. He's legendary in the Cariboo. But he was sick. And I'm not quite sure just how sick. But he flew his own personal helicopter to try and spot where the fires were. He led other contractors, other local contractors. In the Cariboo, we don't take no for an answer, and we do whatever we can to get things done, regardless of whether it's prescribed or we just kind of get it done. Mr. Speaker, we don't ask for permission. Many times we beg forgiveness afterwards, but we got the job done. And Lee is somebody, when I think of his legacy, and Lee is, I don't know where tomorrow is going to bring. Nobody does, but for me, Lee is legendary to begin with, but Lee's legacy, one of Lee's legacy is going to be that regardless of his own health, regardless of his own well-being, he continued to lead and do whatever he could. He opened up his shop. He fed these firefighters, these contractors that just wanted to save our community. And, Mr. Speaker, I throw that in there because, again, it is, when we're talking about legacy and we're talking about as we're moving forward, I don't know why it is that we have to be reminded time and again that this House does not belong to us. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to those of us on the side. It belongs to Canadians. We were elected to be here, be their voices. We talk about parliamentary privilege over the last year. And that privilege is not so that we can get to the front of the line, so that we get to ride in fancy vehicles and attend fancy events. That parliamentary privilege is there to protect the voices of Canadians, protect the rights of Canadians. And what we've seen is that this is forgotten. We have a Prime Minister and a House leader that wanted to change the standing rules of the House because they thought that would modernize it. They've invoked closure on debate, time allocation, time and again, and I know what's going to come from the other side. they're going to start pointing fingers and say, well, when these guys were in power, this is what they did. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can only tell you from what my experience is. I'm a new member of Parliament, as you know. Fortunate that the riding and the good people of Caribou Prince George elected me. And I've lived every day of being elected to try and, with the mindset of going, what's my legacy? Because you may only get a chance to be elected once. You don't know how long this opportunity is going to last. So whatever you do, try to impact as many lives. Try to change as many lives as you can. And I think what we've done is hopefully people have seen that they've got a fighter. They've got somebody that has been elected, and hopefully I'm fortunate enough to be elected in the next election. You know, whether it's my Bill C-211 that calls on the government to develop a national framework with respect to post-traumatic stress disorder, whether it's our work in talking about the impacts of impaired driving on families, that loss never heals regardless of the time, whether it is working with my colleagues on this side of the House to hold the government accountable, to fight for Canadians, whether it is working with colleagues across the way on Team Canada approaches when we go down into the U.S. and we sit side by side and we present Team Canada, not partisan, Team Canada, whether it is through parliamentary trips. We always have to be mindful of what our legacy is. And Mr. Speaker, I know my time is very short. I just want to leave you with this last quote, and I have a question after that. The quote is this: freedom is the right to be wrong. Freedom is not the right to do wrong. And John Diefenbaker said that. And I think that is so important. And I'm going to leave my colleagues with this. Before the partisan jabs come out, I want to ask all of those in the House, what do you want your legacy to be? What do you want to be remembered for? Standing up for somebody that is hiding assets and making it harder for Canadians? Fight. Fight for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by making a comment. You know, it's very easy to make personal attacks, and it would be very easy for me to make personal attacks against the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, but I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do that because that's not what Canadians want. What I am going to do is I'm going to focus on the members' comments about legacy. And I'll tell you one thing that this Prime Minister has proven as part of his legacy, and that is a confidence and a belief in Canadians. That's why this Prime Minister has held unprecedented levels of consultations, and those have resulted in some of the things that are included in C-63. And just as an FYI, it's not the Prime Minister asking for selfies, it's Canadians asking for selfies with the Prime Minister. That's actually a vote of confidence. That's an indication of a great legacy and a great brand. But I want to ask this to the member, just a few facts. Over 450,000 new jobs, more today than there were in 2015. In October alone, over 30,000 jobs. Lowest unemployment rate since 2008. Fastest growth in the G7. Are these not things that the member would acknowledge are things that are a great legacy that our Prime Minister and this Liberal team can be very proud of?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, there you go, Mr. Speaker. She answered the question. Exactly what I said. They're worried about the brand. They're worried about the brand. She said that's because of the brand. Mr. Speaker, oh my gosh. Here we have the arrogance is staggering. Staggering, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk to you first about this. So, FYI. FYI. It is not about the brand of the Prime Minister. It is not about the brand of the Prime Minister. Let me say it one more time. It is not about the brand of the Prime Minister. It is not that. It is about the policy that impacts Canadians. We know that 80% of Canadians 80% of Canadians pay more tax under this government than they did with us. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk to you about their consultations. Because whether it's C-63 or C-55, Canadians are saying that this government isn't listening to them. So in my file of Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard, Mr. Speaker, just let me finish. Because time and again, Canadians, whether it is our First Nations, our stakeholders, our fishermen, our farmers, those people, our grassroots, are telling us that they're not listening. They're more worried about their brand than they are about Canadians. That's the problem.
Questions and comments? I guess comment time. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased that my colleague from Caribou, Prince George, has highlighted just the legacy of failings of the Liberal government. And I very much appreciated him highlighting the fact that this is all about branding the Prime Minister. It's not about serving Canadians. It's about branding the Prime Minister. In fact, the question from the Liberal member just a second ago was, wow, what a great legacy to leave behind. Selfies. Imagine that being your legacy. I did want to ask the member, though, the long-lasting legacy of this Liberal government will be imposing upon the next generation an unbearable debt load because of the Prime Minister's profligacy and spending. And I would ask that member to perhaps comment on how our children and grandchildren are now going to have to pay for our spending today. This is spending that is for our benefit, but future generations have to pay.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
You know, I want to thank our honourable colleague from Abbotsford. He knows that I look up to him and I think the world of him. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'll say this, that we are very fortunate to be in this House. We get to learn from all sides. We really do. We get to work with great people from all sides. But that gentleman, honourable colleague from Abbotsford, has an incredible legacy that will live well beyond his time here in this House. Mr. Speaker, he's talked about the spending of this government. Like, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, I don't go to the casinos. Because just, you know, and I think that we've done fairly well in our life, but just going to a bank machine is like going to a casino, a slot machine. If I get some cash out of there, look, hey, I beat the house. This is a Prime Minister that has never had to worry about balancing a checkbook. It's a Prime Minister that has never had to worry about whether they're going to have money in their bank account to make ends meet at the end of the day, or how he's going to clothe and feed his family. They have spent more money on projects that do not benefit Canadians. The Asian Investment Bank will do nothing to create infrastructure here in Canada. Why is he spending that money? Because, Mr. Speaker, it's helping his friends. He has no concept that that money that is spent has to be paid back. So our kids, these are pages that are sitting here before us, Mr. Speaker. When they get out into the real world, they don't understand that they already have a huge amount of debt that they have to pay off because of this government. It's not starting out on the right foot, Mr. Speaker. Starting out in debt, and that's wrong.
Comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to bring us to the topic of today's debate, which has been completely absent for the last half an hour or so, and that's Bill C-63, the Omnibus Budget Bill. It's my first chance to speak to this, so I'd like to mention that I read it over the weekend. It is a bill of 275 pages, 11 different divisions, and as much as I'm genuinely fond of my friend from Caribou, Prince George, I was disappointed by his speech because vacuous rhetoric around the Prime Minister's socks is not as valuable as actually diving into this bill and discussing it. I read this bill, and I have to say I've read a lot of omnibus budget bills. The ones under the previous government, I can genuinely and honestly tell you that turning page after page of Bill C-38, I had a physical reaction that moved from anger to grief. I was crying by the time I finished reading it. I'm very happy to tell you that having read Bill C-63, I was merely very bored. I think that's a good sign when you're dealing with a budget bill. I'd like the member for Caribou, Prince George to tell me if he likes or doesn't like the amendments in Division 8, Part 5, which will allow for flexible work arrangements for employees or division further into that division, which will allow for families to get paid time off. Well, it's not paid time off. I prefer that, but time off of work guaranteed if they're victims of family violence.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments on my speech. Clearly, she's somebody that I also very much respect in this House, and I consider a friend. Usually, she's standing up and saying, you know, that was a good speech that we did, or we had this good comment. You know, our colleague brings up a good point. There are things in the bill that, or the piece of legislation, that are good. But I would offer this to our honourable colleague across the way. She is a good person. She knows that we are here to make sure that we are representing Canadians, that we are standing up for Canadians at all the time. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, I'm not going to put words in her mouth, but, you know, when we have a Prime Minister that is, and I'll have to say, my 30 minutes was not about his socks. It was more about, we're more worried about a brand than we are policy and how that impacts Canadians. She's a very smart and learned person, far smarter than I am. And I apologize, perhaps it was my delivery of my speech, but my message was this, is that we seem to have gone away from what matters most, and that's Canadians, to our, you know, what our Prime Minister is wearing, you know, than what he is bringing to the table, what he is doing for Canadians. And that was the crux of my speech and how far we've fallen. Thank you.
And we have time for one more question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Conservatives continue to be out of touch with what Canadians really want to hear, I would suggest to the members that, you know, as you want to focus your criticism and your personal attacks, whether it's the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, or the government as a whole, we will continue to remain focused on delivering for Canadians. When the member talks about things such as legacy, I would suggest that the member might want to reflect on many of the positive initiatives of this government, whether it's historic agreements on pensions, on the environment, or on a health care accord in regards to the fine work that the former Minister of Health has done on that, whether it's on tax reform, tax breaks. There are a litany of things in which this government has done. And the question I have for the member across the way was, you know, I have many individuals that have made or given me the distinct impression that this government has done more in 2 years than what the former government did in over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask the member, would he not at the very least acknowledge that there have been many different positive actions that, in fact, this government has taken?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, there you go again, Mr. Speaker, Liberal arrogance. This is, you know, I come out to the communities. Come out to the small rural ridings where their tax plans, the proposed tax plans, are targeting the hardworking creators of our communities, the backbone of our economy, our backbone of our provincial and our regional economies, attacking them. 80% of Canadians are far worse than they were under this. They're far worse under this government than they were under our government. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, they talk about all the money that they're spending to make things better. The parliamentary budget officers even said that the infrastructure grants and contribution to provinces, they're falling flat, that they're not able to get the money out the door. And what do they do? They point the fingers at the communities. They point the fingers at those that they're not ready. It's not us, it's somebody else. Mr. Speaker, stand up. I'm asking the colleagues across the way, stand up, and stand up for Canadians. Remember the question that I asked you. How do you want to be remembered? What's your legacy going to be? Socks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, of course, today to speak on Bill C-63. It's a privilege and an honour to be able to do so. Small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, are the backbone of the Canadian economy. They employ 10.5 million Canadians and contribute to roughly 40% of the country's gross domestic product. They are indeed engines of job creation. The government is committed to making sure that businesses have the resources they need to invest, innovate, grow, and to create jobs. The Business Development Bank of Canada, or BDC, is helping Canadian entrepreneurs achieve their full potential by facilitating their access to tailored solutions, including financing and consulting at each stage of their development. BDC services support the startup and growth of small businesses across Canada. Mr. Speaker, BDC is mandated to support Canadian entrepreneurship with a particular focus on SMEs. It does so by offering financing and advisory services. In particular, BDC financing provides business loans with flexible financing options such as principal postponements and pre-authorized working capital, which help protect the company's cash flows. And Mr. Speaker, before I go any farther, I'd just like to inform this House that I'm honored to be splitting my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. Through its investments in a broad range of services, from venture capital to quasi-equity and securitization, BDC supports innovative and high-growth companies as they expand operations and scale up. BDC's advisory services, which include a broad range of business support and consulting provided through a network of consultants, helps businesses scale up, improve productivity, and to export. Through its pan-Canadian reach, BDC serves nearly 49,000 clients, active in all industries nationwide through a network of 118 business centres located across Canada. To further expand its reach to entrepreneurs, BDC leverages its support to SMEs through more than 290 partnerships, strategic relationships, and memberships. Among other things, these partnerships allow BDC to improve support for underserved entrepreneurs, including young entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, Indigenous entrepreneurs, businesses in Canada's north, social entrepreneurs, immigrant entrepreneurs, and rural entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker. BDC also extends its reach and visibility to SMEs by organizing the annual BDC Small Business Week, which was successfully held across Canada this year during the week of October 16th. The BDC Small Business Week celebrates entrepreneurship at the local, provincial, and national events, and it attracts close to 10,000 entrepreneurs at hundreds of events held across Canada. As an instrument of public policy, BDC also responds to the direction from the government on priority areas. For example, recognizing the importance of venture capital to Canada's economic prosperity, the Government of Canada introduced the Venture Capital Action Plan, or VCAP, in 2013 and directed BDC to act as an agent of government in managing the VCAP. BDC also participates in the development and deployment of the Accelerated Growth Service, or AGS, which delivers coordinated, client-centric federal support, including financing, advisory services, and export and innovation support from participating federal organizations. As part of its role in the AGS, BDC collaborates with other organizations in the federal family to operationalize the concept and offer coordinated access to government services and programs. The proposed changes in Bill C-63 to the Business Development Bank of Canada Act will allow the BDC to deliver on key Budget 2017 announced initiatives, which will further improve access to capital for innovative SMEs operating in emerging sectors of the Canadian economy. These will be the Canadian job creators of the future. In particular, BDC will also be making available new financing to clean technology firms to help them hire new staff, develop innovative products, and support domestic and international sales. Innovation in clean technology will lead to products and services that have an impact on all sectors of the Canadian economy. And clean tech has the potential to create thousands of well-paying jobs for Canadians. The legislative change will also allow BDC to administer the Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative, or VCCI, which will increase late-stage venture capital available to Canadian entrepreneurs and help Canadian startups grow and succeed. Venture capital is an essential source of financing for innovative, growth-oriented firms, and VCCI will support the continued growth of Canada's innovative companies. I am very pleased to see that the Government of Canada is making smart and responsible investments that will result in better jobs and opportunities for all Canadians. The amendment to the Business Development Bank of Canada Act will enable the government to make the required investments in BDC to allow it to implement these important initiatives. Mr. Speaker, as our economy evolves to a more innovative, clean tech-oriented economy, it's important that we make investments today that will pay off for the future generations. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, I believe, is Canada's growing trade economy. Canada's ability to export to foreign markets needs to be leveraged. It's the way the economy of the future will grow, and it is the way Canada and Canadians can diversify their customer base in a changing global environment. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Newmarket Aurora is home to many SMEs. I've had conversations with a number of them who already access the services of BDC. It's an important tool and leverage in the Canadian economy, and one, Mr. Speaker, in my frank assessment at this point, is underutilized. Many SMEs aren't aware of the services offered by BDC. I believe by changing the Business Development Canada Act, by creating investment, by creating venture capital investment, this will be a way for those SMEs to tap into, to access federal government support, but also access venture capital support both at early age startup and as companies mature when they need additional capital to expand on an already successful operation. Mr. Speaker, I hope that all sides of the House agree that supporting SMEs, that supporting innovation, that supporting the creators of jobs today and what will also be the creator of jobs in the future is something that we can all get behind, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members to support Bill C-63, particularly, Mr. Speaker, with an affinity and a fondness for the changes to the BDC, because these investments will improve the BDC, thereby improving our opportunities for SMEs across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech. I recognize he was focused on one bank, but I'd like to focus on another that's mentioned in this budget bill. The Liberals have made a choice to now make an enormous investment in the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Now, this is a government that ran on a platform saying that they're going to make substantive investments in infrastructure development here in Canada. I can tell you, whether it be Collingwood or Wasaga Beach, my hometown of Creemore or otherwise, that infrastructure is desperately needed to make sure that small businesses are successful and, quite frankly, to make sure moms can just get their kids to school. But the fact of the matter is that this Liberal government has made a choice. Their choice is to invest close to $500 million in a different place, in China. Last I checked, China is not a province of Canada, and nor is Canada a province of China. Why is this investment in infrastructure being made overseas, not here at home where we really need it? Thank you.
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. And I also appreciate her affinity for infrastructure investment. I was actually with her in her riding when we announced infrastructure spending at the hospital at Base Bourne, so I was happy to be there with her and share some of the good news to some of her constituents who I can assure you very much appreciated that investment in infrastructure. As the member mentioned, it's very much needed not only in her riding but across Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure investment, the infrastructure bank, any investments we make, like any Canadian, are made with a look to a return on that investment, Mr. Speaker. And what we need to do is look globally around the world at how we can leverage Canadian expertise, Canadian capital, to get our best return on that expertise and that capital. That's, I think, the benefit of investing globally. It's also this is not an either-or proposition. Of course, we'll continue to invest in Canada, in all the provinces of Canada, but we also need to keep investing globally to be a player in the global infrastructure world and to make sure there's a return on investment for Canadian investors wherever they choose to invest their capital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his attention to SMEs. And Mr. Speaker, if the government of the day would pay attention, world investment globally is shifting towards investing in renewable energy, not in fossil fuels. And yet this government has been chastised both by the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development and the Auditor General for not only refusing to provide a schedule for how they are going to meet their commitment to remove perverse subsidies for the fossil fuel sector, but in this budget that is tabled that we're debating here today, there is a pathetically tiny little shift. Now, my understanding, it simply moves from 100% write-off to 30% write-off, and that continues to even up to 2021. So I'm wondering if the member can tell us, given his interest in SMEs, what the schedule is for his government to finally remove the perverse subsidies, which amount to almost $6 billion a year, and the supposed reduction in the perverse subsidy in this bill, how much will that amount to in that $6 billion?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona for her question. It's always nice to hear from her. We had an opportunity last week to sit together in the special hearing of the International Trade Committee when the Prime Minister of Ukraine was here, so it was nice to hear that. I know we share Ukrainian, either Ukrainian heritage or a large Ukrainian contingent in our constituency, so it's always nice to hear from her. But obviously I, as a member of Parliament here, not necessarily a member of the government, don't have any inside information as to when that schedule may occur. But I just want to mention that I don't think it's an either-or proposition. This government supports both the oil and gas sector and clean, green technology. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, we should be ashamed of that. I don't think that's something bad. I don't think we need to make enemies out of certain sectors in this country as a way of pushing a different agenda. I think there's room in the Canadian economy and the Canadian landscape for both industries. And I think it behooves our government, and it's actually incumbent on us to support industries that create jobs for Canadians. And I'm proud to be part of a government that continues to do that, and I hope we do that for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage in respect to multiculturalism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging that not only are we marking the 150th anniversary of Confederation this year, but today, on this very day, we celebrate the 150th anniversary of the first meeting of this very Parliament. So it's an honour to speak on such an auspicious occasion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the Budget Implementation Act No. 2, Bill C-63. And I want to address key parts of that Implementation Act that I know will have a positive impact that will benefit the residents of my riding of Parkdale High Park. Over the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from my constituents on issues that affect them and their families on a daily basis. And I've heard about their concerns and what they would like to see addressed by the government. And I know that the positive measures that are included in this Act will help to resolve my constituents' most pressing concerns. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where Canada has the fastest growing economy in the entire G7. And as a government, we are dedicating to reinvesting the benefits of that growth back into Canada to better the lives of my constituents in Parkdale High Park and indeed for all Canadians. Our government will lower taxes on small businesses, will offer more support to families through the Canada Child Benefit, will enhance the working income tax benefit, and it will also address Indigenous reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, 500,000 jobs have been created since 2015. Over 1.5 million low-income workers will receive support to advance their careers and provide for their families. Canada's unemployment rate has dropped from 7.1% in September of 2015, just before the last federal election, down to 6.2% in September of this year. Youth unemployment figures across the country are also at a historic low. Building on this positive growth, our government is enhancing the working income tax benefit by $500 million, which will benefit 1.4 million Canadians. Additionally, in order to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation in our communities, we are lowering the small business tax from 11% to 9%. Mr. Speaker, this is a strong budget that will allow and benefit people from coast to coast, including my fellow residents of Parkdale High Park. Let me go into some details about how this will be done. It will be done by ensuring tax fairness thanks to this new Budget Implementation Act. It will put Canada's most skilled, talented, and innovative individuals at the heart of our future economy, creating more jobs both in the short term and the long term, Mr. Speaker. We are also implementing an agenda that addresses the changing nature of the economy to ensure that it will work for all Canadians. $400 million in this legislation will be allocated to be put in place for a venture capital catalyst initiative. This will directly benefit startups, entrepreneurs, and small businesses of Parkdale High Park and right around the country. I know it is the small business owners like those in the neighbourhoods of my riding, like the Junction, like Roncesvalles Village, like Parkdale itself, like Bloor West Village, that not only stimulate our economy, but also support the families living in our very community. In the last couple of years, it has been a pleasure to engage in conversations time and time again with small business owners in Parkdale High Park, who make up the fabric of the fantastic neighbourhoods where we live, where we shop, and where we raise our families. I've also held a town hall with such small business owners and did so at the end of September. I listened carefully to their concerns and relayed those concerns back to Cabinet and back to the Minister. And Mr. Speaker, our government has responded. As a result of this important feedback, we've made a determination to limit changes to the tax treatment of passive income to 3% of Canadian businesses who hold more than $1 million in their corporate accounts. We've also decided not to move forward with measures that relate to the conversion of income into capital gains. Mr. Speaker, I know that many of my constituents work long hours, sometimes maintaining more than one job, not only to advance their careers, but also to support themselves and their families. So I want to address now the working income tax benefit, because this zones in on so many millions around this country, Mr. Speaker. The hardworking Canadians, whether they live alone, with families, or whether they are supporting seniors. In fact, the working income tax benefit is particularly zoned in on those living alone, which is now, according to the most recent census, the most common type of household in this entire country. It will mean for those people alleviating the stress of managing the cost of housing and living expenses throughout a given month. For a single person balancing escalating costs, Mr. Speaker, it will ease the transition back into the workforce, it will reduce income inequality, and help to reduce poverty in this country. Mr. Speaker, in addition to assisting working Canadians, we are acting on our priority to support the communities most vulnerable, children and families in need of additional resources. We are doing so through this Budget Implementation Act by enhancing the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from families across the country, and after hearing from them, our government took measures to cut taxes on Canada's middle class and as well to introduce the Canada Child Benefit, a much-warranted change that creates tax-free benefits that are targeted, helping those who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, the new Canada Child Benefit has already been tremendously successful. In fact, it informs a lot of the economic growth I referenced in the first part of my remarks. As a result of this very program, 9 out of 10 families already benefit from the CCB, and 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty as compared to the year 2014-2015. The impact of these measures cannot be underestimated. This impact is being felt by families that contribute to our communities and contribute to our local economy by doing things like investing back into those communities, things like piano lessons at High Park Music, swimming lessons at the Parkdale Recreation Centre, or simply by purchasing healthier food for one's kids at the various farmers markets in my riding. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the enhancements to the Canada Child Benefit in 2017-2018, more than 1.2 million people have benefited in the province of Ontario, my home province, and they will continue to receive additional support. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because our government has made a commitment to further strengthening the Canada Child Benefit to make sure it keeps pace with the cost of living. Starting next July, 2 full years ahead of schedule, Mr. Speaker, the tax-free Canada Child Benefit amounts for families with 2 children will go up by approximately $200. And it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. The following year, those families will see about $500 more. One of the major concerns I've heard in conversation with many of the parents and families living in my riding of Parkdale High Park is the cost of raising a family, Mr. Speaker. In order to effectively address this, we are allocating more support for families through the CCB to help meet the numerous ongoing costs of raising a family. Mr. Speaker, as the father of 2 young boys, I understand what it means to raise a family. I've also heard from countless people in my riding about those challenges, and what we are doing is working in a targeted way to address those people in my community and communities right around this country who need the help the most. The stats are quite overwhelming, Mr. Speaker. In my riding alone, 10,290 children benefited from the Canada Child Benefit in July alone. The average payment that month was $510 per family, for a total of $3,255,000 distributed to families in the riding of Parkdale High Park. In addition to the benefits received by my neighbours through the new and enhanced programs that I've mentioned, this Budget Implementation Act also includes measures to entrench and fortify our commitment as a government and as a nation to reconciliation with Indigenous persons. So let me turn to this in the concluding part of my remarks, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians, we must continue to take a critical look at our past as we contemplate the future of our relationship with Indigenous persons. It is vital for all of us to establish a spirit of reconciliation so that Canada's next 150 years leaves a positive legacy. I'm honoured distinctly in my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage to be working with the Minister of Heritage on advancing our government's efforts to preserve and restore and revitalize Indigenous languages. This goes beyond the celebration of our collective history, Mr. Speaker. It's an opportunity to begin to correct the impact of harmful government policies like the colonial legacy of the residential school system and the legacy that has had on Indigenous communities. Recognizing this, the Budget Implementation Act will invest $90 million over the next 3 years to support Indigenous languages and culture. That includes $69 million in new funding to support things like language classes and culture camps, to develop learning materials, in recording Indigenous languages through the Aboriginal Languages Initiative. Funding will also support the use of technology to preserve oral histories and the creation of other interactive educational materials. These investments build tangibly on our government's commitment to work with Indigenous persons to co-develop, in the spirit of true reconciliation, an Indigenous language legislation that will help to preserve, protect, revitalize, and promote Indigenous languages in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by just saying this. We are investing as a government based on the positive gains that have come as a result of Canada's fastest economic growth in nearly a decade. By enhancing the measures that support our small businesses, that support our families, that support hardworking people, and that further tangibly our commitment to reconciliation. I would urge all members of this House to vote in support of this bill to advance these important initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well done.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I too feel very honoured to be standing on the 150th anniversary of the first sitting of this place. And it's important that we're talking about the Budget Implementation Act. And the one thing that I have not gotten clear from anyone as of yet is this Chinese infrastructure bank where we're spending $500 million. I know the communications advisor for the minister suggested that it's going to create jobs here at home. Well, I'm not sure what fantasy land that's from, where spending $500 million in China building infrastructure is going to create jobs here at home for the middle class. So I would really appreciate hearing a strong rationale in terms of why the investment of $500 million of taxpayers' dollars is going to help the middle class here at home and create jobs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, my friend, for the question. And the short answer is that by improving our relationships with foreign nations, including diversifying our trade and our investment portfolios, what we are doing is stimulating the economy here at home. Our commitment to infrastructure is unprecedented in terms of this country. Our commitment to infrastructure investments is unprecedented. What we are doing with the Asian Infrastructure Bank is indifferent from what we are doing in terms of what we are investing here. We are working towards building up the economy by promoting infrastructure development, and that includes developing greater ties with diverse partners around the planet, including the Asian side of the equation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I've been calling attention to a particular part of the Budget Implementation Act around the unpaid leave for victims of domestic violence with colleagues from the other side. And I would like to have the member sort of comment on perhaps an unintended consequence of an unpaid leave for domestic violence. And I just want to call to his attention that many people will not be able to access an unpaid leave in a situation of domestic violence because often victims are controlled economically by the abusive partner at home. So therefore, accessing an unpaid leave and coming home with a paycheck less than it was before, and then having to explain to the abusive partner why you don't have the same amount on your paycheck, I think my colleague would understand how that would be a huge barrier to victims actually accessing this particular leave. And I'm wondering if he would agree with me that it really does need to be paid leave for this particular instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I thank the member opposite for this intervention because it highlights an extremely important issue, and we've just heard, and we've heard time and time again, about the importance of leaves in the context of the domestic violence situation and gender violence as an issue in this country and indeed around the planet. What I would say to the member opposite is that our government takes this issue very, very seriously, and ensuring that there is flexibility in terms of arrangements so that people are empowered and not unempowered, and that people don't fear reprisals in terms of accessing leaves is something that needs to be studied and needs to be examined by our government. And I would hope that that kind of important intervention gets studied closely at committee when this budget bill is being evaluated.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Parkdale High Park for his intervention today. And I think I want to pick up on one thing he mentioned right at the beginning, and that was the change in the economy in Canada, in particular being the fastest growing economy in the G7. I think this speaks directly to the budgets that have been presented by this government and what this government has been doing over the past 2 years. And I wonder if he'd like to elaborate on that point.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In my brief response, I'll thank my colleague for the question. In my brief response, what I'll say is that it's just demonstrating, plain and simple, that the notion of investing in an economy to stimulate it has proven to be a successful formula. It's exactly what the head of the IMF had said when she came here, that she hoped the Canadian experiment went viral around the planet. And the fact that we are doubling 5 of the G7 nations and 40% larger in terms of economic growth than our American neighbors just demonstrates that when you take the courage of your convictions, campaign upon a platform to invest in an economy, do just that, it can be proven to work, and it can be proven as a winning formula that actually helps you succeed in terms of building the growth that we all desperately want to see. I don't think that's a partisan issue. I think creating jobs and boosting the Canadian economy is something that we all share. How we're going about doing it is something that we're responding to in terms of what Canadians told us, and we believe strongly in that conviction. We will continue to do so. Thank you.
Before we go on to resuming debate, I'll just, for the benefit of all honourable members, you'll know that, or you may not know, but in fact we have passed the 5 hours of debate on the motion that's before the House since the first round of speeches on the motion. And accordingly, all of the interventions from this point on will be limited to the 10-minute speeches followed by 5 minutes of questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate that I didn't just get under the wire for my 20 minutes, but I will try and keep my comments confined to the 10. I think, Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to stand up and talk to the Budget Implementation Act, but I think I would like to create a little bit of context before I get into a couple of the details that are contained within it. I think we all know that 2015, we had a campaign where the Liberals made very specific promises to Canadians, and those promises were they were going to spend a tiny deficit, $10 billion a year. They were going to get back to balanced budget during the time frame that they were in office, and they indicated that the dollars would be spent predominantly on infrastructure, and this infrastructure was to support countries or provinces across this country and the territories. So that was a commitment that they made to Canadians, and I think the first thing we have to recognize, everything they have done since in terms of budget and budget implementation acts has violated that promise to Canadians. And I believe that when you make a promise that is something so as important as what we're going to do in terms of deficits and how we're going to spend your money, you are making a very important promise to Canadians, and to be frank, it's very shameful that they are breaking that promise. And I think it's also important to recognize that they are breaking it in a time where it's not necessary. I will acknowledge that had the economy hit a real struggle, then they might have had to have provided a little bit of stimulus. But they came with a surplus budget, a growing economy. They've had a growing economy ever since. They're quite proud to say that our economy is growing well. So why do they need to spend all these extra dollars? I think that's a really important thing to start with. There's really three areas that the government directly controls. They control creating an environment that's going to be positive for jobs, opportunity, and growth. They control how they bring monies into the coffers through our tax system, and obviously they control how they spend it. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, these three functions need to be very carefully aligned. And in this budget, which is predominantly the expenditure side of things, they are completely out of alignment with the other three features. So you need an environment that's going to create success, you need a tax system that's fair, and you need to have a reasonable spending plan. So to touch briefly, tax generation, clearly they want to, not only do they want to have this $20 billion deficit with no plan to get back to balanced budget, they are desperately looking for ways to get more money. And so I think but the interesting thing is they've floated out a whole bunch of ideas, but what they've never done is anything that would impact the personal wealth of the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, or those Liberal friends who are enjoying some tax benefits that most of us don't enjoy. So the small business tax, it was something they floated out. It was something that, of course, was going to hurt our small businesses in terms of how they dealt with passive income, in terms of being able to grow their companies. They put that out there, but they did nothing in terms of tax avoidance schemes that are used by the wealthy friends. They floated out another idea that they thought maybe they should tax the health benefits of someone that might work for a school that makes $80,000 a year as a teacher. Maybe we should look at taxing those health benefits. But we're not going to worry about shares that are held in a company like Murno Chappell, where the minister is actually introducing legislation around pensions. They're busy employee discounts. Well, they walked away from that very quickly because I think they recognize that charging the accounting nightmare of a Big Mac, recording Big Macs and charging taxes on the value of a Big Mac was a little over the top, so they did walk away from that pretty quickly. They're denying disability tax credits to people who have diabetes. What they said there is we're going to hire more nurses who are going to review the paperwork that has been done by professionals. It's been done by the doctors. It's been done by the nurse practitioners. But we're going to hire nurses for the Canada Revenue Agency to review the paperwork so that we can actually justify why we're denying our disability tax credits for the diabetics. You know what? Some free advice to this government would be perhaps they should be spending those dollars for those nurses on perhaps having some more people that are looking at the tax havens, the tax avoidance issue. So that's a little, really clearly there's one set of rules for the Prime Minister and his friends, and there is another set of rules for the rest of us. We'll go into tax expenditures. So again, this is the other part of the budget. I'm going to start small and I'm going to work up to some of the larger ones. But you know what? Money matters. And how they spend hard-earned tax dollars really matters. So we have some examples of how they are choosing to spend money. You walk a circle around this area within a kilometer, you see this cup which apparently cost $2.5 million at some sort of structure sitting on Spark Street. We see a $5 million hockey rink that they've chosen to build that if anyone had walked a little further, they would know that the Municipal Hall has a beautiful skating rink that's there all year round, but they chose $5 million for a hockey rink that I believe is going to be open for about a month. We hear just yesterday that $10 million is going to go to a private business to build a Club Med in Quebec. $10 million. I have many, many people in my riding who would say, wow, if we're going to start to subsidize and support, the resort industries, I have many resort industries that would be very happy to be at the table and receive $10 million. But there was a reason when we were in government that we didn't do that kind of thing, because we didn't believe that that corporate kind of handout was to the benefit of anyone. And I do have to go to perhaps what was in this particular bill that I think is the one that I have had no reasonable explanation for, and there's nothing that has been said by the Liberal government that creates me any comfort that this is going to be money well spent. And of course, that is $500 million that's going to go towards the Chinese Infrastructure Bank. And that, of course, is Division 5, Part 2. So the original explanation, the finance minister's communications person said, this is going to create jobs here at home and it's going to help the middle class. Also. So, Mr. Speaker, what fantasy world would you live in where you would believe that giving $500 million to a bank, a Chinese infrastructure bank that is building bridges and roads in Asia, is going to create jobs here at home and help the middle class? And I do want to note that if there was opportunities that were abroad, Canadians are not precluded from bidding in on those jobs anyway. So there is nothing, there has been no reasonable explanation for that $500 million. When I looked, we were up at Yellowknife not so long ago, and we looked at the huge, huge needs in terms of the infrastructure up there, which leaves me just a couple of minutes to talk about creating an environment for success. Again, the North is a great example. They create a moratorium on oil and gas drilling. They decide to turn significant areas into park. The Premier from the Northwest Territory says the Southerners, they just want all of the North to be their park. They're taking away our dreams. They're taking away our hopes. They are creating a nightmare for us. They're putting a carbon tax on us. We are the ones that are going to be not only the most impacted by climate change, we are the ones most impacted by a carbon tax with nothing to sort of support the impact that that's going to have. So they're taking away jobs and opportunity, they're imposing additional costs, and they are destroying a community. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would really like to suggest that the Budget Implementation Act is a follow-through on broken promises from an election campaign. It's going after the law-abiding small businesses to grab dollars wherever they can. They've been creating an increasingly negative climate for investment. And so the BIA too, although there might be a couple of measures that are reasonable and supportable in it, it is simply continuing a very flawed, fundamental approach by this government to the finances of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention today. And but Mr. Speaker, the reality of the situation is that Canada's economy is growing the fastest out of the G7 countries. This government has made serious choices in investing in people, investing in children, investing in infrastructure, programs, and the result of what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker, that we've seen over the last number of years is improvements. Our economy is stronger than it ever was during the time of the Conservatives. So my question is very simple for the member. Is she as excited as I am that Canada's economy is #1 in terms of growth in the G7?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You know, Mr. Speaker, what I talked about is having a government that sets the structure for success, and they like to suggest that things that happened 2 years ago were to blame for. Then I think they better also give us credit for what happened 2 years ago, because what we did was we saw this country through the global recession. We created many, many free trade agreements. We got rid of red tape, and we moved things forward in a positive way. And certainly, I think he can thank us for that they're enjoying the benefits. But what I did indicate is I'm really worried with what they're doing and how they're spending money, that they're going to take us right back to where we started from and put us into a very difficult position.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. She spoke before. She had a question and she mentioned it too. Division 2, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank Agreement Act that is being created through this BIA2. We know from past experience that the previous governments refused to join this. There is a Japanese-led Asian Development Bank, Japan, our ally that we would like to collaborate with. For the $500 million that the government is putting into this, we get a 1% share of the votes, barely anything. And now we learned that last year in 2016, this infrastructure bank led by the Chinese government is actually financing 2 pipeline projects, one in Azerbaijan, one in Bangladesh. So I'd like to hear the members speak about this cognitive dissonance we see from that side of the House, where they actively impede the success of the Canadian energy industry here in Canada, putting a lot of energy families out of work, while supporting the middle class in Asian countries.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Yeah. My colleague actually just expressed things perfectly in terms of this infrastructure bank, what it's doing. But, you know, I think for the people that might be listening on this 150th anniversary, this is not about Canada's responsibility around foreign aid. We all believe we need to step up to the plate when there's tragedies in other countries. This is not about foreign aid. This is about Canada investing $500 million, almost $500 million overseas, and again, I have not heard one description other than it makes us feel good and it makes us part of this global community. There has not been one good rationale why they would not follow the Human Rights Tribunal and provide support for our First Nations children, but they're happy to put $500 million into something that will not be benefiting Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Colleague for her speech. I note that this government is using the same line that was used by the previous government, which is Canada leading the growth among G7 countries. Unfortunately, I've heard some recent economic data that suggests to me that the economy may not be doing as strongly as the government would like to portray is the case. I think the GDP shrunk actually in August, and we're on track maybe to end the year with a more modest GDP growth of around 2%. My question has to do with what she would like to see this government do in order to create a stronger production base in Canada for value-added production. I know that we rely a lot on our natural resources in this country, but what would she suggest this government do in order to try to get more value-added production and create those better jobs here in Canada?
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You know, my colleague brought up, first of all, a very important point. Although we've had some reasonable economic growth, some strong economic growth, there are a number of flags that are out there that we need to be paying attention to. I met with the Prospector Development Association of Canada. Mining exploration in this country is way down. We have a softwood lumber agreement, and I think not only value added is important, but let's get this softwood lumber agreement fixed. There was an opportunity when the Prime Minister was meeting down in the U.S. shortly after his election, where he had the willingness to solve this problem. He failed, and we need to get that fixed. That's going to be certainly impacting provinces like British Columbia and all across Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to talk about this bill, the second budget implementation bill. And straight off, I'd like to say that, well, when I said that I was pleased to be participating in the debate, I would say that I have the pleasure of speaking about this bill and the investments that we're making in people and communities to build a stronger, healthier, better Canada. I think if you ask Canadians, most of them would say that they're very proud about our public health system. The 2017 federal budget recognizes this and includes more than $37 billion in health transfers to the provinces and territories as part of the Canada Health Transfers. A strategy for drugs and other substances is also important for a country such as ours. It's clear that the current cannabis control system is not working as it currently stands. It does not sufficiently protect the health and safety of Canadians, and particularly young people. In many cases, it's easier for our children to have access to cannabis than it is for them to have access to cigarettes. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government intends to legalize and regulate cannabis in a very strict fashion. This is a necessary policy. We have two objectives here. First, we want to keep marijuana out of the hands of young people. And secondly, we want to prevent criminals from profiting from this illegal trade. As part of the government's plan to legalize cannabis, Budget 2017 allocated several $1 million to public education and awareness programs and monitoring activities. Tax is one of the key factors in supporting our objective of legalizing marijuana. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance said it best, Mr. Speaker. For legalization to be effective, taxes need to be low from the very beginning. And the federal government, as well as the provincial and territorial governments, will have to continually work together in order to ensure that we have a well-coordinated approach. So cooperation is key. The federal government wants to mobilize its provincial and territorial partners in order to develop a coordinated strategy on taxing cannabis. The second budget implementation bill lays the basis for just such a partnership. It allows for changes to the tax arrangements between the federal government and provinces, which would allow the Minister of Finance, on behalf of the federal government and with the consent of the Governor and Council, to conclude tax agreements with the provincial and territorial governments when it comes to taxing cannabis. All governments need to ensure that an effective tax level is maintained over time, and that this tax level helps to balance the social and health objectives of this plan. The risks associated, and we also need to factor in the risks of the black market as well as tax objectives. All levels of government will have an important role to play in this. It's important to remember that the framework for the production, sale, and distribution of cannabis for non-medical ends will involve the sharing of powers and roles. The federal government will be responsible for awarding licenses for producing and distributing it, whereas the provinces and territories will deal with licenses for retail sales. It would be preferable that taxes be coordinated as well. Mr. Speaker, legalizing cannabis will allow the government to increase its tax revenues. And still, it's important to remember that that is not the principal objective of legalizing marijuana. the principal objective is to ensure that marijuana is kept out of the hands of young people. And we need to deprive criminals of profiting from this trade. The best way of meeting this objective is having a coordinated tax approach all across the country. As the Minister of Finance said, we need to do things right, and we need to do it with the provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, Budget Implementation Act number 2 will allow the framework to be implemented when non-medical cannabis becomes legal in Canada. Our intention is to have that happen within the first half of 2018. As I said, taxation is one of the important factors that will help us in our objective of legalizing cannabis, but this is not the only factor. The government intends to take several steps to ensure that cannabis is regulated. Investments will also be necessary when it comes to public education and raising awareness among Canadians, particularly youth, because we want to educate them about the risks of cannabis to people's health and safety. Access to cannabis for non-medical uses will be strictly regulated and restricted, but we will also need additional efforts and support from various federal organizations. By raising public awareness, we can ensure that Canadians are well informed of the dangers of driving while impaired because of cannabis use or other drug use. Police officers will need new tools to be able to better identify those who are driving while impaired. Physical inspections of companies that produce cannabis will be required. This is something we heard during our national pre-budget consultations tour with the Finance Committee. So I'm very pleased to see that the Fall Economic Update, tabled last week, allows for significant funding to support the implementation of this new framework, which will regulate and restrict access to cannabis. As I've said, I had the pleasure to see that the Fall Economic Update had included significant funding for the setup of this new legal framework. Money will be given to Health Canada, to the RCMP, to the CBSA, and to Public Safety Canada, so that they have the resources they need to deliver licenses, conduct inspections, and enforce all of the aspects of the Cannabis Act, as well as raising awareness and providing reliable information to Canadians. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government's intention is that cannabis for non-medical uses should become legal in Canada. Legalization will help keep cannabis out of the reach of young people and will prevent criminals from profiting from its sale. In order to support these two objectives, it's essential that there is good coordination between different levels of government. We have committed to working with provinces and territories, and Budget Implementation Act number 2 is part of our federal government's ongoing efforts to accomplish this. I encourage all honourable members to support this legislative measure, which is an important one. It will help give our children and grandchildren a stronger, better, and healthier Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable colleague spent a fair bit of time speaking about the cannabis legislation and the government's attitude and contributions towards this area. I want to focus a bit on education. up to last week, this government had committed the grand total of $9 million over 5 years dedicated towards education of our youth in advance of the cannabis legalization happening in about 7 months. We heard at committee that the states of Colorado and Washington spend that amount every year with a population 1/7 of Canada's, showing and highlighting the absolute lack of investment by this government in education. I think embarrassed by that, the government last week announced that they would spend another $36 million over 5 years for education, but only when I think it was exposed in committee that they had failed so miserably in that regard. But my question to the honourable member is about tax policy. The federal government just basically unilaterally announced a certain tax proposal at the last federal provincial ministers conference and caught a lot of provinces by surprise. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can expand and tell this House and members here what the government's policy will be towards taxation of cannabis. How much will the tax be? How much will it raise? And how will that be shared with the provinces?
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Monsieur le Président, tout d'abord, j'aimerais.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and comment. And before answering his main question, I would just like to say that I sort of reject the premise of his question when it comes to the government's intention to make changes, or rather to have public awareness campaigns against consumption. Of course, that was always the intention. As we approach the date, we are coordinating with provinces and territories more and more. And you, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians will be able to see that the government intends to lead very significant campaigns to raise awareness, particularly among youth, when it comes to consuming cannabis. Mr. Speaker, to get back to the main question, I have to say that the reason I wanted to give this speech and the reason that these measures are in the Budget Implementation Act is because we want to ensure that provinces and territories and the federal government work together and coordinate our efforts. So this is really a work that we're doing over a long period of time together. I would ask my honourable colleague to be a little bit more patient and to allow time for the provinces and territories to negotiate with the federal government to ensure that taxes are low, so that we can ensure that we can eliminate or at least significantly reduce the sale of cannabis by organized crime.
Some comments. Commentaires. Honourable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last generation, many people have tried to show that the federal government isn't working, that they weren't working for the regions or the rural areas, that they just wanted to support what was happening in Ottawa. But now we've invested more than $100 million in these areas, particularly through the CCB and many other programs. We've invested over $30 billion in these programs overall. And people are starting to see that the federal government does have a role to play in the regions of Quebec. So I'd like to know if the member for Hull-Aylmer had a similar experience.
Hull-Aylmer.
J'apprécie beaucoup.
Well, I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I can assure him that, yes, I do have good news to say about this. The federal government has proven that they are showing leadership in Quebec, that they're making significant investments in Quebec, particularly with the Canada Child Benefit. That is a major part of this budget. We saw in the fall economic update that we're going to be investing even more money. And in my riding of Hull-Aylmer, and I think also in the riding of my colleague, and probably many other ridings across Canada, this new initiative has had very beneficial effects for all Canadians, particularly Canadians who have children, of course, and particularly children who are vulnerable. So this investment is the proof that the federal government can play an important role to eliminate poverty. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak before the House regarding a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures. You wouldn't know it from the name, but this is one of the most exciting bills being considered by Parliament this session, because with passing of this bill, my colleagues and I will be doing what we came here to do, serve our communities and our country. Early this morning, I got in on an overnight flight after a weekend spent back home in my riding of Surrey Centre. As always, my time away from the Hill gave me a chance to meet with constituents in my riding office, at community events, and over coffee. By the way, I'd like to thank everyone who came out to my recent Chai with Sarai event. As with every weekend, I boarded my return flight appreciative of Surrey's diverse, hardworking, and altruistic population. I also left looking forward to Surrey's bright future. Everywhere I looked, I saw new businesses, new developments, and new residents. In fact, Surrey is one of the fastest growing cities in all of Canada. That makes us one of the fastest growing cities in the fastest growing economy in the entire G7. Just last month, we added a whopping 35,300 new full-time jobs and $9 billion more in government coffers due to the great economic growth resulting from an agenda of innovation and growth. It is a good time to be a Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Now, with this budget implementation bill, we get to put the benefits of Canada's growth back in the hands of the people who have made it happen. We get to put money back in the hands of families. I've always been proud of our government's Canada Child Benefit and what it does for Surrey Centre. In fact, the benefit ensures that $800 million a year, tax-free, goes to families in my riding. This measure goes a long way towards ensuring Surrey families will not have to make the choice between school supplies or new skates for their children. But in the words of our Prime Minister, better is always possible. 1 year ago, when I spoke regarding the implementation of the 2016 budget, I was happy to note that our government would be indexing the Canada Child Benefit to inflation starting in 2020. This year, I am even happier to note that we will be moving forward on this measure 2 years ahead of schedule, thanks to the strengthened Canada Child Benefit. A single parent of two making $35,000 a year will receive $560, richly deserved, non-taxable dollars during the next fiscal year. But our commitment to families goes beyond finance. Bill C-63 will also create greater flexibility in the way employees can take paid and unpaid leave. This will ensure that more workers see an increase in family time and a healthier work-life balance. In this regard and in all that we do, our government believes in the importance of leading by example. This is not the only way we are making it easier to be a worker. Our newly enhanced working income tax benefit will provide $500 million to low-income workers starting in 2019. This comes on top of the $250 million increase that has already come through pension reform. Many Canadians work long hours to join the middle class, and it is our duty to send support their way. Currently, the working income tax benefit benefits 1.5 million Canadians, including more than 200,000 in British Columbia. The extra money will boost those numbers and help even more Canadians pay rent, put food on the table, and make the sometimes jarring transition to full-time work after a period of unemployment. It also ensures those living alone, the new most common type of household according to the 2016 census, do not slip through the cracks. The new measures I have been speaking about work together to ensure financial security to Canadians of all backgrounds. This includes small business owners. We recognize that small business is the expression of the middle class, Canadians' passion, hard work, and great ideas, and we want to applaud the entrepreneurs and employees that make our communities so dynamic. We have lowered the tax rate for small business by almost 1/5, from 11% down to 9%, to ensure that small business owners have the financial environment they need to thrive. But you can't talk about entrepreneurship without discussing innovation. To me, innovation means Surrey companies like Safe Software Incorporated, whose feature manipulation software allows companies worldwide to manipulate reams of geographic data as easily as you might watch a Facebook video. It means Surrey companies like Orello Hearing Technologies, whose novel, inexpensive hearing aid is poised to disrupt the industry and dismantle the systemic barriers that face Canadians with hearing disabilities. And to me, Mr. Speaker, innovation is the reason I often see people's eyes light up when I mention my province of beautiful British Columbia. This is why I'm glad to see our government enacting the Innovation and Skills Plan included in Budget 2017. We have already set aside $950 million for the creation of technological superclusters. You're likely familiar with many tech clusters already, Mr. Speaker. Many of them know the reputation of places like Silicon Valley, Tel Aviv, and Toronto's Waterloo Corridor. Clusters bring industry, government, and academia together to foster great ideas and energize economies. BC's own digital technology supercluster is poised to stand out as an example to the world, developing and harnessing virtual and augmented reality in ways that benefit industries from gaming to forestry. Now, with this budget implementation bill, we are going to pour an additional $400 million into our venture capital Catalyst initiative and invest $600 million in green technology firms. As my Vancouver to Ottawa flight consistently reminds me, Mr. Speaker, Surrey is 3 hours behind Ottawa when it comes to time zones. However, Bill C-63 will ensure that we are years ahead when it comes time to innovation. Surrey is home to almost 500,000 people. That's 500,000 residents hoping to see their dreams become reality. Dreams like those of our entrepreneurs who aim to disrupt our outdated worldviews and leave their mark on our society. Dreams like those of our newest residents who want to feel at home and at peace in a city or country that may still seem unfamiliar. And dreams like those who we all share to live in financial security and spend time with those we care about. By continuing to implement the 2017 budget, Bill C-63 will help make these dreams a reality, and I encourage all MPs to vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. But what he conveniently left out of that speech was any reference at all to balanced budgets. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that when the Prime Minister was telling Canadians why he should be the Prime Minister of this country, he made a lot of promises, many of which he's already broken. But the big one that matters to future generations is he promised that within the term of his government, 4.5 years, 4 years, he was going to return to balanced budgets, just the way the previous government had always balanced budgets and left surpluses. In fact, what this member has failed to mention is that there's nothing in this budget that will actually return government to balanced budgets, where we won't be leaving future generations with a huge debt load for the spending we do today. So my question to the member is, how will he explain to the next generation the fact that his government has broken its promise to return to balanced budgets and in fact has no plan to return balanced budgets?
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Abbotsford. Mr. Speaker, I don't think Canadians are wanting any advice from a government that ran consecutive after consecutive deficits. In fact, they left a country that was lacking in infrastructure, depleted infrastructure, lacking in social programs that put us far behind. It is like deferred maintenance on a house. You can only patch leaky roofs so far. The the government's actions that this government has taken is to bring this house, this beautiful country of Canada, back into the 21st century, where middle-class Canadians will have a good standard of living, where middle-class Canadians can expect good public transit, where middle-class Canadians can expect good educations for their children, and that's the priority of this government, and that's the priority that this country elected us for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to hear that my honourable colleague connected with constituents as I do at my coffee with Dawns that I have in my riding as well. My question about this budget has to do with the very critical areas of housing and infrastructure. My honourable colleague and I both come from British Columbia, and he would well know, as I do, that there is a housing crisis in the lower mainland of British Columbia and in other areas of the country. But an entire generation of Canadians can't afford to buy a house, and now increasingly can't even afford to rent a place in the lower mainland. It's affecting businesses, it's slowing our economy, and it's crushing the dreams of a generation who can't live in the place they grew up in. So I'd like my honourable colleague to tell me what in this budget will produce affordable housing for British Columbia. How many units will be produced in the lower mainland as a result of this budget? And second, the infrastructure this government was elected to produce. Can you please tell me what major infrastructure projects this budget will fund in British Columbia?
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, who I share a lot of flights with, and I just want to remind that chai with Sarai sounds a lot better than coffee with Dawn. But however, I welcome his methods to connect with his constituents. Our government has committed to over $11 billion on a national housing front. They've committed to doing a national housing strategy, and this is our government's commitment to not just do patchwork or knee-jerk reactions, but come up with a comprehensive strategy to work with all stakeholders, the province, the municipalities, the charities that run the current programs to take people off the streets and put them in housing, and to come up with a comprehensive strategy that will bring more Canadians into proper homes and help those that are having affordability challenges, specifically in the lower mainland, where we want those that have grown up and been born and raised to be able to live in their own homes. So I'm committed to working with the government on that.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member mentioned in his riding of Surrey that there's a population of 500,000 and 35,000 new jobs created. It's similar to my region of KW and Waterloo region. I just wanted to ask him about how the investments have really helped in his region and how those job growths, how they've increased because of those investments.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Kitchener, Waterloo. It's the infrastructure announcements from Kitchener South Hespeler have helped in terms of the ability for new housing to be actually built. In my riding of Surrey Centre, public transit hadn't been increased over the last 20 years. Since 1986 was the last fixed light rail or transit line that came into it, SkyTrain. No expansion had ever been done. Just by the commitment and the $50 million that was given to create the plans for the new LRT line, we have seen more high-rises, more condos, and more apartments being built than ever before. And that is on the commitment that the investors and the developers and the business community has seen that this government is making in terms of building infrastructure to provide quick and affordable public transportation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I should first announce to all members that I'll be concentrating my remarks more today on the budget that was tabled March 22nd of this year rather than Bill C-63, which I'm sure all members understand is the BIA, or the Budget Implementation Act. And that act, of course, enacts certain provisions contained in the budget. But since they both flow together, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that all of my remarks will be primarily concentrating on the budget itself. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, let me say that in my opinion at least, Budget 2017 was a terrible budget. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it would be unfair to say that it was, in my opinion, once again, a socialist budget. And I'm reminded, I use that term, Mr. Speaker, because I'm reminded of the famous words of former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who once opined, the reason that socialism will never work is that because eventually socialists run out of other people's money. The Liberal government, this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately has not figured that last part out. They think, I believe they think, that money grows on trees because they're spending it like drunken sailors, thinking that there's a never-ending supply of currency. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that's simply not true. But that perhaps is a debate for another day. What I will try and attempt to do, at least today, Mr. Speaker, is talk about why I believe this socialist budget is so bad. This budget, tabled March 22nd, is a combination of basically two things. It is a budget of broken promises, and it is a budget of higher taxes. Higher taxes because, Mr. Speaker, we know, based on a recent study from the Fraser Institute, that fully 81% of Canadians who are considered to be in the middle class will now be paying $840 a year more in taxes than they were before. Wow. And this comes from a government who is proud of standing in this House day after day saying how they have lowered taxes for the middle class. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they have not. They have, in fact, done just the opposite. But there's also a budget filled with broken promises because, as one of my colleagues just a few moments ago quite correctly pointed out, this is a government that, when it was running for election in 2015, promised to run modest deficits of no more than $10 billion a year for the first 4 years, and then by election year 2019 promised to return to balance. Have they done that, Mr. Speaker? Not at all. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what is truly alarming is the fact that when asked the question, both the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister said they did not know when this government would return to a balanced budget. The reason they didn't know, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, is because they couldn't answer the question. They have absolutely no idea how to get back to balance, and if they do, when that would take place. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Financial Officer of any corporation said that to their board of directors, that they didn't know when they'd be perhaps returning to a profitable situation, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that both those two officers wouldn't be long for their jobs. Mr. Speaker, and I think that's what's going to happen in this case. The Government of Canada is, in effect, a corporation, a business, albeit a very large business. But if the Chief Executive Officer, that being the Prime Minister, and the Chief Financial Officer, that being the Finance Minister, don't know when they could return to balance, then I believe, Mr. Speaker, that they should be fired. And I think they will be fired come 2019. Because it's not just the fact that they made promises that they can't keep. The truly alarming situation that we have in front of us is that they simply don't know the answer to a very simple question. When will you return to balance? They can't even give an approximation of when they will return to balance, Mr. Speaker. And that is truly, truly frightening. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more out of their government. Canadians expect more out of any government. But for a government to freely admit and take some pride in admitting that they are running deficits that could go on for perpetuity, and they don't know how to get back to balance, Mr. Speaker, there is no pride in that. There is only shame. And the Canadian public, Mr. Speaker, I think is finally starting to figure that part out. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to my friends opposite that if they truly care about the Canadian taxpayer, as they so often repeat in this place, they would take immediate steps to try and find out how to return to balance. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, implement provisions within their own spending regime to get back to balance. Because it's not that they have a revenue problem, Mr. Speaker, they have a spending problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, some would argue, well, there's an easy way to get back to balance, and that's just to raise taxes. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that quite frankly, my friends opposite are taking that to heart, because they seem to be raising taxes on just about everything. Mr. Speaker, that's not the way to run a government. Conservatives believe, Mr. Speaker, in lower taxes and balanced budgets. A foreign concept to many on the opposite side of the aisle, I'm sure, but, Mr. Speaker, it has proven to be effective in years past. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that if this government truly wants to return to balance, they should start listening to some of their former colleagues. Prime Minister Stephen Harper, for an example, Mr. Speaker, returned to balanced budgets after a few years of serious deficits caused by the worldwide global recession. But, Mr. Speaker, return to balance he did, and this government did. I would suggest to my friends opposite they take a page out of that playbook and take a look at what do they need to do to return to balance. It's certainly not spending like they are today, Mr. Speaker. It's about restraint, fiscal restraint. Again, I suggest a foreign concept to many of the members opposite. Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest to you as well, however, is that if this finance minister wants to prove his competency to the Canadian public, he also start looking in the mirror whenever he delivers an economic forecast and an economic update. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know now, if we didn't before, that this finance minister, encouraged by his prime minister, is in the middle of a very serious conflict of interest situation. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that every single person in this country, from the time that they first achieve cognitive thought, knows the difference between right and wrong. And what the finance minister has done by attempting to hide $20 million in shares in a numbered company in Alberta was simply wrong. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have a choice to do what's right and do what's right for all Canadians. I sincerely hope they do that, Mr. Speaker, and the right course of action would be for the Finance Minister to step down and for the Prime Minister to accept his resignation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members, déclaration des députés. L'honorable député rapport.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. A wind of change blew over Quebec yesterday during municipal elections. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to congratulate every single candidate who was brave enough to participate. I would like to congratulate the winners, but I have a special thought for the women who won. Montreal, Saguenay, Rwanda. For the first time, they have all elected a woman mayor. Montreal, Saguenay, and Rouen, but also Brossard, Longueuil, as well as Repentigny, my hometown, and all over Quebec, women are taking their place. These victories should not allow us to forget that there's a great deal of work to be done to encourage more women to venture into politics. Yesterday, once again, fewer than one-third of the candidates were women. Let's hope that the victories of the new women mayors and those who were re-elected will prove that not only is there room for women in politics, but there is also room for their greatest ambitions.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work of Wonder Woman Society based in Mission, British Columbia. The Wonder Woman Society is a non-profit organization that supports women's education, employment, business, and health in our community and across BC. The vision for the Wonder Woman Society is to create a diverse network of women who empowers and inspire other women to reach their very best emotional, physical, and mental health. On November 22nd, the Wonder Woman Society will be hosting their first annual fashion show fundraiser. This event will bring together over 200 women from across the Fraser Valley, and I'm proud to support both this event and the long-term work of the Wonder Woman Society. When you change a woman's life, you change her family, to change her community and her world. I applaud their work by empowering women to take advantage.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise in the House today to recognize the official grand opening of the Collingwood Youth Centre. Now, this month, over 200 local youth and volunteers will gather to celebrate this next chapter in its history. When the original facility closed in 2016, the Rotary Club of Collingwood, South Georgian Bay, under the leadership of Juanita Hodgson, took the leadership role to find a new vision for this centre. In addition, the Rotary Club, Blue Mountain, the Collingwood Business Development Centre, the Environment Network, Elephant Thoughts, and a local builder, Ray Smith, put their hands together and made this happen. Thanks to their hard work, Collingwood youth will now have access to a wide series of programs that allow them to be successful in the future. I'm so proud of the great work that they've done. Congratulations again to everyone that's made this happen. It's going to be outstanding for Collingwood youth.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Sudbury, the biggest cultural centre project for the last 25 years in French-speaking Canada will be built. It is called Place des Arts. Behind it, we have a most capable and clever conductor, a great lady from the cultural sector, my friend, Ms. Paulette Gagnon. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Gagnon left us on October 13th. Originally from Hearst, proud Franco-Ontarian, Paulette Gagnon's journey was impressive. She was at the head of the French-Canadian Cultural Federation and the Association of Francophones for Canada. Few were as passionate in defending the interests of artists and cultural groups. No one could tell her no. A formidable leader, architect of the French-Canadian cultural sector. The cultural world is better equipped and structured thanks to Paulette Gagnon's work. I would like to thank you, Paulette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise today to congratulate the new mayor of Montreal, my friend, Valérie Plante. As her own son said, Valérie just added her name to the history books. Indeed, and to quote Valerie, 375 years after Jeanne Mance, Montreal finally has its first woman mayor. But above all, Valérie is a progressive, positive woman who brings people together, focuses on them, and has a vision for the future of Montreal that emphasizes the economy, but also public transportation, and you'll understand that this is important to me, affordable social housing. Mr. Speaker, there's a real breath of fresh air in Montreal this morning, and I'm really looking forward to working with her. I would like to seize this opportunity to congratulate the new mayor of Mercier-Hochelaga, Maisonneuve, Pierre Lessemblay, and everyone on local council. You can count on me to raise the priorities of Mercier-Hochelaga, Maisonneuve in Ottawa. Thank you.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we pay tribute to Canadian veterans for their courage, their service, and their sacrifice. This week, all over the country, communities will come together to remember the men and women in uniform who answered the call of duty to protect our freedom.
In my riding, I'm honored to be marching with our servicemen and women in both the Aurora and Richmond Hill Remembrance Day parades to remember our local veterans. I'm also proud to attend Wellington Public Schools Remembrance Day ceremony where students in Miss Durham's grade 8 class will each be recognizing a local veteran from our community, and I'm honored to be chosen as a local veteran by student Natalie Pineda and look forward to hearing more about the community.
This Sunday, I encourage all Canadians to take a moment to remember that the peace we enjoy today is the fruit of sacrifice.
Without sacrifice, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, on October 27th, the Royal Canadian Legion launched their annual Poppy campaign to raise funds in support of veterans and their families. The same day, members of the Port Elgin Legion began preparing Christmas care packages for deployed service members. Last Christmas, Blair and Elizabeth Eby learned of a servicewoman from Port Elgin and her unit stationed in Iraq that were desperate for a piece of home at Christmas time. The town rallied together with well wishes, donations of artwork, Tim Hortons coffee, and popcorn were quickly donated and mailed out. This year, Legion Branch 340 hopes to send Christmas boxes to 2 units stationed in Iraq and Latvia. This Veterans Week, let's remember the Canadians who pay the ultimate price for our freedom and the soldiers around the world who continue to fight for us. Thank you to the Port Elgin Legion for all they do to support veterans and active service members. God bless you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in tribute to a highly dedicated team of volunteers in my riding. The Pleasant View Community Recreation Committee has been offering after-school classes to children and adults for over 40 years. It is rare to see such a strong and long-lasting volunteer commitment from the same group of people. Some who first got involved as young mothers are now grandmothers, but still they are helping other families' children enjoy learning opportunities. This committee is making a significant and sustained contribution to their community. I salute the compassion and the social engagement of this committee. It is my hope that their passion and love for community continue to inspire others to get involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, on October 21st, the Health Minister and I were invited to the Pacific Autism Family Network Hub in Richmond. Our tour of their facility was both eye-opening and heartwarming.
This center offers a one-stop shop of programs, support services, and specialized resources for families affected by autism spectrum disorder and related disorders.
And others. The hub is the first of its kind in North America. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à remercier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Sergio, Wendy, and all the people of the Center for their warm welcome and everything that they bring to so many families. I would also like to offer my best wishes for the success of their project to extend their specialized services so that even more families may benefit from them in British Columbia.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, over 93,000 Canadian soldiers took part in the Italian campaign in World War II. 6,000 paid the ultimate price and are buried in military cemeteries throughout Italy, and 19,000 more were wounded. These facts are little known in Canada or Italy. The spirit, sacrifices, and commitment of these Canadians led to many defining moments of the campaign, and their actions have been described as heroic and pivotal. But Canada's participation has been mostly misidentified as American or British. Thanks to the work of the Peace Through Valor Committee, this is changing. The committee unveiled a monument in June 2016 at Nathan Phillips Square in Toronto, and they are currently working on a book. On behalf of everyone in this place, I want to recognize the Peace Through Valor Committee for their work, shining a light on Canadian soldiers' efforts in Italy.
The honour of the member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important work of Connie Newman and Doug Mackey, two outstanding individuals in my community. Connie Newman was bestowed the Manitoba Council on Aging Recognition Award for her tireless work with numerous advocacy groups for seniors, and I had the pleasure of working with her personally to address the issues facing seniors in my riding. Doug Mackey opened the first men's sheds in Manitoba to create a community space where senior men can help each other get through difficult times. Members have credited Doug and men's sheds as having given their lives renewed purpose. Doug was selected as one of the 150 leading Canadians for mental health, and I look forward to highlighting Doug's great work at our upcoming Spirit of Giving event on November 18th. It is community members like Connie and Doug that define the best of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley as a welcoming and inclusive place for all, and it is my honour to stand in the House to recognize their achievements.
The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
This weekend we celebrated the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of the Sikh religion. His mission was to create a universal religion of compassion, love, and kindness, and to reinforce that we are all children of the same being. In the late 1400s, when women were severely oppressed, the Guru empowered them and uplifted their status by writing in the Sikh holy scripture that disrespecting women is unacceptable, that within her man is conceived, from her are born saints and kings. Les trois principes de base.
The three basic principles that he taught were to lead an honest life, to help the less fortunate, and to look for God within. The Guru also sought to reject Maya, which is materialism, to serve humanity and elevate others.
The daily prayer, Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Pane Sarbat Da Pala, where every day a Sikh asks the Almighty for the well-being of all humanity in the worldwide community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very nice.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to travel to beautiful New Brunswick and PEI to talk to our farmers in Atlantic Canada. Their innovation, diversity of product, and entrepreneurial spirit is incredible. But what I heard from these farmers is the frustration with Liberal policies affecting their farms, stifling their small businesses and their communities. After denying it for months, the Liberals had to admit that their changes would indeed impact the future of the family farm. Through all of this, the Agriculture Minister and Liberal MPs in Atlantic Canada were silent. There's a great deal of anxiety among Canadian farmers. They do not trust this Liberal government, and they have reason to be wary. Punitive carbon tax, critical trade agreements now in jeopardy, and crippling taxes on family farms that show that agriculture is not a priority for this Liberal government. As Shadow Minister for Agriculture, I will continue to listen to our farmers, stand up for Canadian agriculture, and ensure our producers in Atlantic Canada and across the country that the Conservatives will ensure that farmers in Canada have a powerful voice here in Parliament.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, on a chilly November afternoon, exactly 150 years ago today, on November 6, 1867, Canada's House of Commons met for the very first time. This historic event was a bold and courageous leap of faith towards building the great country that we in this House have the privilege to serve. Mes collègues parlementaires seraient...
My parliamentary colleagues might be interested to know that, as required by current tradition, the first order of the day was to elect a new Speaker of the House of Commons. At the time, in 1867, Canada was changing quickly. Made up of only 4 provinces, the first legislature would include 6 at its dissolution in 1873.
Stand on the shoulders of successive generations of Canadians. And as members of Parliament, we must never, ever lose sight of why we are here. To do our best to serve our constituents and build a better Canada for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of people have come to Parliament Hill today to demand changes to Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws. These people have gathered here to reflect the profound support across Canada to make the laws fair for Canadian workers and their families. The collapse of Sears Canada focused attention on the depth of unfairness in our system, as workers are stripped of basic rights like severance and termination pay, and retirees will see their pensions reduced. But the tragedy of Sears Canada is the only tip of the iceberg. Many of those joining us in Ottawa today know firsthand what happens when workers are put at the bottom of the list. They have lived with and seen these effects. Workers losing jobs and benefits, and pensioners losing pension and health care benefits. I salute all those who have come to Parliament Hill today to demand change, and to the millions of Canadians across the country who support them. Our laws allow for legalized corporate theft, plain and simple, and it has to stop.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise on behalf of the Conservative caucus to recognize the terrible act of violence that occurred on Sunday during a religious service in Sutherland Springs in Texas. Regardless of the circumstances, cowardly, murderous acts such as that one targeting families and friends always leave us shocked and deeply saddened.
These victims were simply gathering with their community to celebrate their faith, a faith that is focused on joyous acceptance of others and love for our fellow human beings. For millions of people around the world, including Canada, and for our friends in the United States, faith is the wellspring for our principles and can be such a force for good. We pray that, in time, God will grant the family and friends of yesterday's victims the peace that was so cruelly taken from them by a madman this weekend. And on behalf of the Conservative Party and my caucus, I wish to extend our deepest condolences and sympathy to the victims and their families. Thank you.
honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I stand today to share thoughts and heartfelt prayers for our American friends and neighbours in the wake of yesterday's senseless and horrific act of violence in Sutherland Springs. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and friends of those killed, and we wish a speedy recovery to all those harmed. Mr. Speaker, that this attack occurred in a place of worship, a place of safety and peace, is beyond appalling. We stand united with our friends and allies in the United States, as we have always done and as we will always do in their time of mourning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the 16th Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Joe Clark. The 17th Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable John Napier Turner. The 18th Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. The 21st Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Paul Martin. The 31st Speaker of the House of Commons, the Honourable John William Bosley. The 34th Speaker of the House of Commons, the Honourable Peter Milliken. And now for something they're all familiar with, questions orales, oral questions, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Paradise Papers reveal that the Prime Minister's chief fundraiser, Stephen Bronfman, moved millions of dollars to offshore tax havens through a complex web of entities in the U.S., Israel, and the Cayman Islands. The papers show evidence of bogus records to hide payments, false invoicing, and six-figure gifts to avoid paying tax attributed to Bronfman. Now, at the height of a softwood lumber dispute, the Prime Minister chose to take Stephen Bronfman to a state dinner at the White House, leaving his Minister of Natural Resources behind. Simple question, what business did Bronfman have at the White House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, if you'll permit, on behalf of all Canadians, I extend my deepest condolences to the families and friends of those killed in Texas, and we hope for a speedy recovery for all those injured yesterday. It is appalling that this act took place in a place of worship where worshippers should have felt safe. Canada, as a nation, stands in solidarity with the United States during this difficult time. On the other matter, I can assure them that we are fully committed to fighting tax avoidance and tax evasion, and will continue to ensure that the CRA pursues all infringers upon that for the many years to come.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spent part of the summer and fall calling local business owners tax cheats. He accused them of using tax loopholes to save money on taxes. But what will he do now that close Liberal advisors have been named in the Paradise Papers and that they are the ones who allegedly used tax loopholes to shelter their fortunes? How long has the Prime Minister known that Liberal bagman Stephen Bronfman has been avoiding paying all of his taxes in Canada? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are fully committed to fighting tax evasion and avoidance. I will let the individuals involved comment on the situation, but I can tell you that the Revenue Agency is examining all links abroad and will take all necessary measures concerning the Paradise Papers. In our first two budgets, we invested historic sums to fight against tax frauds, and our plan is leading to results. We have 627 cases that were transferred to criminal investigations, 268 warrants, and several convictions. We will continue on in this vein. Mr. Speaker, after the Minister of Finance, it's now Liberal bagman Stephen Bronfman's turn to be caught red-handed. He hid part of his fortune in a tax haven. Why does the Prime Minister always make honest middle-class families pay while allowing his friends to avoid paying taxes in Canada? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the last two budgets, we invested nearly $1 billion in order to target high-risk taxpayers here and abroad. The Canada Revenue Agency is examining links with Canadian organizations and will take all necessary measures as far as the Paradise Papers are concerned. But our investments are already bearing fruit. We saved $25 billion in undeclared revenue, and we will continue to work for a fairer tax system for all Canadians. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, Stephen Bronfman once said that his goal was to, quote, raise a lot of money and to help him become the next Prime Minister. Now, Bronfman became the Liberal Party's head of revenue, and he hosted Cash for Access events with the Prime Minister. One event was advertised as an opportunity for donors to, quote, form relationships and open dialogues with our government. Clearly, Bronfman believed that giving money to this Prime Minister would yield favorable outcomes. So when did the Prime Minister learn that Bronfman's interests included protecting favorable offshore tax treatment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, we are fully committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. I will let individuals comment on their own situation, but in regards to the Paradise Papers, the CRA is reviewing links to Canadian entities and will take every appropriate action. In the last two budgets, Mr. Speaker, we invested nearly $1 billion to identify high-risk taxpayers in Canada and abroad. Our investments have already yielded results. We're on track to recuperate $25 billion from our efforts against tax avoidance and tax evasion. We'll continue to work for a system that's fair.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, this Liberal government has demonized retail workers who enjoy an employee discount. They've demonized hardworking entrepreneurs and business owners and characterized them as tax cheats. This Prime Minister is even raising taxes on diabetics to pay off his billion-dollar deficits. Meanwhile, here in the House, defending a man who hid his taxes from who hid his assets from the Ethics Commissioner. Now, why is it that under this government, it's always the middle class and working Canadians who pay a little bit more? Meanwhile, wealthy friends like Stephen Bronfman always end up getting away paying less.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to talk about what we've done over the past 2 years. We raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them on the middle class. We delivered a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families with the high costs of raising kids. And we did that by stopping sending the child benefit checks to millionaire families. On top of that, we're lowering small business taxes to 9%. We've put more money in the pockets of our most vulnerable seniors through $1,000 more almost in the guaranteed income supplement. We made it cheaper and more affordable for young people to go to school. That's what we...
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja, Témiscouata-Lévesque.
The stats that the Prime Minister is quoting, it actually shows that government is doing a good job going after the small taxpayer, going after the ordinary Canadian, but they always let the big fish go. We know about Stephen Bronfman through the Paradise Papers, but let's not forget that this government, through the Truist Committee, stalled the study on KPMG and the Isle of Man. And let's not forget that this government has done nothing about the Panama Papers. This government has not taken seriously the issue of tax haven and offshore accounts. When will they?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have always stood up strongly in fighting against tax evasion and tax avoidance. And indeed, this is a multi-billion-dollar issue. That's why we made a $1 billion investment to tackle it. We are reviewing leaks to identify any links to Canadian entities, and we'll take every appropriate action. We use the information received through leaked lists when they arise, but we do not wait on these lists to attack the problem. That's why the CRA has more than 990 audits and more than 42 criminal investigations related to offshore financial structures underway as of September 30th, 2017.
The honourable member for
The small taxpayer, but not the big fish. This Prime Minister was elected on the promise to work hard for the middle class and those who work hard to join it. Well, Mr. Speaker, the middle class cannot afford accounts on the Cayman Islands, but the liberal, rich and wealthy friends can. The Prime Minister said shortly after his election that tax avoidance, tax evasion is something we take very seriously and promised swift action. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are still waiting. What is the Prime Minister waiting for?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are fully committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. That's why we put close to $1 billion in the last two budgets to do just that. And in investing historic sums to make sure we have the right tools to crack down on tax evaders, we've got concrete results delivered. 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants executed, 78 convictions. We will continue to work hard every day for a tax system that is fair for everyone.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Hiring more inspectors when you keep the same treaties with tax havens doesn't change anything, Mr. Speaker. An international consortium of journalists revealed the names of more people using tax havens. Was it stars, multinationals, Trump? Well, in Canada, surprise, it was the Liberals. Former Liberal Prime Minister, ministers, senators, and Liberal organizers. If the Liberals aren't doing anything to fight tax havens, perhaps it's because they're protecting their Liberal family. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that in our first two budgets, we invested nearly $1 billion to fight tax avoidance and evasion. We are continuing to work every day to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. And we are delivering concrete results. There are 627 cases that were transferred to criminal investigations, 268 warrants, and dozens of convictions. We are working every day to have a fairer system for all Canadians. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Cayman Islands is the type of place where there are more bank accounts than people. And, Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it don't have bank accounts in the Cayman Islands. Do you know Stephen Bronfman? You should. He was the Prime Minister's campaign manager during his leadership run, and he's responsible for fundraising for the Liberal Party of Canada. Oh, and he also has a trust account in the Cayman Islands. If the Liberals aren't doing anything to fight tax havens, perhaps it's because they want to protect Liberal fundraisers and the Prime Minister's friends. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I will allow the individuals in question to comment on their situation, but we in this government are continuing to fight tax avoidance and tax evasion. We will continue to work for the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's why we lowered taxes for the middle class and increased them for the wealthiest Canadians. That's why we delivered the Canada Child Benefit, which gives more money every month, tax-free, to 9 out of 10 families. That's why we are lowering taxes for small businesses to 9%. That's what we're doing for the middle class. The honourable member for Richmond-North Athabasca. Well, then, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spent the whole summer calling our farmers, business owners, and professionals tax cheats. Now, the Paradise Papers scandals reveals the full extent of the Liberals' hypocrisy. It's not the local plumber who was named in these papers. It's the Liberals' chief fundraiser, Stephen Bronfman, and the ex-Liberal Senator, Leo Colbert, two very good friends of this party. So my question is simple. When did the Prime Minister know that his fundraiser was directly linked to tax havens? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax avoidance and tax evasion. In our first two budgets, we took concrete steps. We invested $1 billion. We targeted 4 jurisdictions per year. We hired new competent staff. Our plan is yielding results. 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants issued, 78 convictions. And we are looking into links with Canadian entities, and we will take the necessary steps. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Wabasca. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister asked for the Prime Minister's friends' phone numbers, think that would go a lot faster, because they've been using a lot of different schemes to hide millions of dollars in tax havens. The friendship between the Prime Minister and Stephen Bronfman is undeniable. They've even vacationed together. And in 2015, Bronfman said that he was ready to do anything to get the Prime Minister elected. So why did the Prime Minister let his friend, the Liberals' chief fundraiser, avoid paying taxes like all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'll say once again, our government is fully committed to fighting tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of the member opposite is amazing. Mr. Blackburn, who was the Minister of National Revenue, said in an interview that this wasn't even a priority for the former Conservative government. We will not take lessons from a party that works every day to ensure that the wealthiest Canadians have more privileges. Canadians expect a fair tax system. That's what we promised, and that's what we're going to deliver.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the Liberals, it's always the same. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Stephen Bronfman said to the Prime Minister, anything I can do to help, just let me know. And the Prime Minister said, big thanks for your help, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and Liberal buddies are taken care of once again. Does the Prime Minister not see why Canadians are so outraged by yet another example of liberal hypocrisy and conflict of interest?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion. We've invested close to $1 billion over the last 2 years, which has allowed us to announce that we are very close to having recovered $25 billion, Mr. Speaker. Our actions are bearing fruit. The agency is looking into links between Canadian agencies, and we will take the necessary measures. I want to reassure Canadians about that.
Opposition House Leader.
When Bronfman said the goal is to raise a lot of money to help this guy become the next Prime Minister, he wasn't doing it as an act of charity. He, as all Liberals do, always wants something in return. He and the Prime Minister are close friends, and Bronfman is an integral part of the Prime Minister's inner circle. Here's a question. If the Prime Minister is truly concerned about the tax avoiders revealed in the Paradise Papers, will he instruct his party to return all of the money raised by Bronfman? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance so that our tax system is fair for all Canadians. I am proud of the leadership role that Canada has played on the international stage. Collaboration between different tax agencies, including tax sharing measures, are an essential part of protecting the integrity of Canada's tax system. Our efforts have borne fruit. We are very close to having recovered $25 billion, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton.
Stephen Bronfman is the Prime Minister's top money man and was the Liberal Party, quote, revenue chair. The Prime Minister vacations with him and even broke with protocol to bring him to a state dinner with President Obama. Now we know that he used a $60 million tax haven scheme to avoid paying his fair share here in Canada. If the Prime Minister wants to restore any credibility on the issue of tax fairness, will he immediately order the Liberal Party to give back all the money that Stephen Bronfman raised for the Liberals?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion. In our last two budgets, we made historic investments of almost $1 billion, and they've led to tangible results for Canadians. We're very close to recovering $25 billion. We have been looking at 4 new jurisdictions per year. Our plan is yielding results. We have 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants, and 78 convictions. We are continuing to work for Canadians.
Carlton.
Well, they have spent another $1 billion on tax collectors. And who have those tax collectors gone after? Have they gone after Morneau Chappelle? Have they gone after the billionaire Bronfman family? Or have they instead decided to go after people suffering with diabetes? Have they decided instead to go after minimum wage earning waitresses who enjoy a small chicken sandwich at the end of their shift? Or are they going after small businesses and farmers? When will this high tax hypocrisy come to an end?
Order. Order. Order.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, there is not any Canadian who doesn't have a friend or a family affected by mental health issues. The social costs of this are very high. We have been awarding a record number of tax credits for people with disabilities, and we've been helping people with mental health issues as well. We invested $5 billion in Budget 2017 to help 500,000 Canadians under the age of 25, and we will continue to target those who are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't understand anything about international tax evasion because they're continuing to ignore the fundamental problem instead of facing the issue of tax havens. The minister seems to think that the solution is greater investments in the revenue agency, but the fundamental problem is that our laws are overly permissive and they benefit the Liberal Party's friends. So can the minister take her head out of the sand? And she voted for an NDP motion to fight tax havens. So why hasn't she yet proposed clear legislative measures to end this legal scam? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague across the way to have as many results as we have against tax evasion. Over the last 2 years, we invested $1 billion. We've recovered nearly $25 billion. There are charges being laid. We have been investigating 4 new jurisdictions per year. Mr. Speaker, there are cases that have been transferred to criminal investigations, and we are delivering for Canadians what we promised in our election campaign.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it certainly didn't take long for the Liberals to start acting like Liberals, placing wealthy friends ahead of everyday Canadians. In March this year, the Liberals voted in favour of the NDP's motion calling on the government to take action to tackle tax havens, including renegotiating tax treaties that let companies repatriate profits from tax havens to Canada tax-free. Spoiler alert, Mr. Speaker, they haven't done any of it yet. Simple question. Did the Prime Minister refuse to act on tax havens to help his wealthy friends?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, our election platform was very clear on this. We said that we would target tax evasion and tax havens. We have invested $1 billion over the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. We have real results to show. Nearly $25 billion recovered. Criminal investigations. We are working with international tax organizations, and I can tell you that I'm very proud of the leadership role that we've taken on the international stage. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada's reputation internationally is now being hurt by a major ethics crisis which directly affects the Prime Minister. Stephen Bronfman, the chief fundraiser for the Liberal Party, has been caught red-handed using tax havens. And Mr. Bronfman is a close confidant of the Prime Minister. A year and a half ago, when the Prime Minister was welcomed to the White House, he left his Natural Resources Minister in Ottawa, but he brought his great friend, Mr. Bronfman. Can the Prime Minister give us one reason, just one reason, why he left his Natural Resources Minister in Ottawa but brought his Liberal bagman friend? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and avoidance. What we want is a fair tax system for all Canadians. Our actions are bearing fruit, Mr. Speaker. Nearly $1 billion have been invested over the last 2 years, and this will allow us to recover nearly $25 billion. I am very proud of the leadership role that we have taken internationally. We are continuing to work internationally with our partners. That's what Canadians want, and that's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is very close to the Bronfman family and Stephen Bronfman himself, and that is what is standing Canada's reputation. Now, the influential journal The Guardian said this morning that the chief fundraiser and senior advisor to the Liberal Prime Minister, who played a critical role in his rise to power. Now, that's not insignificant, Mr. Speaker. This is not just anyone who's saying this. So, can the Prime Minister give us one good reason, just one, why he left his Natural Resources Minister in Ottawa when he went to Washington, but brought his Liberal friend? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to fighting tax evasion. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand my colleagues across the way. The hypocrisy of the Conservatives is just amazing, Mr. Speaker. When a former Minister of National Revenue, Mr. Jean-Pierre Blackburn, said that it wasn't even a priority for the Conservative government to fight tax evasion, this is something that we promised during the election campaign. We are taking concrete steps, and we are continuing to do that so that everyone will pay their fair share, and we will have a fair tax system for all Canadians.
For Barry Innisfil.
You want to talk about hypocrisy? Let's talk about two sets of tax rules, one for Liberals and one for everyday working-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Bronfman and his associates are reported to have engaged in bogus record-keeping, false invoicing, and six-figure gifts to avoid paying tax. And this Prime Minister continues to protect them. The Prime Minister is so close to Bronfman that at the height of a softwood lumber dispute, he took him to the White House instead of the Natural Resources Minister. Canadian taxpayers paid for that trip. So we ask the government again, what business did Bronfman have at the White House?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, in our first two budgets, we invested nearly $1 billion. These are historic sums to fight against tax avoidance and evasion. Our plan is yielding results, Mr. Speaker. 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants, 78 convictions. The Canada Revenue Agency is looking into links with Canadian entities and will take the necessary measures, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to work for a fair system for all Canadians.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
A Liberal is a Liberal is a Liberal, and you can always count on them to be entitled to their entitlement. Entitled to take private helicopters on private island vacations, entitled to taxpayer-funded nannies, entitled to protecting their vast family fortunes from any unfair tax changes, entitled to set up offshore tax havens in France, Barbados, or the Cayman Islands, while Canadians are entitled to know why do they always end up footing the bill when these lifestyle of the rich and famous Liberals pay less?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to working to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance. I want to reassure Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that I personally, as Minister, have been enforcing the laws, and the laws apply to everyone, Mr. Speaker. We need to have a tax system that is fair for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, today, after consulting with workers across the country, I'm tabling a private member's bill to protect the pensions workers and retirees have earned. Currently, Canada's bankruptcy laws do not protect workers' pensions and benefits. The Prime Minister knows this, which is why he promised workers in my hometown that he would improve retirement security for Canadians. But he's so far refused to fix the rules that let companies shortchange workers' pension plans. Workers fulfilled their obligations. Companies in this government must do the same. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and work with me to protect our pensioners? Yes.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports secure pensions. And more importantly, we understand the workers and their families and the dedication and commitment that they make to the various companies. It's important that we work with them. With respect to the CCAA process, that process is designed to help companies in financial distress so that they can restructure their affairs in order to come out of that restructuring process to help preserve and create thousands of jobs. With respect to Sears, the current issue at hand, we're working with Sears Canada's employees across the country through Service Canada in order to provide assistance and support to the workers and their families.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry says its slow progress is due to Liberal interference. In fact, it reports 8 out of 10 challenges are barriers put up by this government, like strangling bureaucracy and lack of resources. It's clear the Liberals misled families when they promised they were doing everything they could to help this inquiry succeed. Will the Liberals support the families of missing and murdered Indigenous women? And when will they stop blocking the inquiry's work?
Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the important work of the Commission is crucial to getting the families have been waiting for decades and to end this ongoing tragedy. We are absolutely committed to ensuring the Commission has all the support it needs to succeed. We have struck a working group to provide the effective back office support to the Commission to ensure it is able to do its work effectively. Families must and will get the answers they need.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler and Waterloo Region are proud of our government's commitment to grow the economy, create jobs, and strengthen the middle class. They know that smart investments our government is making will help more Canadians find and keep good, well-paying jobs. Can the Minister update this House on what our government is doing to grow the economy and ensure every Canadian has a fair shot at success?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener South Hespeler, and the investments that we're making in childcare and skilled trades and training and infrastructure will put more Canadians on the path to success. Since our government first took office, the Canadian economy has created over 500,000 jobs. We have seen 11 consecutive months of job growth, the best in a decade. And as Bank of Montreal economist Doug Porter noted, September and October marked the highest 2-month period of job growth on record. Mr. Speaker, we ran on a plan to make smart investments to grow our economy and strengthen our middle class, and that plan is working.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Revenue Minister seems to be proud of reaching into the pockets of disabled people and taking away their tax credits and pension plans, while the Prime Minister's chief political fundraiser is sheltering his fortune in an offshore tax haven. Canadians can see the Liberal hypocrisy. Why won't she protect vulnerable Canadians and make Liberal friends sheltering their fortunes in offshore bank accounts pay the same fair share that they expect of all other taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the tax credits they're entitled to. We're going forward with legislation concerning accessibility for persons with disabilities, and we have facilitated access to the disability tax credit. We have also simplified the forms, and in Budget 2017, we allowed nurses to fill out requests for their patients. We continue to work for the most vulnerable Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for months, this department has been going after type 1 diabetics, and today this minister has told us how proud she is of her department. Is she proud of targeting disabled Canadians? Is she proud of targeting low-wage earning retail employees? Is she proud of going after small businesses? Yes. When will this government get its priorities straight, back off of vulnerable Canadians, and go after real tax avoiders, including Liberal insiders?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, Our government is firmly committed to ensuring that Canadians who must receive tax credits, they're entitled to do so. I'd like to tell my colleagues across the way that the Act has not been amended, it has not been changed, and so the Act applies as it always has, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work with our partners. We will continue to meet with them. We will also continue to do better with our partners, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Act hasn't changed, but the interpretation of the Act has changed because they are targeting the most disadvantaged people. They're targeting business people, and now they're going after people with type 1 diabetes. 80% of those people will no longer receive their tax credit. Why is the government continuing to attack the most vulnerable people in our society? Why aren't they looking into tax havens instead where they hide their money? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and abusive tax planning. And over the past 2 years, we have invested over $1 billion, which allowed us to recover over $25 billion, Mr. Speaker. Accusations have been put forward. That's what Canadians asked it to do, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few months, this Liberal government has been squeezing Canadian small businesses for more tax revenue. They've been taking away tax relief from families fighting diabetes, autism, and mental health issues. But, Mr. Speaker, what's the one group the Liberals have left alone? Their super-rich friends and those working hard to join them, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister stop targeting hard-working Canadian families and start closing tax and ethics loopholes used by his friends?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell the Conservative Party across the way that the tax credits for disabled people has not been changed, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, over the past 2 years, the money that has been given to these people, the tax credits, has been increased. Our government works for the middle class. Our government works for persons with disabilities. We have increased the Canada Child Benefit for the very reason that we wanted to help families. We lowered the retirement age. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement.
Children and their families who have been impacted for years by the no-flag list are on Parliament Hill today demanding an end to this human rights violation. There are children as young as 6 being denied boarding flights. Canadians want to see a properly funded redress system in the 2018 federal budget, and they want an end to the hundreds, if not thousands, of false positives that have occurred to date. When will this government finally heed these calls and end this injustice for families once and for all?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we fully appreciate the frustration of law-abiding travellers who can be stigmatized and delayed as a result of false positives on the no-fly list. But to be clear, there are no children on the no-fly list, but there is confusion among similar names. That takes new legislation to fix that problem, new regulations, and a new computer system. The first of those steps is being taken in Bill C-59. I urge the NDP to vote for it.
Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
C-59, as those parents said today at their press conference, does nothing to fix the problem they face every single time they try and travel. And I'd ask the minister if he wants to go in front of those families and tell them, don't worry, your child's not on the list. These are the false positives that are being lived by thousands of Canadians. Monsieur le Président, c'est des enfants, c'est des gens.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about children, business people, and even veterans who are having trouble traveling, who are dealing with humiliation, profiling, and the fear of finding their names on the no-fly list. So will the minister fund a real and robust redress system, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, the problem is the no-fly list that was designed 10 years ago contained an inherent design flaw that needs to be fixed. To fix it takes legislation and regulations and a new computer system built from the bottom up. The first step is to pass Bill C-59 to give us the legal authority to do these things, and I urge the NDP to support C-59.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister defends tax havens by insisting that they don't actually need to be fixed, that there's no problem. Now, we thought the finance minister was just protecting his own interests within his family company, but it turns out that there's actually a whole crew of Liberals who are colluding together in order to keep these tax loopholes open. Now, my question is very simple here, Mr. Speaker, and that is, when did the Prime Minister become aware that the Liberal Party's head of revenue, Stephen Bronfman, was sheltering money in offshore accounts?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. In fact, in our first two budgets, we invested some $2 billion, and we are seeing results, Mr. Speaker. It is working. Our plan is working. 627 cases that were transferred to criminal investigations, some 200 searches, 78 convictions. So the CRA is looking at the links between Canadian entities, and it will take appropriate measures with regard to the Paradise Papers. And, Mr. Speaker, we are working for Canadians to ensure that our tax system is fair.
For Central Okanagan's Milkmeen Nicola.
They say their plan is working, Mr. Speaker. It's the media that's working. That's how we know about the Paradise Papers. Now, the finance minister has defended offshore tax havens in places like Barbados by saying he doesn't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Now, Mr. Speaker, it seems that the babies that the minister was referring to are a bunch of the Prime Minister's friends and Liberal Party donors.
Liberal baby.
When will the Prime Minister quit attacking farmers and small business owners, start investigating Liberal Party donors who are using offshore tax havens?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, and I am proud of the role that Canada is playing on the international scene. Tax evasion is a worldwide problem. Everyone, or rather, we are working with all partners at the international level, and the investments that we have made of some $1 billion are showing results. We are going to we have recovered some $25 billion. We have had charges laid. There people are being searched. We have promised to Canadians, and we are keeping our promises.
Okanagan's Milkmeen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians continue to hear this Prime Minister demand tax fairness from them, but when it comes to Liberal Party donors and wealthy insiders, this Prime Minister practices instead tax forgiveness. Now, when will this Prime Minister end his two-tier taxation policy and start making Liberal insiders and donors pay their fair share of Liberal spending, rather than go after hardworking Canadian small business owners and farmers?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that as Minister of National Revenue, I can ensure that there will be no double standard. Everyone must obey the law, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the conditions for having a fair tax system. We promised this during the election campaign, and we took tangible measures. We invested some $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, and that investment is working, and we're going to continue to work for Canadians as they have asked us to do.
Danforth.
The effectiveness and compassion of our immigration system makes Canada an example for the world. But we know that we can always do better, including when it comes to immigration detention. Our government has made great steps on this. And it can be seen in the significant drop in the number of people detained under immigration laws in the last 2 years. Can the Minister please tell us what more the government is doing to ensure that immigration detention, especially for minors, is used as rarely as possible?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
We are working very hard to improve the immigration detention system, and I thank the member for Toronto Danforth for being such a strong advocate. Today I'm announcing a new directive that includes the best interests of the child as a primary factor for the Canadian Border Services Agency when making decisions affecting families. The goal is avoiding children in detention as much as humanly possible. We are committed to an immigration system that protects public safety while treating people with fairness, dignity, and compassion.
The honourable member for Carleton.
New taxes for Morneau Chappelle, 0. New taxes for the finance minister's family company in Barbados, 0. New taxes for the prime minister's multi-million-dollar family trust fund, 0. New taxes for Stephen Bronfman's Cayman Islands tax shelter, 0. That is life in liberal tax paradise. With this hypocrisy now exposed, will the government finally apologize for insulting the integrity of hard-working, tax-paying small business owners across this country?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance to ensure that the tax system is fair for all Canadians. In the past 2 budgets, we invested some $1 billion in order to ensure that taxpayers' money is used wisely. Our plan is working because some $25 billion of undeclared money has been recovered. The CRA is looking into links between Canadian entities and will take appropriate action with regard to the Paradise Papers, and we will continue working for a fair tax system for all of the country. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Yesterday, in her victory speech, the new mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, stated that she intends to appeal to the federal government in order to increase the supply of social housing. 25,000 families are on the waiting list for social housing in Montreal. So the mayoress is adding her voice to calls by the FCM Big City Mayors Caucus to ensure that the national housing strategy preserves and increases the number of social housing units. Has the minister heard these calls? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Plante for her new position as new mayor of Montreal, and I'd like to thank all of the other candidates who worked very hard across Quebec for the municipal elections. And I personally am very eager to meet with Ms. Plante. We will be doing so in the next few weeks. The first national housing strategy in the history of country will bring to Quebec extraordinary opportunities to reinforce the federal government's role in helping families. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, Granby in my riding of Shefford, we have the largest French singing competition in North America. Since 1969, this festival has been an important showcase for highlighting Francophone talent from here across the country. Recently, the Minister of Canadian Heritage made a historical announcement for Canadian creators. Can the Minister tell this House about the measures that she is undertaking to support these artists and to maximize their visibility across the world? The Honourable Minister. Order. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question, Mr. Speaker, and for his work in the cultural sector. We believe in culture, and that is why we invested $2.2 billion in our cultural sector since we took power. And we have also invested $4 billion over 2 years to ensure that in the area of music that we can export our musical talents abroad. And we have invested $125 million over 5 years to relaunch cultural diplomacy and to support our cultural export strategy. Thank you.
Lampton.
Mr. Speaker, as an MP, Terrence Young introduced Vanessa's Law to honor his daughter who died after taking a prescription drug. 3 years ago today, Vanessa's Law received royal assent, yet under this government it sits idle and unenforced. But the Liberals are proposing to undermine the intent of this law even further by making Canadians wait 6 years for reports of injuries and deaths and requiring researchers to sign contracts to never reveal crucial data. Why has the government abandoned Vanessa's Law and the transparency crucial to reducing drug harms and deaths?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to working with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure that all Canadians have access to the prescription drugs in an affordable and accessible way that they require. We will continue to work with all of the affected Canadians on ensuring that this system is fair for all.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, we're at the point where tax havens and the Liberal Party are being mentioned in the same breath. And every time we talk about the Liberal Party and tax havens, the Minister of National Revenue plays us the same cassette. When we learn that Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, and Stephen Bronfman, Liberal luminaries, are hiding millions of dollars in the South, we understand why this government won't act on tax havens. It would rather defend the indefensible instead of cleaning up this mess. Taxes are for other people, not for the PM's cronies. Will the CRE do its work and conduct an investigation into Stephen Bronfman? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, the government was very clear. Our platform stated that we were going to attack tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Over the past year, we've invested some $1 billion that has allowed us to recover $25 billion, Mr. Speaker. We have conducted inquiries. We have launched accusations. We look at 4 jurisdictions per year. That is what Canadians have asked it to do, and we're delivering the goods, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals simply can't be trusted, except to be caught with both hands in the cookie jar. We wondered why they voted against the Bloc Québécois motion on fighting tax shelters. Well, now we know why. It's because that's where they're hiding their money, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party is the party of tax evasion. And they try to tell us that they're defending the middle class. Mr. Speaker, will this government finally act and go after those who use tax shelters to evade taxes, even if they are cronies and families and colleagues? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, this government is firmly committed to taxing tax shelters. We have taken tangible means to do so. Over the past 2 years, we have invested some $1 billion that allow us to recover $25 billion. We have laid charges. We have worked at an international level. We're working with our partners. Our work is not yet done, but we're going to continue. And I can tell you that for us across the way, we have always done much more than what the Bloc Québécois has done.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. The government is committed to making real progress on issues most important to Indigenous peoples, including education. Targeted investments in First Nations education have been made to ensure a brighter future for First Nations children. Nunavut currently has the lowest graduation rate in the country, with only 35% of students graduating. This is 50% lower than the national average. My question is, how and when will similar targeted investments be made for Inuit education in Nunavut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I thank my colleague for his question. In line with our commitment to work with provinces and territories, we recognize that the issues raised by my colleague are very important. I can assure him that they are at the very heart of our preoccupations. Recently, the Finance Ministers met with the organization Inuit Tapirit Kanatami, which represents more than 50,000 Inuits in some communities my colleague has referred to. Our government transferred $1.6 billion in 2017-2018 to Nunavut, and we will continue to work with our partners to make sure that we achieve results for all Canadians and to work with the member. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, October 18, 2017, I will now make a statement commemorating the 150th anniversary of the first meeting of the First Parliament of Canada, after which I invite representatives of all parties in the House to proceed with their own statements. I
invite all members to the Hall of Honor to reveal a decorative window to commemorate this event.
Today we mark an important milestone in Canada's history, the 150th anniversary of the first meeting of the First Parliament. I am honoured that in recognition of this significant chapter in our nation's history, we have in attendance today several of our former Prime Ministers, Speakers and Clerks of the House of Commons. On November 6, 1867, Canada's members of Parliament came together for the first time to begin shaping their new country, writing the laws that would enable their fellow citizens to govern themselves and strengthen our fledgling democracy. En ce jour,
on this day, 150 years ago, our predecessors began this ambitious journey that continues today, that of creating a fair and prosperous country for all of its citizens.
To imagine the enormity of the task before these first parliamentarians. gathered in the chamber that used to stand here, facing the monumental challenge of governing a vast and sprawling country still in its infancy. Consider, too, that in those days, Ottawa was not perhaps the most sophisticated location for Canada's capital. A decade before Confederation, the English essayist and political scientist Goldwin Smith dismissed Ottawa as a subarctic lumber village converted by royal mandate into a political cockpit. J'aimerais ajouter tout de suite.
I would also like to add, to not leave Mayor Jim Watson out, that since that time, Ottawa has significantly improved. It has even become a world-class city. A lot of work has been done in developing it. But there's always more to do.
Any democracy worthy of its name is always a work in progress. And it is our duty as parliamentarians to build on the foundation laid by those first members of Parliament who established the country that it is our privilege to serve. Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
I rise today to highlight a historic date. It is on this day, 150 years ago, that the first Parliament of Canada sat for the very first time. Over many years and sittings that have occurred since then, this House, more than any other institution, has written Canada's history. Men and women have sat in this place to discuss, to legislate, in order to create a better country that is more fair for everyone.
Prime Minister, the great Lester B. Pearson, once said, "We who are elected to serve Canada in Parliament owe those who elect us more than the advocacy of non-controversial ideas." He was right. This House has hosted some of the most important debates and decisions of our time. Within these walls, Canada has been reborn countless times ever since Confederation, and in our progress, we've defined the character of a country. It was here that Agnes MacPhail broke barriers as the first female MP. It was here that we introduced universal health care. It was here that we abolished the death penalty. It was here that same-sex couples were extended the right to marry. Et c'est ici qu'a été débattu.
And it is here that we debated and passed the Official Languages Act. Mr. Speaker, this place has also served to redress some of our most serious faults. We have made apologies for dark and shameful chapters of our history, namely the horrible treatment of Indigenous peoples in the residential school system, as well as the people aboard the Katamakamaroo who were just seeking help. This House has also welcomed some extraordinary guests, including Winston Churchill, Nelson Mandela, and Malala Yousafzai. Indeed, serving in this House is one of the greatest honors that one can aspire to.
Year after year, members sit in this House and do important work on behalf of Canadians. Work that impacts families and communities. Work that shapes the course of people's daily lives. And because of the magnitude of what happens and what can happen, here we won't always agree. But it's the way we disagree that defines us. Let us be women and men of principle and of humility, for we have been bestowed the responsibility to serve, and we must do so honorably. We're lucky to have had strong leaders in this place to remind us of that, folks like Arnold Chen. Let's never lose sight of the fact that we're all here for the same reason, to make our country better and to improve the lives of the people we serve. We may have different ideas on how to get there, but there is always common ground, and if we work together, we will find it. Mr. Speaker, on this historic day, I call on all of us to continue to work hard and to stay true to ourselves. And on that, I'm reminded of something that our 15th Prime Minister once said: "Our hopes are high, our faith in the people is great, our courage is strong, and our dreams for this beautiful country will never die." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for 150 years, our Parliament has been the reflection of Canada and Canadians. It is more than a building. It is the embodiment of our national character, its virtues and its vices, its strengths and its weaknesses.
Ground and been built back up stone by stone. It has heard the echoes of gunfire and felt the blast of a bomb that thankfully detonated mere minutes prematurely. It has rung with cheers of victory at the end of 2 world wars, and it has stood mute witness to the tears of a nation mourning distinguished former members of this House lying in state, from Sir John A. Macdonald to the Honourable Jack Layton. Les mesures législatives.
Legislative measures debated and passed in this House move Canada forward, and unfortunately, sometimes they make it take a step back. Our House has seen legislative measures that support freedoms and some laws that limit them.
Also an institution, and as an institution made of human beings, the outcomes aren't always perfect. À titre de citoyens canadiens,
As Canadian citizens, we should not regret our past. We should never be afraid of admitting our mistakes, and, if it's appropriate, to apologize for them.
Why Prime Minister Harper came to this House 9 years ago and issued an historic apology to former victims of the Indian residential schools on behalf of a country that had failed them. It was appropriate because so many of the decisions that caused so much grief and suffering had been deliberated and in some cases approved right here in this building. That we who have been trusted with the governance of Canada have sometimes failed should not be surprising. This chamber may be made of wood and stone, but the men and women who give it its life are hewn from the crooked timber of humanity. These chairs have supported patriots and heroes, but also a few rogues. So we cannot claim to have always been perfect, but we know, Mr. Speaker, that perfection is not available to us this side of eternity. Yet somehow the motley and imperfect assemblages that have gathered here over the last 150 years have achieved something of a miracle. Together, the members who came before us superintended a Canada that has grown and flourished beyond what anyone in the first Parliament could have dreamed. It is fashionable today to look down on the past, but that is a luxury that we enjoy from heights built by those who preceded us in this chamber. If you look back at our rich history and study the leading figures in its telling and see only the blemishes, then you are missing out on the beautiful story of a country constantly bettering itself and consistently offering a refuge to so many. A story of different parliaments at different times, working through the imperfections of the day. A story that, on the whole, has been a story of hope for so many. A story of prosperity, compassion, liberty, and human rights. To those who deny that we have anything to be proud of as a country, I would pose a simple question. Where else would you have rather lived for the past 150 years? That's not a rhetorical question. It is a straightforward question for which there is only one honest answer. There is nowhere we would have rather lived, no country we would rather call our home. For no country has acquitted herself better at home and abroad than Canada. It is indisputable that the world has been better off for the last 150 years because of Canada. Without the sacrifices of our soldiers, sailors, and airmen, more than 100,000 of whom paid the ultimate sacrifice, while many more came home bearing scars, mental and physical, the work of these sans le génie de nos artistes.
Without the genius of our artists, painters, sculptors, writers, singers, and actors, the world would suffer a real cultural loss. Without the hard work of our men and women who farm, exploit, and develop our landscapes, who fish in our 3 great oceans that surround us, and who work in our cities, factories, and office towers, the world would be a poorer, colder, and more somber place. If we allow ourselves to be blinded by the failures of the past, we will forget our remarkable successes. We must not take for granted our contributions to Canada and the contributions of Canada to the rest of the world.
That we have prospered and flourished is no accident. It is a combination of good fortune and good stewardship. We are fortunate to have inherited the most stable and enduring political system in the world, and we should be grateful to the members of this House who have nurtured and sustained it for the benefit of Canadians and the inspiration of the world. For it is to this House that world leaders have come over the last century to express their admiration of Canada as the very exemplar of peace, order, and good government. It was here that Churchill came in Britain's darkest hour, when Hitler's armies were within sight of English shores, to thank Canada for our support and to display his jowl-shaking defiance in the face of Nazi aggression. Later, we are engaged in a very different kind of war against Soviet imperialism, a battle not just based on geography, but on ideology, a battle to defend the economic freedom that has created untold prosperity for so many millions around the world, yet a freedom that was denied to so many. During that battle, 2 of the great figures of the 20th century, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, each came to this House twice to thank Canada for our friendship and dedication. More recently, Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko came to Canada while his country was suffering under a new Russian imperialism to praise the special partnership between Ukraine and Canada and to salute Canada as a model for Ukraine and for the world. It is in our nature as Canadians to be self-deprecating, but sometimes, maybe once every 150 years, it's okay to acknowledge what the rest of the world tells us. We occupy a special place in the fellowship of free nations, and our institutions, including this Parliament, are the envy of other nations. Now, I'm not asking members of this House to pat ourselves on the back and congratulate ourselves for assuming this awesome duty. Rather, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work here in this House and across Canada to continue the work of those who came before us so that those who come after us, 150 years of now, will consider us worthy of the same gratitude we offer today to our predecessors.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejati-Misquotalia-Basque.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in this House today and join my colleagues in marking the 150th anniversary of the first sitting of this Parliament. Canadians can be truly proud of having built, shaped, and preserved one of the longest uninterrupted parliaments in the world. Every day, we demonstrate to the world how ideas can be debated in a peaceful, civil, and productive manner, with the possible exception of question period. We show how we can come together to make life better for the people who sent us here to represent them. In a country as geographically, linguistically, and ethnically diverse as ours, this is no small achievement.
The NDP can be proud of the firsts that happened here in Parliament. For example, we elected the first openly gay man in this House, and we elected the first female leader of a federal political party in this House, to name just a couple examples. There's no doubt we've made a lot of progress since the time when this Parliament was composed only of white men. We're happy to see that the members who sit in this House much better reflect the people who elected them compared to what happened back in the day.
But we have to be honest that we are nowhere close to where we need to be. We have yet to achieve even near gender balance in this House. The 2015 election sent a record number of women to this chamber, and yet they still only make up a little more than a quarter of the MPs in this House. All parties should use this important anniversary to commit to reaching gender parity in this House as soon as possible. New Democrats and Canadians across the country also believe our Parliament can be made even better by reflecting Canadians' actual voting preferences. Faut être honnête que cette
We need to be honest, this House does not reflect the proportion of votes that each party received in the last election.
If we move towards a proportional system of elections, we could not only make room for new voices, but re-inspire Canadians with the knowledge that their vote truly does matter and their Parliament is truly a reflection of their will. Surely, Mr. Speaker, there's no better way to mark the 150th anniversary of this Parliament than by working to make it more representative. All Canadians will benefit from it. La célébration de notre Parlement.
The celebration of our Parliament wouldn't be complete without mentioning the hard work and devotion of the thousands of staff and civil servants who have ensured the stability of this institution over the years by managing everything that happens behind the scenes.
Committee staff, the legislative support staff, our financial officers, our cafeteria workers, the janitorial staff, the security guards, and every other member of the personnel that I won't be able to mention specifically today. This Parliament literally cannot function without you. Lastly, on behalf of the New Democratic Party, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all Canadians on the 150th anniversary of their Parliament and recommit to making this place a source of pride for our country, but more importantly, a source of the support, solutions, and leadership that will make life better for everyone from coast to coast to coast. Merci et félicitations.
Thank you and congratulations. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate my predecessors who gave a very good tribute to Canada in this 150th year. I'm sure that for them, parliamentarism is something that's very important for them, and that there are many Canadians who are proud of that. But unfortunately, for many Quebecers, it means something different. Mr. Speaker, Canada's 150th doesn't resonate in Quebec, and that's not surprising because Quebecers were never excited about signing on to the BNA Act. They weren't enthusiastic either about Canada's anniversary. For 150 years, Quebec has been consistently weakened by the decisions made in this House. For example, in World War I, the federal government temporarily started taxing Quebecers. The war was over, but all of the heroes who served, all of their descendants continue to pay taxes now. The federal government continues not to provide enough services to Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, this is an anniversary that federal parties, that Quebec parties would have preferred not to recognize. Quebec was not allowed to manage its own culture, education, or information. Given the current government's decision concerning Netflix, it's sad to see that provincial jurisdiction in Quebec has been replaced by federal incompetence. They're denying the existence of the Quebec nation through the Constitution of Canada. Even today, they've refused. Quebec has refused to sign this document, which refuses to recognize our distinct society. This is the place where the Clarity Act was passed, which denies basic democracy to Quebecers. So what is being celebrated today is the weakening of Quebec in the framework of Canadian federalism. At the time of Confederation, Quebec had 50% of the representatives in the House, but the next day they only had a third. Today we have even fewer. At the first sitting of the House of Commons under the Dominion of Canada, do you know what the first exchange was, Mr. Speaker? Well, it had to do with the appointment of your predecessor. After only 10 minutes, the member for Quebec, and actually from Montcalm, had to complain because John A. Macdonald wanted to appoint a unilingual Anglophone speaker. He didn't think that it was and there hasn't been much courtesy since then. 150 years later, we're still having similar debates. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a huge honor for me to speak today as part of these celebrations of the 150th anniversary of this House of Commons.
I'm grateful for my colleagues. There's an opportunity for the Green Party to mark the 150th sitting of the Parliament of Canada. I want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation and say how very grateful we all are for the perpetual generosity of Indigenous peoples in this country to be willing to consider our meek efforts at reconciliation. I note that at 150 years old, our democracy here, our Parliament, meeting at first November 6, 1867, was a bit late. 100 years earlier, the first parliamentary representative democracy in North America met in Nova Scotia. And Nova Scotians in 2008 celebrated the 250th. Imagine that I can stand here today on our 150th occasion in the presence in the gallery of 4 extraordinary Canadians. Each one of them I hold in such respect and affection that the Right Honourable John Turner, the Right Honourable Joe Clark, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, and the Right Honourable Paul Martin would be here for this celebration, as well as our former speakers, John Bosley and Peter Milliken. This is an extraordinary moment. Et quand j'ai dit encore, c'est vrai.
And I just want to say again, I'm so proud, and I feel that I have the privilege, not the right, but the privilege to participate in this debate.
Back at Halifax and the 250th anniversary, we're all Pikers. The longest continuous participatory democracy on the planet is the 800-year-old Iroquois Confederacy of the Haudenosaunee. So we have learned parliamentary democracy. We've learned the Parliament from the word parler. We know that we are here to speak with each other, to work together, to respect each other, and to work to earn the respect of our constituents who sent us here, not to blow our own horn, but to carry their cares and concerns to this place. I couldn't agree more with our Right Honourable Prime Minister that one of the greatest parliamentarians that I've ever had the privilege to know and work with left us too soon when we lost Arnold Chan. It is his words I think of today. That call in his last speech, the last time he had this physical strength to stand in this place and call on us to respect each other. But I also ask us to look around. We are in this room, what a privilege, day in and day out, but how often do we look, and almost, I'm afraid I'm going to go in a friendly giant direction, look up, look way up. There's a reason that this magnificent chamber dwarfs its occupants. This room is not about us as members of Parliament. This room is about democracy. It's about Canada. We are very tiny in this space because our role is to represent something far bigger than ourselves. We are here for Canada. We're here for a country that we are blessed to live in, blessed to know and love, and we are to cherish that democracy. I think this room dwarfs us for a reason. Merci à tous mes collègues.
Thank you to all my colleagues. Thank you to Canada. And congratulations.
I'd
like to thank all members who spoke today on behalf of the parties.
Hills is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just if you'll indulge me for a few seconds, just for the historical record, while it was the first meeting of the Parliament of Canada here some 150 years ago, it was not the first meeting that took place in this very chamber 150 years ago. The very first meeting that took place here was the last session of the Parliament of the United Province of Canada that met here for its last time before Confederation. And for the record, I'd like that to be noted because this building has a very deep history indeed.
Well, this may not be a point of order. It's a good point of history, and I thank that member for Wellington, Halton Hills for it. Orders of the day. No, excuse me, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting its participation at the second gathering of the Parliamentary Network on Climate Change held in Panama City, Panama on August 3rd and 4th, 2017.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Non-Tariff Trade Barriers to the Sale of Agricultural Products in Relation to Free Trade Agreements.
109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Okay. Mr. Duval, seconded by Ms. Trudel, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Company's Creditors Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance programs. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take this time to thank my seconder, my colleague, who's done great work and works very, very hard in this House and also has helped me out a lot on this bill. So thank you very kindly. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a private member's bill titled An Act to Amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Company's Creditors Arrangement Act. This bill amends the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the CCAA so that companies will have to bring any pension plan fund to 100% before paying any other secured creditors.
Hear, hear.
It also makes amendments to require companies to pay any termination or severance pay owing before paying any secured creditors.
Hear, hear.
Other amendments will prevent a company from stopping the payment of any post-retirement benefits during any proceedings under the BIA or CCAA. These amendments will inject some fairness into a process that has seen the interests of workers, retirees, and their families placed behind all others. We must fix the imbalances to current legislation and provide Canadian workers, retirees, and their families the protection they expect and deserve. I am hopeful that my colleagues in Parliament will put aside their partisan differences and support this bill. Canadian workers, retirees and their families deserve no less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Duval, seconded by Ms. Trudel, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions? Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper? Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to introduce today, both which are issues near and dear to my heart. The first is a petition where the petitioners recognize that climate change is drastically affecting the flow rates of the Cowichan River and the Cowichan Valley, and it's posing a threat to both fish and fish habitat. And so recognizing that and recognizing the strong federal role and jurisdiction in that area, the petitioners are calling on the federal government to fund the raising of the Lake Cowichan Weir so we may better control the flow rates in that very important river. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, has to do with constituents who really want strong action to clean up abandoned vessels. And I have to recognize my colleague, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, because the petitioners are calling on this government to support her bill C-352 and immediately get the federal government to be a main player to do some much-needed work to clean up our coasts. We're a coastal nation, and this is needed by many constituents, both in my area and across this great country. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll try that again. Presenting petitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1153, question 1157, question 1159, question 1160, question 1162, question 1171, and question 1172. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number question 1149 to question 1152, question 1154 to question 1156, question 1158, question 1161, question 1163-2, question 1167, question 1169, and question 1170 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 2.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mercredi.
Pursuant to the order adopted, I would like to inform the House that because of the statements made earlier today, the government orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Employment, who has 5 minutes remaining. Oh, I'm sorry. Those are.
Speaker, it's a great pleasure to rise.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. She has full time. I misread the monitor here. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise in this place to talk about the Budget Implementation Act. Monsieur le Président, avant de...
Mr. Speaker, before speaking to the Budget Implementation Act, I would like to talk about the measures that the government has taken to date in order to give all Canadians, including middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it, opportunities to succeed as they need.
On the 1% so that we could lower them for the middle class. And then we brought in the new Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. As a result of our CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more in benefits than they did under the previous system. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, the CCB is more generous and it better reaches those who need it the most. And recently, as announced in the fall economic statement, we're helping those who need it most by enhancing the Canada Child Benefit, indexing it to the rising cost of living. We're also strengthening the Canada Pension Plan, increasing the benefit for workers by as much as 50%, and this will not only help those who are retired now have more money in their pockets, but it will also help future retirees save enough for a dignified retirement. On top of that, our government is doing more to help those working hard to join the middle class by enhancing the working income tax benefit by an additional $500 million per year starting in 2019. We know that many people work long hours, sometimes in more than one job, to advance their careers and to support themselves and their families. And by letting low-income workers take home more money, the working income tax benefit offers real help to 1.5 million Canadians. And the steps that we've taken to date, Mr. Speaker, are having a real positive impact on our economy and for Canadians. Optimism is on the rise, and for good reason. Job creation is strong, with over 500,000 new jobs created since we took office, and the unemployment rate is at its lowest level since 2008. Youth unemployment is at a historic low. And Canada is the fastest-growing economy in the G7 by a wide margin, growing at an average rate of 3.7% over the last year, which is the fastest pace of growth since early 2006. Growth is forecast to be 3.1% in 2017, significantly above expectations at the beginning of the year. The fiscal outlook has improved by more than $6.5 billion annually on average from what was projected in Budget 2017 last March. And that's why we're here today, to consider and discuss the important measures contained in Bill C-63. Now let me describe just a few of the key elements briefly, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, cette loi d'exécution.
Mr. Speaker, this Budget Implementation Act supports the middle class and those working hard to join it by protecting the rights of workers in federally regulated industries with regards to flexible work arrangements.
We face pressure to balance work and family responsibilities. We all know a single parent struggling to find balance, or someone who's taking care of an aging parent, or even someone who's supporting a spouse through chemotherapy. Our government was elected on a commitment to give workers in federally regulated workplaces the right to request flexible work arrangements, and we're delivering on that commitment. Things like flexible start and finish times, or the ability to work from home, will benefit both employers and employees through increased productivity, lower absenteeism, and greater retention. Budget 2017 also contained a gender-based analysis, ensuring that the implications of budgetary measures on men and women are considered thoroughly. Our government believes that having a meaningful and transparent discussion around gender and other intersecting identities will help us better understand the challenges that Canadians face and will help us make informed decisions to advance the goals of gender equality, fairness, and stronger workforce participation. We know that our prosperity relies on the participation of all Canadians, so our efforts are focused on ensuring that our growth as a country leaves no one behind. Our government also recognizes that young Canadians today face challenges when it comes to finding and maintaining good, well-paying jobs. Many young Canadians tell us that not being able to get meaningful work experience is a significant barrier to getting that good job. And while internships can give young Canadians the hands-on work experience they need to make that successful transition to the workplace, some internships, in particular those that are unpaid, can be unfair and exploitive. The Budget Implementation Act proposes to eliminate unpaid internships in federally regulated sectors where the internships are not part of a formal education program. These changes will also ensure that unpaid interns who are part of an educational program are entitled to labour standard protections such as maximum hours of work, weekly days of rest, and general holidays. It is the right thing to do for our young people who are trying to gain that necessary work experience to enter the labour force. Now, small businesses, Mr. Speaker, are a key driver of our economy and a cornerstone of communities across the country. As our plan works to grow the economy, small businesses see the benefits of that growth with lower taxes. Our government committed to reducing the small business tax rate to 9% from 11%, effective January 1st, 2019, while ensuring that Canadian-controlled private corporation status is not used to reduce personal income tax obligations for high-income earners rather than supporting small businesses. And this means up to $7,500 in federal corporate tax savings per year that will help entrepreneurs and innovators do what they do best. Mr. Speaker, our government's plan to grow the economy is indeed working. Because of our strong economic growth, we continue to invest in the middle class and those working hard to join it. And whether it's ensuring more families can pay for the high cost of raising a family, ensuring more low-income workers can make ends meet, or implementing flexible work arrangements, smart investments like this will ensure that more Canadians have that fair chance at success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her comments and applaud the government for moving forward on a number of changes to the Canada Labour Code. And I guess I just would like to hear her comments on some of the unpaid leave provisions, especially those for victims of domestic violence. I've brought to the House's attention and before is that the unpaid domestic abuse for victims of domestic abuse may prevent many women from accessing that unpaid leave because of the dynamics or the things that happen within a relationship where victims are often controlled economically by their partner, and that being able to access an unpaid leave may be a barrier for those, because coming home with a paycheck less than it's supposed to be may cause the abuser to take that out on the victim. And so I guess I'm just asking the government to be open to looking at this leave to make it paid so it actually is accessible to all victims of domestic violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Employment.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her obvious compassion for women who are living in violent situations, and of course the leave that will be included that is included in this act is intended to address just that. And we know that oftentimes one of the prohibiting factors for a woman who is fleeing domestic violence is, will she be able to take leave and be able to have that job back as she sorts out the details of her life that have to be sorted out when you're leaving a partner, especially in a really urgent situation. And so I'm proud of the fact that this leave is thoughtfully included in the types of leave that is available to women. I think that, or to all people experiencing domestic violence, but generally speaking women, I think that it is an incredibly important acknowledgement of this government that understands that women need that time in order to settle their affairs so that they can move forward into either a safe space or into a new circumstance and have their jobs protected while they're arranging their affairs.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask the Minister specifically. I know how important the Student Summer Jobs Programme is to the students and young people in my riding, and how the increased funding and literally double the funding has helped increase that and give them their first job in some cases. I wonder if the Minister could comment on what she's hearing on that programme right across the country.
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for the great question. And he's absolutely right. Part of my summer was spent meeting with with students all across the country and the various communities that I had an opportunity to visit, to talk to them about how that experience was transforming their lives, not just from the ability to earn a little bit of money to put towards either school expenses or other expenses that they might have, but also to gain that tangible first-time, often, job experience. One community that I I visited, actually the executive director of this not-for-profit organization had started with that organization as a Canada Summer Job student. Can you imagine that? 25 years later, she was actually running the program. And you're absolutely right. Our government committed to doubling the Canada Summer Jobs, and that's in fact what we've done. And so this investment is resulting in MPs from all across this House having the ability to ensure that students in their riding are getting that formative job experience in really great organizations that are either contributing to the wellness and social fabric of their community, or those entrepreneurs that are running small businesses, so students get that variety of experience all across the country. Thank you.
I just want to clarify. I'm sure the Honourable Minister didn't mean I was absolutely right. She meant that the Honourable Member for Avalon was absolutely right. I just want to remind the Honourable Members to speak through the Chair. We have time for a very quick question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
People have told me recently that under federal jurisdiction in the non-union sector, if employees are sick, they don't get any pay. There's no requirement for paid sick leave under the Canada Labour Code. And of course, this leads to people coming to work sick or actually being punished for being sick because they lose a day's wages. I'm wondering if the Honourable Minister has any thoughts on maybe amending the Canada Labour Code to require employers to give, say, 3 or 4 paid sick leave days a year to the non-unionized workers of this country.
And my honourable colleague raises an important part of my mandate, and of course it's on the mind of the Prime Minister that, in fact, we need to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, often those who are young or those who are working at low wages, have the best possible scenario in their workplace. And that's why we've actually just started those consultations on looking at the Canada Labour Code and how we can improve the Canada Labour Code to protect most poignantly those very vulnerable workers. And so I look forward to working with him in those consultations and hearing the members' thoughts about what needs to be included in the revision. The Canada Labour Code was last thoughtfully looked at in the 60s in its entirety, and I'm very much looking forward to that work. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-63, which is Act Number 2, relating to certain provisions, to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament and other measures. So it's important that we talk about the budget to ensure that everything is being done to fulfill the requirements of our citizens that have to do with sustainable development. The 3 pillars of sustainable development are the economy, society, and the environment. And that is how I'm going to address the bill that is before us today. First, we need to realize, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand a troubling fact. Yesterday, we learned that the Paradise Papers mentioned some very high-ranking fundraisers of the Prime Minister's. They are caught up in this scheme, and under Bill C-63, there is no measure provided for to tackle tax avoidance and tax evasion in a concrete manner. So it's going to maintain tax loopholes for stock options for rich CEOs, and it won't ask these people to pay their fair share. So it's somewhat ironic, Mr. Speaker, when we realize that today at the question period, we asked dozens of questions. We in the NDP asked a number of questions to find out what the Liberal government is going to do to prevent billions of dollars from being hidden in tax havens. And we were told that they are going to continue doing the same thing. They're not going to amend this bill to stop legalizing this sham. It's really fraud that's taking place and is being legalized because there are a number of millionaires and billionaires who are being allowed to hide their money in tax shelters and not pay their fair share. And because of that, Canadians see their tax pressure increase because other people are not paying their fair share. So this bill should be tackling tax evasion much more vigorously. In addition, before the budget was tabled, the NDP we wrote the Minister of Finance asking him to include certain provisions in it to make our society fairer and greener. And unfortunately, none of those provisions were included in the budget. And I'll come back to that later in my speech. And lastly, Bill C-63 contains a certain number of positive measures. That is the changes to the Canada Labour Code for employees under federal jurisdiction to allow them flexible work arrangements, and the extension of incentives for geothermal energy. But those are very minimum incentives compared to the changes that need to be made.
Mr. Speaker, today in Bonn, we're starting the conference, COP23. In 2015, when the Canadian government went to Paris, we heard the Prime Minister say Canada is back. Unfortunately, Canada was back with the old targets set by Stephen Harper, with just about the same measures as those set out by Stephen Harper, and therefore very little progress. In that respect, I have an article from Le Devoir, published on October 31st, saying that the United Nations is worried about the catastrophic gap between promises and action. There are lovely promises, but not the necessary actions to move forward. And this is a good example. And the text also indicated that there's a catastrophic gap between the national promises for limiting greenhouse gas emissions and the reductions that would have to be made to keep the climate warming under 2 degrees Celsius. Mr. Speaker, that's just to illustrate that we would be expecting in an economic update where we are starting the climate change conference, that there would be measures to make an energy transition, but there's almost nothing. In a letter that we had sent, we made recommendations. We had sent this letter to the Minister of Finance. Recently, again, The Lancet, regarding pollution and health, published a very important report, an extensive report. It's extraordinarily detailed, scientific. Specialists in health made a report, and their conclusions are very significant. And you'll see that when we were talking about sustainable development, society, the economy, and the environment all go together. And here, they put a finger on a serious problem, which is that dangerous climate changes have serious effects on population health. And here, we're talking about pollution, but also climate change. And there's an excerpt from this report by The Lancet on pollution and health. Pollution is the greatest environmental threat when it comes to illness, as well as premature death in the world. In 2015, illness caused by pollution led to 9 million premature deaths. 16% of all the deaths in the world. 3 times more than death caused by AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. Imagine that. That's what I'm saying. That's not what the text says. 15 times higher than any form of violence. In the countries most deeply affected, illness linked to pollution causes 1 death out of 4. You can see, Mr. Speaker, that's a quote from the summary of the Lancet on pollution and health. Why is it so important to fight climate change and pollution, Mr. Speaker? It's important, and unfortunately, the efforts in Canada are very weak. We need a broad program to ensure energy efficiency. On the Hill, we've had people who came to meet us to talk to us about the importance of fighting climate change. And one of the ways was to invest in energy efficiency. Not only does it create jobs, because we need people to renovate, it also improves the conditions of people who live in houses that were perhaps badly heated. It reduces heating costs, as well as air conditioning costs. And finally, it reduces negative impact of pollution and climate change. It's got positive effects everywhere, and yet the federal government has done nothing. Another important thing when we talk about climate change and the environment, Mr. Speaker, is all the recommendations that we can find in the recommendations of the Green Budget. All of those recommendations should have been included by the government of the day. One of the recommendations is international funding of fighting climate change. Yes, we're suffering, but imagine the countries that suffer most. They are the poorest. We need to offer help to those countries to allow them to adapt to climate change, because we are the principal emitters and they are those who suffer the most. One of the things that's mentioned that we should think about is that the federal government could participate more thanks to funding through a tax on fuel that is used for international modes of transportation. Currently, aviation and maritime transportation are not targeted in the fight against climate change. Taxing the fuel for these types of transportation would allow us to redistribute funding to fight climate change around the world. There's a lot of other solutions. Unfortunately, you're telling me that my time is up. I would have liked to have time to talk about the circular economy, but unfortunately, my time is up. But these are all examples, Mr. Speaker, of everything that is missing in C-63 in this economic update. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from the NDP party for his statement and intervention here this afternoon. But he spoke about tax avoidance and economic updates and what government is doing for tax cheaters and whatnot. I wonder if he could give this House an update, Mr. Speaker, through you, and if the so-called inappropriate spending of taxpayers' money that was used on satellite offices totaling over $2.7 million. Can he update this House on if any of that money had been paid back, if all of it will be paid back, including interest? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I would like to talk about fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. Canadians are very interested, and they want to know what's going on. The Paradise Papers. After the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, Mr. Speaker. Who's named in the Paradise Papers? The chief financier of the Prime Minister. When we ask the Liberals, are you going to fight tax evasion and really fight tax evasion, and we wonder why they don't act, well, we understand why, because they are very too close to those who abuse the system, and we need tax reform to do that as quickly as possible. Questions and comments?
Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very cogent speech. Mr. Speaker, it's what's not in this budget update bill that is most troubling. In the budget that they tabled, I know it by heart, page 149, 150, lots of promises to support the conversion towards a cleaner energy Canada, but the vast majority of the dollars aren't coming until after the next election. The Auditor General has been calling on this government to move forward on its commitment to deal with and reduce and phase out the perverse subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. The grants and subsidies amounting more than $6 billion a year. I wonder if the member could speak to that, about how disappointing that is, how little this government is doing to deliver on its commitments.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I would really like to thank my colleague, Ms. Strathcona, for her question. It's an extremely important question. I say it in almost every speech, but I forgot to mention it this time. But that's significant. $1.3 billion of subsidies to fossil fuels. Imagine that. We could redirect those funds quickly towards renewables, energy efficiency, a real transition to a low-carbon economy. That's where we need to go immediately. And we always forget what direction we're going in. And we always forget about the North, which really needs renewable energy, and there's almost nothing in the Liberals' budget right now. And I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, the recommendations of the Coalition for a Green Budget. It's not the first year they've made these recommendations. They're there in black and white. We need to take back the money that we distribute in subsidies to fossil fuels and use that money for a transition towards a green economy. It is urgent, and unfortunately the government is just twiddling its thumbs.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. Question très courte.
A very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to stay calm, but we are currently in court on that matter. And I swear to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for Winnipeg North, that not only are we going to win in court, but after, you're going to owe us an apology to those who did that through the Board of Internal Economy, behind closed doors. We are not allowed to talk about it and say what we have to say. It doesn't bother me, Mr. Speaker, to leave things like that. In court, we're going to defend ourselves, don't worry. But the reality is what? It's that, once again, after the Panama Papers, we now have the Paradise Papers. And who is being covered in doubt? Once again, it is the chief financier of the Prime Minister who gave no answers during question period. It's disappointing. We need action, and we haven't seen any.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Alfred Bellin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to speak today on Bill C-63, the Budget Implementation Act number 2. This act implements certain measures of our budget for 2017. Since our election, we've worked to invest in the economy in order to make sure that it works for the middle class. We've lowered taxes for the middle class, implemented a Canada Child benefit that is more fair, that is revenue-based and not taxable. We've made sure to benefit those who need it most and allow them to pay for activities, warm clothes, school supplies, or tuition. In my riding of Alfred Bellin last year, more than 17,000 children among 10,000 families benefited from the Canada Child benefit. That's more than $5 million that went directly into the pockets of those families, which were then able to spend that money in local businesses or on sports activities and cultural activities offered by local organizations. We can understand that this is beneficial not only for families, but for our entire economy. Every one of us benefits from this strong economic growth. We've also improved the financial security of our seniors by improving the guaranteed income supplement and by making sure that eligible seniors are automatically registered. We put the age of retirement back to 65, and as of 2019, the Canada Pension Plan will be improved. We've also implemented a tax credit and EI benefits for caregivers. This is a very important file for me, having been a caregiver for my mother for many years. I am proud to see the work that we've accomplished in this field in order to allow people who take care of their loved ones who are ill to have access to measures that give them some financial respite. Of course, we've created an ambitious infrastructure program as well in order to stimulate the economy, create jobs that are of high quality in order to build modern, green, solid communities, without including our historic investments in social housing, which will meet important needs in our communities for affordable housing. We're also investing in grants and loans programs for innovations, which promotes the well-being, growth, and revitalization of the potential of all Canadians. That summarizes very quickly a few of our budgetary measures. Let's talk about Bill C-63, which is one of the key points of our budgetary plan. 10 minutes is not enough to talk about every single measure in it. I would therefore like to focus on a measure that seems especially important for all Canadians. This is a measure that changes the Canada Labour Code. For the benefit of my colleagues and those who are listening, it's Section 8 of Part 5 that amends the Criminal Code in order to make sure that employees have the right to make a request for flexible work hours of their working conditions towards their employer, to take leave for family reasons, leave for victims of domestic violence of more than 10 days, and leave for traditional Indigenous practices 5 days. It also amends certain measures regarding hours of work, overtime, annual leave, holidays, and bereavement leave in order to offer working conditions that are more flexible. In short, our government is creating measures for workers under federal jurisdiction to be able to ask for more flexible working conditions. And let's be realistic. These types of measures, which will benefit women the most, are often those who have to deal with work-life balance, because the care and tasks linked to children and the home often falls upon their shoulders more so than men. These measures will allow all workers, men and women, to ask their employer to change their schedule. For example, to be able to match up with the hours of their child's daycare or school. It would also open up the possibility for working remotely, for example, during PD days. Those are just a few examples among many other family situations that can require more flexibility when it comes to working hours. Section 8 creates new leaves, 3 days for family obligations when one's child is sick, or one of our parents or someone close to us is hospitalized. We want to be with them in order to offer care and ensure their well-being. Employees under federal jurisdiction will be able to benefit from these days of leave for family obligations. We're also creating leave for domestic violence. A woman who decides to get out of a violent situation is vulnerable. It's extremely stressful. Often, they cannot go to work for a few days, and they don't know what type of leave to ask for in order to justify their absence. This 10 days of leave could encourage women victims of violence to leave a violent situation knowing that they have leave that they can use without being penalized. This change to the Canada Labour Code is a concrete example of the determination of our government to improve living conditions of workers, both men and women, who make up the middle class. Although many employers already have policies to establish work-life balance, and they offer some flexibility when it comes to working hours, by changing the criminal code, we are saying clearly and officially that it's not just a matter of will. It's not just a matter of goodwill. This is an important principle. It is essential. It is part of the rights of employees. They are entitled to ask for more flexibility and for leave in order to reconcile their family life obligations. No one should have to choose between a job and their child. It is time, in 2017, that the workplace adapts itself to the realities of different families and to the obligations that some of them require. I will conclude by saying that the middle class is at the heart of the commitments we are making and the measures that we are implementing. A strong economy that benefits our entire country. A strong economy rests on families and a middle class that has access to jobs, high-quality jobs, who have enough income in order to make sure that they can spend and have access to opportunities that will allow them to reach the full potential of both people and businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come on.
Questions and comments.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our presenter across the way. I find it interesting in terms of the economic viability and the direction. So when the Liberals always said that they were going to have this small deficit of $10 billion, and now it's actually over double that. The debt is increasing at a rate not seen before. Our deficit, there's no projection ever in which you're going to balance the budget. We know now that the tax laws that have been brought in are actually targeting the middle class and protecting those of the very wealthy and the friends of those that are protected around the finance minister and the minister and the prime minister. 80% of the middle class are paying more tax now, about $840, than they were before you took office 2 years ago. Why are you taxing the middle class and protecting and sheltering those wealthy Liberal friends?
Again, I want to remind the honourable members to address their questions through the Speaker. I appreciate that. I'll have to that, Fred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pinot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his question. I understand that the opposition is obsessed about the numbers of the deficit, but it's the debt to GDP ratio that is actually the most important figure to look at. Now, that ratio was 32.5% when we came to power, and it's gone down steadily. Today, it stands at 30.5%, and it will continue to decrease. Furthermore, according to our forecasts, this ratio will hit its lowest point since the 1970s. We managed to get that far because the economy is doing well and our plan is working. The revenue incomes are good and people are confident.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I know on this side of the House we welcome the changes to the Canada Labour Code that will allow employees more flexibility at work. Of course, also prohibiting unpaid internships. But I guess a couple of things I'd like the honourable member to respond to. I think what really would have helped those working hard to get into the middle class would have been a federal minimum wage and a pay equity legislation. So those things need to happen to actually really have an impact on those vulnerable folks and those who are not making enough money to make ends meet. But my final comment, I would like to sort of share with the member that the unpaid leave for victims of domestic violence is going to pose a barrier, especially to those women who are poor. We know that women who suffer in relationships of domestic violence, that they are often economically controlled by their partner. So their ability to access unpaid leave to deal with issues like lawyers and childcare, and then to have to go home and interact with someone who now knows that they have brought home less income and wants to know why, is a huge barrier for women trying to access unpaid leave. And I'm really encouraging the government to be open to make those leave paid leave so that they are accessible to all women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I'm always surprised to see how the NDP is opposed to some of our key measures, which actually benefit those with low or medium incomes. For example, in the 2016 budget, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit. That reduces poverty among children by 40%. And the NDP voted against it. I'm surprised that the NDP would be against that. It's an honor for me to come here to talk about these budgetary initiatives from 2016 and 2017 that put Canada on the path to growth, job creation, and prosperity. Since we came to power, we ensured that we would keep Canada on the path toward growth that would benefit the middle class and which would benefit everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague across the way who gave us some information, but I'm going to try and disprove what he says because it doesn't really match with the facts. Now, I'm pleased to rise in the House to talk about the second Budget Implementation Act, which would implement some of the provisions of the budget, which was tabled on March 22nd, 2017. Straight off, I would remind everyone that this Saturday, so the November 4th, was the second anniversary of this Liberal government coming to power. They're applauding, but I'm not sure that all Canadians would. Certainly on this side of the House, we're not applauding. Now, what have been the results from those 2 years? Well, broken promises, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to inform viewers that I don't want to be alarmist. I simply want to communicate the facts, and Canadians have enough judgment to understand what's really going on. I'm sure they won't be blinded by the words and the camera flashes that surround our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Liberals went out to meet Canadians, and they said a few things, but this is a very important thing. They said, trust us, vote for us. We are going to run a small deficit of $10 billion. And I promise, dear Canadians, that in 2019, we will balance the budget again. Wow. They were applauding earlier, but they're not applauding now, Mr. Speaker. $10 billion the first year. But now, after the first year, they're at $18 billion. This year, $20 billion. 2018, $18 billion. And their promise was that in 2019 it would be balanced. So 2019, of course, the fixed date for the next election. In the fall economic update, there was $17 billion, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you add that all up, does that equal balancing the budget in 2019? No, if you add it up, I get $73 billion of deficit. under 4 years of Liberal government. Wow. They admitted that the balance would never be balanced. What hypocrisy. What a lack of respect toward Canadians who trusted them. It's unacceptable. But we're stuck with them for the next 2 years. We've got to live with them. But I want you to know, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be doing our job as the opposition. They promised transparency and a new way of governing. Wow. The Minister of Finance is acting like a king who thinks that he's above the law. He says that he had a blind trust for his company, of which he is the shareholder, Morneau Chappelle. But it took 2 years and a huge amount of work from the opposition to get the minister to actually react. A few weeks ago, after having been taken by the hand by the ethics commissioner, he finally managed to understand the form to declare his assets and to talk about placing them in a blind trust. But I think that people at home understand what the situation is. Now, he tabled a bill that had to do with the retirement plan in Canada. Mr. Speaker, up until very recently, he was a shareholder of Morneau Chappelle. And do you know what Morneau Chappelle does? It manages pension plans. So he's working on both sides here. He's tabling a bill. Yep, he's tabling it. And then his shareholders, his colleagues, are profiting from that bill. Mr. Speaker, do you know how much money he gets? And I'm not talking about his parliamentarian salary. Do you know how much he got from being a Morneau Chappelle shareholder? Well, $65,000 a month. Wow. And let's not forget his villa in Europe and the many companies that we've been trying to get him to tell us about because, Mr. Speaker, we suspect that the Minister of Finance has other places that his money is. Certainly he hasn't given us any cause not to believe that. Now, if he wants to be proven innocent, he can, but until then, I think we won't believe him until he proves it concretely. Now, this is not a dictatorship here. This is a democracy here in Canada. The minister and his prime minister are not above the laws. They don't have the right to exploit honest Canadians. Now, that was my introduction, but now let's get to the heart of the matter. Bill 63, which is an omnibus bill. My colleague addressed you last week, Mr. Speaker, and asked you for an analysis of Article 69.1, which the Liberals set up last June. And I'm just going to read it so people understand. When a government bill aims to modify, repeal more than one act, which have to do with unrelated subjects, the Speaker may divide these questions for the votes, especially if it has to do with second reading, sending it to committee, or third reading and passing of the bill. The Speaker can combine the different articles of the bill thematically and separate questions according to theme so that there can be a separate debate for each one. But in Bill C-63, the government has tried to hide a whole series of different measures. For example, in June, they tried to put in regulations, but they're not even able to manage that. They're all confused about how to manage this. Now, what about the Asian bank, the Asian Infrastructure Bank? In the budget presentation last March, it mentioned $256 million for the Asian Investment Bank. But what we see here in this bill is $375 million. And yes, you heard that right, Mr. Speaker, $375 million American, which is actually $480 million Canadian. Well, no problem. Just keep spending. Just keep spending. We'll take the money from Canadian taxpayers, from the middle class. In other words, this omnibus budget implementation bill proposes something that wasn't even planned at the beginning. Mr. Speaker, you have the power to divide the different aspects of the bill. So $224 million more for this Asian infrastructure bank. It's not even the Canadian infrastructure bank. That's a whole other problem. This is the Asian bank. And they're taking $224 million more than they said, and they're going to send it to this bank in Asia. Well, that's one way of doing things, I guess. This minister doesn't make any sense. They are spending in a very reckless manner. We recently learned from the Fraser Institute that 80% of middle-class families are paying more in taxes than they did under Mr. Harper. Wow. They give money to Canadians, but then they take twice as much money back from them. This is money taken out of Canadians' pockets, middle-class Canadians' pockets. And it's not the Minister of Finance saying that. It's the Fraser Institute, and I trust them. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time left, so I'm going to jump to the conclusion here. Mr. Speaker, I can't support this government and this Minister of Finance who tried to make honest Canadian citizens believe that the minister is worthy of the office. There is enormous doubt about his credibility and integrity. He needs to respect the laws and prove himself innocent. This finance minister is definitely, his reputation is definitely stained. Now, the Minister of Finance needs to come back to reality and manage our public finances in a sensible fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the consistent comments that we get from the Conservative opposition is concerns in regards to the issue of deficits. And I think it's important for us to realize a bit of the history of deficits. When you look at Stephen Harper as Prime Minister, Stephen Harper inherited multi-billion-dollar surplus, Mr. Speaker. And he turned that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit even before the Canadian recession got underway. Year after year after year, the Harper government had nothing but deficit after deficit. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I suspect you will find that the Harper government likely accumulated more in those annual deficits than the history of any other Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in terms of real dollars. My question to the member is, given just how disastrous the Harper government was in dealing with the deficit, why should any Liberal, or let alone any government, take advice from a Conservative government that did so poorly and generated so little in terms of actual economic activity, especially compared to what we've done in the last couple of years?
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is very colorful, but that doesn't mean that you can say things that don't make any sense. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, the debt-to-GDP ratio was the lowest it's ever been, so you can't just say anything you want in the House. I think it's important that my colleague doesn't just say whatever he wants. It's important to add that we left our House in order. We left in 2015. We left the government with a surplus. Today, we're talking about $18 billion in debt, or that was 2016. Now we're talking about $20 billion in debt this year. So this is unacceptable for the last 2 years. And I want to add something, Mr. Speaker. What they did, they've hurt Canadians by eliminating tax credits for children, for sports, for artistic activities, for post-secondary teaching. They've eliminated income splitting for families. They've reduced the TFSA limit and the public tax credit and so many other things.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting listening to this discussion about Liberals pointing out that the Conservatives ran 7 straight deficits in this House between 2008 and 2015. They did balance it in the last year, and now the Conservatives yelling at the Liberals for another 6 to 10 deficits in a row. It's listening to Liberals and Conservatives accuse each other of running deficits all the time is not very productive. What's interesting, though, is what both parties have in common is that they're not willing to address the fundamental basics of deficits. Deficits are easy, Canadians know it. It means that we're spending more money than we take in. Now, the Conservatives did it after a recession, so at least they had the economic conditions where we had to prime the economy from 2008 to 2011. The Liberals are going into deficit when the economy is firing on all cylinders. Now, traditional Keynesian thinking would be that you run deficits when you have poor economic times and you pay down those deficits when you have good economic times. So I'm not sure what economic philosophy the Liberals are following. My question is this. The bottom line is you have to have your revenue match your expenditures. So my question to my honourable colleague is, would he suggest that this government cut spending right now, or would he agree with the New Democrats and say that we have to raise some revenue in an equitable manner, maybe by restoring the corporate income tax up a couple of points so that we can actually get our budget back in balance by getting more revenue into government?
L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to recognize that he recognized that we managed the economy carefully at a time when we had an astronomical financial crisis. We were the first country to get out of it, so I'd like to thank my colleague for recognizing that. Now, what I would suggest, I think we need to stop spending recklessly without any vision. In a particular context, it's okay to have a deficit. But you have to have the objective of getting back to a balanced budget. You have to be able to manage things responsibly. I have programs, Mr. Speaker, that are very poorly managed. For example, let's talk about the infrastructure program. They're saying that municipalities have a certain period to make a decision, to table their project proposals, and then the window is being narrowed as much as possible. So what this means is that the costs go up. Then the rules are changed. And I have municipalities in my riding that didn't move forward proposals because they couldn't meet the new rules. But now there's an extension, and so they're basically not allowing municipalities to meet the deadline so that they don't have to pay out the money. Now, we need to respect our regions. We need to respect our municipalities and make sure that we are responsibly managing the country's public finances.
Conforme à l'ordre, conforme.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, the Environment.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman, National Defence, and the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Public Services and Procurement. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Monsieur le Président, c'est pour moi un plaisir de...
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak to the Second Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-63. This bill includes clear measures from our budget 2017, which will create jobs, improve the economy, and give Canadians many opportunities to succeed.
Bye.
Update on the strength of the economy as we reach the midpoint of our mandate. In 2015, we assumed office in the wake of 10 long years of a Conservative government that had run multiple deficits, despite promises to the contrary, that had cut essential services, despite the needs of hard-working Canadians, and that had led to the weakest economic performance since the Great Depression, despite claims of being a champion of growth. Over the last 2 years, we have turned it around thanks to some smart investments that included lowering taxes for 9 million Canadians, creating the Canada Child Benefit Plan that is putting more money in the pockets in 9 out of 10 families, an average of $2,300 per family, and lifting approximately 300,000 children out of poverty, making enhancements to CPP, OAS, and GIS, all of which is improving retirement security and the quality of life for our seniors, adding scholarships, bursaries, debt relief, and training for students and adult learning, and creating national strategies in innovation and climate change to foster a competitive and sustainable economy. When we take the cumulative effect of these measures and we add them to the $180 billion we've earmarked in infrastructure spending to build better transit, roads, bridges, and clean water initiatives, we see concrete evidence of an economy that is heating up. Specifically, unemployment has dropped from 7.1 to 6.2%, the lowest since 2008. The debt-to-GDP ratio is forecast to drop below 3.1% this year, the lowest in nearly 40 years, on the way to and over the next 5 years. And 500,000 jobs created since being elected, the best record in over 14 years. Together, these indicators demonstrate how, in just 2 years, we took a workforce that was sluggish and underperforming and transformed it into the fastest-growing economy in the G7, with an average of 3.7% GDP growth over the last 4 quarters. These results are ones that every member in this House should celebrate. Mr. Speaker, in order to keep the momentum going with regards to our economic performance, we are proposing a number of additional measures in this bill, which represents the second phase of the Budget Implementation Act for 2017. Let me highlight a number of those for you now. Commençons par la mesure.
Let us begin with the measure to help the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. This Budget Implementation Act protects the rights of workers under federal jurisdiction when they ask for flexible work arrangements. These terms and conditions will include a flexible departure and arrival times, and new unpaid leave to help employees manage their family responsibilities. These flexible work arrangements will benefit many women who continue to do most of the unpaid work at home. The 2017 budget contains a gender statement that is a first in Canada. It seeks to present an honest and frank analysis of the impact of these budget measures on women. In addition, in the economic update of this fall, the government announced that it would enhance the Canada Child Benefit by tying it to the indexation of the cost of living 2 years earlier than anticipated. Concretely, that means that the Canada Child Benefit will allow lone parents with 2 children who have a $35,000 income to have more time to raise their children.
The child benefit. Starting in 2019, we will also add $500 million to the working income tax benefit, sometimes referred to as the WITB. This will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, including families without children and the growing number of single Canadians. These 2 actions alone will boost the total amount the government spends on the WITB by about 65% in 2019, increasing benefits to current recipients and expanding the number of Canadians receiving this support, which is essential for those who need it the most. And finally, Mr. Speaker, our government is going to help small and medium-sized businesses by lowering their tax from 10.5% to 9% effective January 1st, 2018, and then again January 1st, 2019. This will provide a small business with up to $7,500 per year in corporate tax savings to reinvest in and grow its business. These kinds of savings are crucial for small businesses to grow, which are the engine of our economy. The steps taken to date are having a positive impact on our economy and for all Canadians. Optimism is on the rise, Mr. Speaker, and with good reason. Job creation is strong. As I said, 500,000 new jobs created in the last 2 years, most of them full-time. Growing the Canadian economy helps the government to improve its record. Canada's financial situation remains solid, and the government will see to keeping the debt-to-GDP ratio on its downward trend. Every Canadian deserves to benefit from this economic growth. The government has lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians and is committed to ensuring that the tax system does not offer unintended benefits to the wealthiest Canadians or those with high income. And for all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge all honourable members to vote for this bill, which will benefit all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I have a question through you, Mr. Speaker, to him in that role in justice. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of access to justice by Canadians. We just heard a major report being issued on CBC today about how many people are having to represent themselves in court, and it's causing further delays in the judicial process. which is, of course, ending up with some cases being dropped, which are serious and should proceed. In my province of Alberta, even though the provincial budget may be stressed for dollars, they have increased legal aid, and yet in this budget we see no increase whatsoever for legal aid so that all Canadians can have access to justice, including middle-class families. I'm wondering if the member could speak to that and why this budget update does not include additional monies for legal aid, which is a pressing need in the country.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for the question. And let me begin by saying how proud I am of the work that the Minister of Justice is doing on this side of the House to advance access to justice. And she is doing so in several concrete ways. First, with regards to our judicial appointments process, we renewed that process so that it would be open, it would be transparent, and it would focus on merit-based appointments. And let me tell you, in the last 2 years, we have appointed 130 judges. And in my honourable colleague's province, I'm very proud to tell her, she has received 19 new federal judges since we have taken office, Mr. Speaker. These are extremely capable and well-respected individuals who reflect the best of this country has to offer. And simply by having them on the bench, Mr. Speaker, we are enhancing justice. We are also providing additional training. We've topped up legal aid in the last 2 years. All of these, we're running 2 pilot projects when it comes to providing additional legal services and advice to victims of sexual assault so that they can have access, so that they can have their day in court, Mr. Speaker. All of these things together are speeding up trials and enhancing access to justice. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, one of the promises of this government made in 2015 when they were not yet elected was to invest $120 billion in infrastructure. And we in the Conservative Party agree with that at the outset because we had $80 billion invested by Denis Lebel, one of our former ministers. And what I find ironic is that all of a sudden it's 2 years after the election. And even now, there are really no specific projects that we have seen that are being supported by this $120 billion. So could my colleague identify one project in one province that has benefited from this $120 billion fund for infrastructure? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Over $120 billion, we have increased it to $180 billion to invest in infrastructure. And that investment includes projects in the Quebec province, in Montreal, to increase and to enhance public transit services. And that is very good for all citizens in Montreal and for the province of Quebec.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the not just the speech, but also the answers that he supplied to the opposition on their questions. In his last response, he talked about services to Canadians, and I think Canadians have benefit from the Canada Child Benefit, seniors from the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Whitby, as he had said. That gives the most vulnerable Canadians more money in their pockets, but it's the services to Canadians. And we saw the past government cut jobs in EI processing and call centers. The Phoenix fiasco began with 400 jobs being cut from those departments. Is he seeing now, I'm sorry, that was 700 jobs from the Phoenix pay system. Can my colleague comment maybe on where those reinvestments are being made in the public sector so that Canadians can get the services they expect and the services they deserve?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague, who is a role model for every member on this side, and for his thoughtful question. In short order, Mr. Speaker, one of the ways that we're reinvesting in the public sector is by showing good faith when it comes to collective bargaining, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative opposition, they spent 10 years eroding at labour rights. This side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe in every single member of the public service who provides world-class service to Canadians, and I want to thank the honourable member for all of the work that he does in that portfolio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in the House to discuss Bill C-63. Obviously, this bill stems from the budget, and it was on March 22nd that our Minister of Finance presented his second budget, which seeks to create growth for the middle class and those working hard to join it. The principle is very simple, Mr. Speaker. When we help Canadian citizens who need it, then all of society benefits. Lowering the tax rate for the middle class was the first step that we took when we came to power. This is a tax break for 9 million Canadians. The opposition party, a party that says that it identifies with taxpayers, voted against that measure, and today perhaps we can understand why, because we increased the taxes on the wealthiest, and so perhaps that's why they didn't like it.
Inclusive growth in Canada was the Canada Child Benefit. Again, the principle is very simple. Those who need it more will get more help, and those who need it less will get less help. The previous approach from the Conservatives was to send checks to millionaire. No matter your revenue, everyone got the same check. And to add insult to injury, they made it taxable, Mr. Speaker. In Conservative la-la land, the principle of equity simply does not exist. Under our plan, it means that almost 18,000 children benefited from the Canada Child Benefit in Glengarry Prescott Russell, my riding. A family received an average payment of $510 that is non-taxable. The Canada Child Benefit directly impacts families and local businesses in Glengarry Prescott Russell. And the official opposition likes to talk on defending the taxpayer, but when it comes to walking the walk, well, Mr. Speaker, they voted against our plan and in favour of a plan, and still defend to this day, in favour of a plan that would tax families. I'd like to see them quote that particular impact in the Fraser report. So the question is this plan working? And the answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. The unemployment rate in Eastern Ontario in September 2015 was 8.7%. Today, it's almost 2% lower at 6.8%. The economy in Canada has added more than 500,000 jobs in less than 2 years. We have the lowest unemployment rate since 2008. Our economy is growing faster than any G7 countries. Cette année, la croissance du pays.
This year, the growth in the GDP will be 3.7%. This more optimistic growth rate means that the government will be able to index the Canada Child Benefit 2 years before its original goal. Once again, for a woman with 2 children who earns $35,000, that will be an increase of some $500 per year. We know that this contributes directly to the economic growth of our country. And we're not the ones saying so, it's the Governor of the Bank of Canada. In addition, we will enhance the WITB by $500 million as of 2019, another measure that will have a significant impact on the workers in my riding. We can put these measures in place because we are seeing positive economic growth, and we are doing everything to ensure that the GDP to debt ratio diminishes. I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss why we have decided to invest using a prudent approach instead of cutting. Mr. Speaker, we can't talk about the deficit without talking about the infrastructure deficit that exists in Canada. There is not one mayor in my riding who is asking for us to cut infrastructure programs. This year, for the first time since its existence, the community of Maxville will finally have access to an investment of $15 million from the federal government. That will make a real difference for the people in the community of Maxville. In addition, for the past 40 years, we've talked about widening the 417. With the announce of the light rail train, millions of dollars will be used to build the interchange at the intersection of Trim and the 174. That will have a direct impact on people who commute to Ottawa and for people who go to the Trim station to take the train. The work is not done yet, but this is certainly a step in the right direction.
Projects in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, but the point is there is a tremendous need for our communities, and as I've said before, not a single mayor is asking me to cut funding towards infrastructure. So what is the legacy we want to leave to our children and our children's children? We could balance the budget at all costs and kick the can down the road for major repairs to infrastructure, or we could own up to our responsibilities and reduce the infrastructure deficit so that our children and our children's children can benefit down the road. I choose the latter approach, Mr. Speaker. I choose the latter because it's the responsible approach. If you have a leaky roof, you can't simply balance the family budgets in the hopes that the leaky roof will go away. You must take responsibility. Nous faisons cela parce que pendant
We are doing this because for 10 years, the Conservatives supposedly balanced the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, they did so by trying to shirk their responsibilities towards municipalities. They did it by telling municipalities, you'll have to wait to provide drinking water for your citizens. They did it by telling the most vulnerable people in our societies on fixed revenues that they would have to wait for social housing. And yet the fact that we have an aging population, it was not something new. We must ensure that the decisions we make today will have an impact for tomorrow.
And that's why I am so proud that we're investing $11.9 billion in social housing. Those investments will help seniors, will help single-family homes, will help women who are the victims of domestic abuse. It will allow women to be able to leave a violent situation if they need to. And I'd like to thank the Nova Centre that continues to advocate on behalf of our vulnerable women in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. Mr. Speaker, we can do this because we have chosen to invest in growth. We have a very good record on economic growth. As a matter of fact, we have the best in the G7, but we have to do more.
It is for our economy. In order to spur that growth, we are investing $400 million over 3 years in a venture capitalist catalyst initiative, which will help our young businesses scale up to the next level. With leverage funds from the private sector, we could look at a $1.5 billion injection into our economy. We will also honor our promise to our small businesses to lower taxes to 9%, down from 10.5% by 2019. This will leave more money in the pockets of our entrepreneurs so they can, in turn, invest it in their businesses. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill 63 on the budget implementation will help growth for the middle class and will help those who are working hard to join it, whether it's by reducing taxes for middle class or the Canada Child Benefit or enhancing the Canada Pension, investments in our sewers, in social housing, decreasing taxes for small businesses, or the working income tax benefit, whether it's the GIS, all these measures help the middle class and all those working hard to join it. We know that strengthening the middle class will benefit all of society, and I am proud of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleague from Glengarry, Prescott Russell, lodged a bit of an attack towards us. He said we sort of forgot about that the Conservatives did not do as much. But the Conservatives were the ones who worked so hard on economic recovery, and we had an $85 billion infrastructure program that was for municipalities, for building bridges, etc. Furthermore, at the end of that recovery, we had the highest creation of jobs in the G7, 1.2 million jobs. So I'd like to know how he can explain that his government over the past 2 years and over the past few weeks has abolished the positions for regional development. How will people be able to advocate for regional development? The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. What I could say to my colleague is that we have put the power back in the hands of members. Now, in Quebec, we have We have Fed Dove in my riding. He has economic development. He has economic development in his riding. We're still helping businesses. We do not need ministers. All members have a voice, and all he has to do is speak to the minister responsible for innovation, and the minister will listen to the issues he is facing in Quebec. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening closely to what my colleague said and what he appreciates in the budget. But my question is about something that isn't there, and that surprisingly isn't there. During the election campaign, the last two ones, whether it be in 2011 or 2015, the Liberals were very, very firm in promising to cap the amounts for stock options. So it's all very well to speak about the middle class. However, for the middle class, tax fairness is very important. And this promise about CEO stock options was a strong one, and it might have, if it had been kept, it might have helped people feel that there was more tax fairness, but they backed down. So my question to my colleague is, why did the government decide to back down on that promise? That is to say, to close basically a kind of loophole that only benefits big CEOs. The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And these stock options don't always benefit CEOs. They also benefit startups. Oftentimes, that's their only option for investors. But I like the fact that she has raised the issue of promises that were made during the election campaign, because I also remember a promise that the NDP made, and it was about balancing the budget. Rather, the Liberals made to balance the budget. And now, even though many billions of dollars are being invested, I'd like to know, how could the NDP invest more money if they also were promising to balance the budget? Here we have a new leader of the NDP. We don't know what his position will be. Will he also want to balance the budget? Will he choose to invest? Questions or comments? The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lac. A brief question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I heard my colleague talk about a recession when he was in government and the recovery. Even during those years, they had record revenue. So they had many, many resources. And even today, there has to be good management. There has to be good management of our finances, and I'd like to hear what my colleague would have to say about the good management of finances. Well, I agree with my colleague, and I want to congratulate my colleague for his excellent question. Oftentimes we hear the Conservatives say that all we did was run deficits last time we were in power. But the greatest recession was in 2010. It was over $62 billion. And the Liberals haven't even come anywhere near that. We've decided to invest in infrastructure because we know that our municipalities are asking for us to do that. There isn't one mayor saying to me, Francis, I don't want any investment in my infrastructure. Just leave us alone. There's not one single mayor who's asking me that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Dear Mr. Speaker, and colleagues, and to all Canadians listening to us, I'd like to say wow. Why am I saying wow? Because 150 years ago, on the 6th of November, 1867, the very first Canadian parliamentarians from Upper and Lower Canada, from New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia, all came to sit here for the very first time in a federal parliament to debate. I imagine the first day must have been a very solemn day. I don't know how much work they actually got on that first day. I imagine they did get some work done. They probably right away wanted to begin the difficult work for building a federation from one nation to the other. But it must have been extraordinary to participate in that dream. And Mr. Speaker, I just can't prevent myself from taking a couple of minutes to say how much I agree with my leader in his vision for the country, in his vision of the role of parliamentarians. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister also for having made his speech. I thought it was amazing to see 4 former Prime Ministers here. I thought it was wonderful to listen to the leader of the New Democrat Party as well, and the Bloc Québécois as well. Even though they're against our wonderful federation, they also took time to say a few words. Now, here's what I would have to say. I'm more mature than I used to be. It's my second year here now. I've had a chance to mature, and I'd like to say a few things. I think there are a few things that are important about politics in Canada. I come to Ottawa every single week, not to talk about rights, but to talk about duties. I don't come here to talk about pride, but rather honor. And I come here not to talk about what I have, but what my individual responsibility is. Because when you look at that, that means participating in community and in its development. So it's with these criteria in mind, it's with these 3 principles in mind that I've developed my approach that I want to use here. I come here every week to try and make a difference to my country. And I'd like us to be able to have discussions in this House this week, last week, in future weeks. I'd like to have discussions about the Constitution, about the role of the provinces within the Constitution. I'd like to talk about the type of dialogue Philippe Couillard wants to have with respect to his place in Canada. I'd like to talk about the founding peoples, about language rights, about the creation perhaps of new provinces to be able to expand growth in this country. I'd like to be able to talk about international relations. I'd like to talk about emerging powers that will have an effect on how we act in the world. I'd like to talk about the next century. Mr. Speaker, I can't talk about all that today, because today we have a government who's brought forward a budget implementation bill, so that through legislation it can implement the measures that were announced last March, as is usually done in this Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, we are a long way away from the kinds of debates I would like to have. Constitutional debates, debates about international relations. Because you see, everything started in July with tax planning reforms. Slash tax increases. I was going to say slash in English, but I have to be careful. I want to use my own language. But here we got this botched series of tax reforms. And the Minister of Finance brought in his fiscal update. And he led us to believe that tax reforms were going well, that he was delivering, that he had listened to Canadians, and that all he had to do was tweak a little bit. But, in fact, these tax reforms are over. They've backed down on many things. And they've backed down on many things also thanks to the work of our leader. In this House, our leader has shown over and over again how these tax benefits and credits just benefit the rich, and how they even benefit the Minister of Finance, rather than benefiting Canadians, workers, mechanics, farmers. In the fiscal update, the only new information that we received, because you see it was simply a repetition of all the promises and measures they've broken since 2015, the only new thing in there was that, yes, they will, in fact, decrease general taxes for small businesses. But that wasn't news. They'd announced that already during the elections. So here, they made a big show. and of announcing this, and this was because of the whole ethics scandal, so they wanted to kind of change the narrative. So, end of September, what happens, Mr. Speaker? A scandal involving the Minister of Finance as an individual. It wasn't a debate over good or bad policy. There wasn't a debate over tax planning. We ended up talking about this, thanks to the research of journalists, thanks to the research of our party. We ended up talking about the conflict of interest of the Minister of Finance, his individual conflict of interest with respect to his significant assets. You know, he made his fortune by working very hard. But in 2015, Mr. Speaker, according to the Liberal members and according to Morneau Chappelle, according to the government, everyone thought that the Minister of Finance was taking his fortune, his $20 million worth of shares in Morneau Chappelle, and that he was putting them in a blind trust. But that turned out to not be the case. And for months, for a month, I thought he was going to come forward to this House and apologize and make a donation. Well, he made the donation, but he didn't apologize. We had Bill C-27 as well, Mr. Speaker, that directly benefited his family company, Morneau Chappelle. Mr. Speaker, we have the facts before us. The Minister of Finance is in a total conflict of interest, and he still hasn't apologized to Canadians. We learned yesterday that the Ministers of Finance, former Ministers of Finance, are also involved in tax havens to the south of Canada, which makes this problem even worse, makes this government even more laughable. And we learned this on the 150th anniversary, the 6th of November, 1867. There were 4 former prime ministers here. Unfortunately, that's what they had to attend during question period. I thought it was deplorable. I thought it was deplorable that we couldn't talk about these substantive issues, about the century to come, about the federation. No, we end up talking about the hypocrisy of this government. We end up talking about their conflict of interest. We end up talking about their true wish, which is to help interest groups. All interest groups. Whether it be those interest groups who want to impose new policies on the country, whether it be economic interest groups and C-27, whether it be the interests of their own party, and worse, they have no shame in telling us that they have a feminist budget. I've never heard anything so ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I'm exaggerating, but this isn't supposed to be a feminist budget. It's supposed to be a Canadian budget for all Canadians. Since when does the government get up in this House and claim that they have created a budget for a specific group or for a specific allegiance or to satisfy a specific ideology or specific individual interest? How can they get up and say feminist budget? I mean, what if they were supposed to say this is a masculine budget? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Now, quickly, what have they done over the past 2 years? Well, they've just been cutting tax credit after tax credit. And the Fraser Institute ended up saying that one family, one classical family, pays in Canada $840 more in taxes per year. Higher than before, no return to a balanced budget in sight. That's what this Liberal government is doing. So rather than celebrating this 150th Constitution, we end up celebrating the hypocrisy of the Liberal government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
The member makes reference to the issue of focus. And let there be no doubt that we have, in fact, a leader, a Prime Minister, that has been focused. From day one, when he was first elected as leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, he established that his priority was Canada's middle class and those working hard to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker, from day one. And then if you take a look not only at the first piece of legislation, the first budget the second budget in many of the other things that this government has done, you will find that the common thread is how we can enhance Canada's middle class. That's about as focused as I've ever seen, and I've been a parliamentary for 25 years. We have a Prime Minister that is focused on Canada's middle class. My question is, why does the Conservative Party, which continues to be out of touch with Canadians, not recognize, as opposed to focusing their attention on being critical on the personal issues, but rather listen to what Canadians want, and they want a healthier economy. They want a government that is sensitive to the needs of Canadians in all regions, and that is what this government is delivering, Mr. Speaker. My question is, why do the Conservative Party continue to want to be out of touch with the reality of what Canadians want?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Humility from day one of looking at this government in action. What I've seen, and as I said, we see it more than ever since 3 months, they're focusing on enhancing the privilege of the liberal elite. They're enhancing to focus to enhance the privilege of the liberal black man. They're trying to work for interest group. That's why they call their budget a feminist budget, when they should call it a Canadian budget, as it should be. But us, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, from 2006 to 2015, our focus was to govern this country in all its aspects, and to govern not just for one class, but to govern for all Canadians. And that's why we would have never said a feminist budget, and would have never just talked about the middle class. We were always talking about Canadians. And that's why our leader here, the MP from Regina Capel, every day stands up in this House of Commons and talks about the mechanicians, the farmers, the tractor repairmen, the person who does the haircut, all those people, the pizza men, the people working on the ground, the people that send taxes every single day to this government, to this House of Commons, so we can govern the country. That should be the focus, to govern the country in a due course. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech with regards to how this budget is creating a distraction for Canadians that's very confounding. And as a matter of fact, it is not bringing forth a focus, as my colleague across the way mentioned. There isn't any focus. It's actually a distraction away from very severe tax loopholes and evasions and some judgment calls. Quite frankly, my honourable friend mentioned that this was a feminist budget, but Canadian women today are still making 74 cents to the dollar for men. There's been inaction on that pay equity. It's been very superficial. And I wonder if my friend is concerned at all with some of the issues with this Asian Infrastructure Bank now. We've learned that originally in the first budget in 2017, it was going to be $256 million over 5 years. And now that amount is going to be increased under Bill C-63 to $480 million. So I'm wondering if he's concerned about that kind of distraction as well.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou en 40.
The honourable member.
I've read also that we don't have any assurance as to the money that we invested in that bank in Asia will have any return for the people here in Canada. You know, it's like a blind trust into Chinese financial mania. But also, you know, well, probably it's to have a deal on free commerce with China, which I kind of understand, but they should try to have better tactics to come to this end, you know. But yes, it's distraction after distraction. 2 weeks ago, when we were speaking about Morneau, they came out with this bill C-24 to change the title of Minister of State to Minister. It's just completely nonsense. It's like that since 2 years.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to speak today again about our budget.
I've been talking with constituents in my riding of Hastings, Lennox and Addington about a few of the highlights from our fall fiscal update, and it's been going really, really well. I hear all the time about how important the Canada Child Benefit has been for families, for helping families. And to take a snapshot, in the month of July this year, there were a total of 8,710 tax-free payments made in my riding, which has benefited 15,860 children. The average payment has been $610 for a total of over $5.3 million. This happens every month, and it's also been doing a lot of good by injecting money into our local economy. So I was very impressed to see the announcement that we will be expanding the tax-free Canada Child Benefit to keep pace with the increasing costs of living 2 years ahead of schedule. We can do that because our economic plan is working, and the economy is booming, with over 500,000 jobs created since we came to office, most of them full-time. And I'll get back to that. But first, I was reminded recently that it was close to this time 2 years ago that I was on a campaign trail in a town of Sterling in my riding. I was going door to door and came up to a playground that had several young mothers there with their children. I stopped to say hello, and of course we talked about what our party was going to do, is proposing to help families. The Canada Child Benefit was a huge hit, and the reason is that low and middle income families have needed extra help. We promised to help families who needed it the most, and we have kept that promise. The tax-free Canada Child Benefit has lifted over 300,000 kids out of poverty. In a riding like mine with higher than average child poverty rates, this has had a huge impact. It's put more money in the pockets of those who need it the most, and they have been able to spend it to put food on the table, clothes on their kids' backs, books, sports, arts programs, broadband internet, you name it. And this is so important, since the data shows that with the rising cost of living, a family of four in the western part of my riding had to pay almost $1,400 more for groceries in 2016 than it did 5 years earlier. The Hastings Prince Edward Poverty Roundtable and Hastings Prince Edward Public Health have rightly pointed out that income is one of the best predictors of health. We know that when money is tight, healthy food is one of the first things to be cut in order to pay rent and other bills. In order to save money, people may skip meals, eat fewer vegetables and fruit, drink less milk, and fill up on high-calorie, low-nutrient foods because those foods are cheaper. The result of this unhealthy diet is an increased risk of chronic disease and poor growth and development in children. This affects everyone. In comparison to food-secure households, annual health care costs are 23% higher in households with marginal food insecurity and 121% higher in households with severe food insecurity in Ontario. Because the Canada Child Benefit is tax-free money up front, families can use it whatever way they need for their kids. For some, that is as fundamental as putting food on the table and clothing on their kids' backs. For families in a stronger position, that can still mean help for sports and arts programs, or both. And the point is, since it's not a tax credit that tends to only help families that already can afford to spend money up front, we are able to help even more families who need it most. In the eastern part of my riding, the Food Policy of Council for Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington has pointed out that 24.6% of all families in the area are single-parent families, with 80% of those being female-led. Given that there is still an unacceptable pay gap where women in Canada are earning only 87 cents to every dollar earned by men, these mothers can use help. And in the cases where it's the dads or grandparents, they're also getting help as well. 15.4% of the population of Lennox and Addington live under the low-income cutoff after-tax group, and 25% of youth between the ages of 15 to 24 live under low-income thresholds. There's a clear need for help in my riding, and so, Mr. Speaker, we are helping to lift kids out of poverty. Of all the things that our government has done, the Canada Child Benefit is the one that I am the most proud of. Even if it were for this measure alone, I hope that all members in this House will be supporting this fiscal update. But that's not all. There's more good news. Combating poverty and giving people the tools to find work is important to constituents in my riding, and the Hastings Prince Edward Poverty Roundtable has put together an employment and security working group to work on this issue. Our government will help. We know that individuals and families who are working hard to join the middle class shouldn't have to struggle each month just to make ends meet. So we're proposing to strengthen the working income tax benefit. This is a refundable tax credit that puts more money in the pockets of low-income workers and gives people a little extra help as they transition to work. By letting low-income workers take home more money while they work, the working income tax benefit encourages more people to join the workforce and offers real help to nearly 1.5 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. So we are investing an additional $500 million in the program every year starting in 2019. We'll be working closely with the provinces and territories to find the best ways to expand this program and giving an update in our next budget. This is being well received. The Canadian Labour Congress has pointed out that for the second year in a row, the feds are taking steps to improve lives of low-income Canadians with the working income tax benefit. The National Housing Collaborative also pointed out that extra help for the working poor is welcome news in the fall economic statement. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to return to how we're doing this. Our government's economic plan is working. We're putting money in the pockets of those who need it the most and working to rebalance some of the inequities that exist in our society. We've improved the Guaranteed Income Supplement for low-income seniors and strengthened the CPP. We cut taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We are investing in the infrastructure programs, innovation, and green technology, which is making our economy more resilient and creating the jobs of the future. And we're also stimulating the economy through the Canada Child Benefit. As a result, we're seeing Canada have the fastest economic growth in a decade and the best in the G7. That's excellent news for jobs, with over 500,000 created since we came to office, and most of them full-time, including 35,000 just created in the last month and 17,500 of those being for under youth employment, which is very positive. Once again, something that is so important within our rural communities to try to create as much employment as we possibly can. Mr. Speaker, that's a plan that's worth supporting. Our infrastructure investments are really making a difference to increase the productivity of our businesses. We need to be able to make investments that increase productivity. We need to make investments that will decrease the inequalities that exist within our society. We need to increase investments into climate infrastructure, into innovation, and into resiliency so that we create an economy that's going to benefit all Canadians. And in the redistribution of that wealth through the Canada Child Benefit, through the working income tax benefit, through the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, we rebalance the distribution of wealth within our society that we've been talking about for over a generation that has gone too far in one direction. We need to rebalance the economy so that we can grow our middle class, because when the middle class does well, then we all do well as Canadians, especially in our local economies. Right? The Canada Child Benefit, the great thing about that is that every cent of that money is spent in our local economies. You want to talk about building rural sustainability? That is how we go about building sustainability in rural communities. Increases in the Guaranteed Income Supplement, increases in the CPP. These are all things that are going to put money in the pockets of those who are going to spend it. And that's great for our economy, great for creating jobs, and great for rural sustainability. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and on outlining all of the money they're spending. It's spend, spend, spend. But what he failed to say, Mr. Speaker, is that spending is resulting in an $8 billion increase in interest per year over the next 4 years, going from $24 billion a year in interest payments to $33 billion a year by 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't bode well for the next generation. my children and grandchildren are going to be forced to repay that debt. The other thing my colleague was commenting on was investing in infrastructure. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're on this side of the House, we're all for spending on infrastructure. In fact, we did a great job of that. But this government, current government, is investing in infrastructure in Asia, no less. So, Mr. Speaker, how can he say that he's supporting the middle class when he's actually taxing the middle class? My children and grandchildren are paying for infrastructure in Asia, when in my riding there are bridges that need to be replaced, there are roads that need to be resurfaced, there's water treatment facilities that need to be upgraded, there's a light rail transit that's being built that could be extended further on into Cambridge. If it weren't for the spending in Asia and other places, that's not helping Canada at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable members for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And yeah, I mean, investing in infrastructure is a no-brainer, right? We need to improve our economies. I mean, any area that is improved, we want to increase the amount of trade that exists within our world. We don't want to rely on one single market. And an avenue to be able to get to that trade is to invest in them. They invest in us. It balances out in the end. What is most important, though, is the member is absolutely correct. We need to invest into our local infrastructure, to build that infrastructure so our companies can be competitive on the world stage. But it goes beyond roads and bridges, which are very important. I come from a rural riding, and believe me, I know how important roads and bridges, but it's also investing in innovation. It's also investing in the jobs of the future. So it's not just a one-size-fits-all, that you do one thing in one area and it's going to benefit all of it. We need to take a multi-pronged approach, and that's what this government has done. It's focused not just on infrastructure, it's focused on the redistribution of wealth, it's focused on building up the middle class, it's focused on innovation for the future, for future growth and jobs for our youth and the next generation and your kids' generation. And as far as the amount of money that we're spending in those areas, I mean, let's face it, we've made these investments and now we've got 4.5% growth, the highest growth in the G7. We've got one of the lowest debt-to-GDP ratios. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. So our plan is working, and we'll continue to work on that plan. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I'm really happy you talked about poverty, because whenever I meet with food banks or community groups, month after month, year after year, food bank use goes up. Sadly, it's not just seniors, it's people that are working, it's students, but every year it goes up. So I was really hoping to see some kind of a solution, some proposals in this budget to help fight poverty. In the Agriculture Committee, we looked at, we did consultations on the food strategy, but to deal with food insecurity, we need to make sure that people are making enough money to buy good food, good healthy food. So I was wondering if he could comment on basic income, raising the minimum wage, and he also brought up pay equity, and he said it was unacceptable. So I was wondering what kind of pressure he's putting on his government to make sure that women are getting paid for equal work.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Once again, I'd like to thank the member for her question. I mean, we're on the same page completely. I couldn't agree more that pay equity is very important. It's very important, and I know it's important to our government, and are going to take measures to move in that direction. But we have to. I mean, it's an evolution, not a revolution, right? There are measures that we've put in place. Just tying the Canada Child Benefit to cost of living, I'm sure the member would agree, is another great step in trying to decrease the level of inequity that exists, the level of food insecurity around poverty that exists. There is so much more that needs to be done. I couldn't agree more, and we're working on that path to get that done. But we need to do it in a responsible way, in an evolving way. And I think that the approach that we're trying to take as a government actually tries to balance those two key issues that we need to be concerned with. So thank you very much for the question. And like I said, I totally agree that we need to do more work in these areas.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to be able to rise and speak inside this beautiful chamber. Today, being November 6th, is a very special day, And I think it's worthy of noting. We've had 4 prime ministers sit in the gallery. We've had speeches from the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, and New Democratic representative, and the Leader of the Green Party stand and recognize just how fortunate we are as parliamentarians to be here representing the interests and the will of Canadians in every region of this beautiful nation. And I do want to just start it off, my comments, by just reflecting on how much I truly and genuinely appreciate, Mr. Speaker, representing the residents of Winnipeg North and the confidence that they have expressed in me over the years. And as such, Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me get into the debate that we're underway currently. One of the questions, and I've had the opportunity to ask a number of questions today and the other day as we've listened to many opposition members speak about the budget, and I wanted to reflect on some of those things that I have been listening to. The most telling statement coming from the Conservative benches seems to be a focus on the deficit. And I've attempted to address that issue by talking about just how that deficit, Mr. Speaker, isn't as bad as the Conservatives try to portray that it is. In fact, it was interesting. One of the questions I asked one of my colleagues from across the way was just to explain how it is that when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister and he inherited that multi-billion-dollar surplus and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and that was even before the recession got underway, Mr. Speaker. And then at the end of the day, he continued to have deficit after deficit after deficit, accumulated more real dollars towards the overall debt as a direct result, in all likelihood, than any other prime minister. And why it is that we in government should be looking or taking into consideration advice that's being offered by the Conservatives, just based in terms on their historical perspective. The answer was interesting. The answer was related specifically in regards to, well, look what we did, we being what the Conservative Party did while they were in government, and they talked about the GDP debt deficit ratio. And as if that would excuse them in terms of the size of the debt. And personally, I thought it was a good answer, because the member has something there, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the GDP debt ratio or deficit ratio is something that needs to be taken into consideration. And that is something in which this government also talks about. And, we have a very successful deficit GDP ratio that continues to go down. And that is very healthy for our country, Mr. Speaker. So, in one sense, the Conservative member, unwittingly, no doubt, conceded that the real issue is the debt-to-GDP ratio. And on that account, this government is doing exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker, especially if you compare us to other industrialized nations. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the countries like the United States, Europe, United Kingdom, Australia. In comparison, Canada is doing exceptionally well. Now, if you take a look at the results, and there is such a long list of things in which this government has been able to accomplish in just 2 years. And I'll reflect on a number of those shortly. But at the end of the day, what we have seen is, I would suggest to you, is an economy that is envied around the world in terms of just what it is that we have been able to accomplish. And it is significant. Over 450,000 new jobs. How does that compare to the former Stephen Harper? 10 years, just over 1 million jobs, less than 2 years, or just 2 years, 450,000 jobs and counting. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the economic policy of this government is actually working. We are seeing significant signs. And, you know, one of my friends from across the way talked about, well, what about being focused? Why is this government not focused? And I indicated to the member across the way that, in fact, we are focused. We are very focused on Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and it goes even beyond that, Mr. Speaker. I often talk, you know, if you listen to the last week or so from the opposition benches, and to be fair to the Conservatives, they're not alone. The longer we seem to be in government, the closer the NDP and the Conservatives want to be. And as much as possible, I would suggest to them is they want to focus on the negatives. They want to have the character assassinations that are taking place inside the House, Mr. Speaker. And that's what it is that they want to enter into. We will continue to remain focused on what's important to Canadians. And that is something in which this Prime Minister and our caucus is committed to doing. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we were given a specific instruction from our Prime Minister long ago, and that is to work with our constituents. Our responsibility is to be able to bring to the House of Commons the ideas and the thinkings of what our constituents have to say and bring it to Ottawa as opposed to bringing Ottawa to our constituents. And I can tell you that it's materializing in a very real, tangible way. If you take a look at the last couple of budgets or the initiatives that this government has entered into, you get a better understanding as to why it is that the economy, relatively speaking to any other country in the world, is doing as well as it is. Because we recognize that a healthy economy means investing in Canada's middle class. It is the middle class and those striving to be a part of that that is driving the economy. That's how you create the jobs, Mr. Speaker, is have confidence in the middle class. I talked about legislation. I believe it was Bill 2 that set some of the things in place that would enable us to have that tax cut for Canada's middle class. We literally put hundreds of millions going into the billions of dollars into tax cuts for Canada's middle class, which would in good part was covered by the special tax, or the tax increase on Canada's wealthiest 1%. Then, Mr. Speaker, we had great enhancements of the Canada Child Benefit, where we saw, again, hundreds of millions of dollars being invested in the children of our country, literally lifting tens of thousands of them out of poverty. We saw the same thing done with our guaranteed income supplement, again resulting in tens of thousands of seniors being lifted out of poverty. We are increasing the disposable income for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And by doing that, what we're seeing is that Canadians are investing in our economy with that disposable income. We see government finally, after 10 years of very little, investing in our infrastructure in a very real and tangible way. And not only does it create jobs for today, it creates opportunities into the future. And on that particular note, one could talk about the agreements that have been achieved where we are investing in Canadians' future, Mr. Speaker. Your trying to indicate that my time has expired, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to maybe a question or two where I can kind of expand. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it interesting that the member opposite said that, you know, what the real issue is. The real issue here is that the average Canadian is actually paying more in tax because they have a Liberal government. It's not really that complicated. Exactly. You know, whether it be small businesses that now are going to see an increase to about 73%, whether it be my colleagues that, as physicians or other professionals that are being driven out of the country because of these high expenses, high taxes, an opportunity taken away from them to actually practice medicine in this country that they love, but they'd rather go to the United States where they actually can take care of more people. You know, this is the type of thing that Canadians are faced with the Liberals. And I have a pretty simple question for the member opposite. When is he finally going to stand up to his government and say, these taxes are unacceptable, I'm going to the other side?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, I can assure the member that'll never happen. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, something about the Conservatives. They have this story, and they want to stick to that story. They don't care about whether or not it lines up with factual truths, Mr. Speaker. Just take a look at that person that's actually getting those child increases, that had the.
Excuse me, the honourable member for okay, very good. I just wanted to point out that I'm trying to hear the answer, and I'm having a hard time. I'm getting some interference. It seems to have calmed down a bit. I'll let the honourable member continue.
Mr. Speaker, my concern is the member's chewing into my time, so I suspect it'll be added. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, the member talks about small businesses. Now get this, small businesses. Well, we have actually now put in place a massive reduction in taxes for small businesses, from that 12% going down to 9%. And you know, you would think that the opposition benches would recognize that is the difference. That is the reality of government policy. Whereas on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't necessarily abide by the type of script or the scenario that they want to try to portray to Canadians. They will distort the facts. They will distort the reality. It's all a part of being out of touch with Canadians. Recognize that whether it's small businesses, middle class, the average Canadian are benefiting by many initiatives that have been taken by this government over the last 2 years. And they will continue to do so because we in government will not take them for granted. We are committed to working hard for each and every Canadian because we want to make a better society for all of us, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Winnipeg North spoke about opposition members wanting to stick to a script. And one script that the Liberal government has stuck to almost slavishly over the past 2 years has been talking about the middle class and those working hard to join it. And I don't know if it's a little bit later in the evening, or if the member across the way is ad-libbing a little bit, but he really enriched the discourse with some new permutations of that phrase here this evening. He talked about those aspiring to join the middle class. It was very poetic, Mr. Speaker, so I did want to give credit where it was due. Now, the question that I'd like to ask my colleague is about the allocation of federal transit funding among the provinces. The government has chosen to allocate transit funding mostly according to existing transit ridership as opposed to population. So my home province of Saskatchewan comprises more than 3% of Canada's population, but we're getting only about 1.5% of federal transit funding because our current transit system doesn't have as large a ridership. So I'm wondering if my fellow Prairie MP is advocating for a fair share of transit funding for our provinces.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to you that my fellow Prairie Member of Parliament should be delighted with the fact that we have, for the first time in the history of government, where we've seen in excess of $2 billion that has been actually allocated out for rural communities.
and that is money in which all sorts of communities will have be provided the opportunity to establish priorities as to how they would like to see that money spent. I think that if you, at the end of the day, and you look across, no matter what region, you will see that you have a commitment that's coming from the national government that we believe in infrastructure, number one, and we're asking municipalities and provinces and territories and others to get engaged to assist in establishing those priorities. And in cooperation, working with the stakeholders, we are seeing record amounts of projects that are underway, in which are being fueled with hope because we have a federal government or a national government that's prepared to invest in Canada's infrastructure.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill C-63. And I intend, Mr. Speaker, to focus on commitments made by this government of the day and the previous government on the phasing out of inefficient or perverse subsidies for fossil fuels. Now, this commitment was made repeatedly since 2009 to the G20, and including by this government in 2016. Canada committed in 2016 that, along with Mexico and the United States, that they would remove these perverse incentives by 2025. This government has voiced a commitment to phase out these perverse incentives in the medium term. And of course, the question then arises, as we move at a snail's pace, what exactly is the medium term? This government, Mr. Speaker, also committed to take action to reduce greenhouse gases. They made that commitment in Paris. And we are now hearing from world leaders that this appears to be a sliding commitment on behalf of the Government of Canada, leading into the climate meeting in Bonn. So I'd like to start off, Mr. Speaker, reminding those in this place of what the Prime Minister's mandate letter said about the phase-out of these perverse subsidies. The mandate letter for the Finance Minister is very clear. First, to work with the President of the Treasury Board and his colleagues in the Cabinet to review tax expenditures and other spending to reduce poorly targeted and inefficient measures, wasteful spending, and ineffective initiatives. Second, to work with the Minister of Natural Resources to enhance tax measures to generate more clean technology investments, and to work with provinces and territories to make Canadian tax system highly competitive for investment in R&D and the manufacturing of clean technology. Third, the Minister of Finance is mandated to work with the Minister of Environment to fulfill this government's G20 commitment to phase out subsidies for fossil fuel industry over the medium term. But it doesn't end there. The mandate letter to the Finance Minister also says that if this government is to tackle climate change, the work must be informed by performance measurement and evidence. Then the mandate letter says we've committed to a higher bar for openness and transparency, and finally, that the Prime Minister expects the Minister to deliver on these commitments during this mandate in the first 4 years. Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, 2 of those years are gone, and we're now sliding into the 3rd year. Well, what have leading international entities said about Canada's sliding commitment about addressing greenhouse gases, including our commitment to remove the perverse incentives? Jose Angel Gurria, who is the Secretary General of the OECD, has expressed great pain at the sliding commitment. And he's saying that there's a bit of a paradox that while Canada seems to be espousing the political will to reduce greenhouse gases, it doesn't seem to be going down that road. Well, in the United States, where the political will is gone, in fact, they've moved far ahead of Canada in actually taking action. And Monsieur Gurria also says, well, at the same time, the local situation is showing that speed of reduction is not as fast as one would have wanted, that emissions in Canada should have fallen 17% from 2005 levels. Instead, the drop has been more like 2%. He then says, in quotes, Canada, you are on a path where by 2030 you may not be able to get to the target. Very concerning. So it's not just Canadians expressing concern about the lack of commitment of this government to deliver on its commitments to reduce greenhouse gases. There's going to be growing concern about the failure to deliver the commitments to the G20 and their commitments in Paris. This is reiterated, Mr. Speaker, by Canada's Auditor General. And if I can read into the record from a letter sent by the Auditor General on June 2nd to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. In quotes, "In this audit, we examined whether the Federal Department of Finance and Environment Canada and Climate Change Canada, in a manner consistent with their respective roles and responsibilities, supported Canada's 2009 G20 commitment to phase out and rationalize inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, while providing targeted support for the poorest to continue. Overall, we found that these departments did not define what the 2009 G20 commitment to phase out and rationalize inefficient fossil fuel subsidies means in the context of Canada's national circumstances." The Auditor General then continues on and quotes, "We found that since 2009, 6 subsidies to the fossil fuel sector were reformed by legislation. Other tax measures for this sector were not reformed. We also found that the Department of Finance Canada did not consider all tax measures to determine whether they were inefficient fossil fuel subsidies under the commitment. The department also did not develop an implementation plan with timelines to support the phase-out and rationalization by 2025 of remaining tax measures that are inefficient fossil fuel subsidies." And, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General closes with this: "Without a clear understanding of the fossil fuel subsidies covered by the G20 commitment and without an implementation plan with timelines, the departments cannot ensure that they are providing the support needed for Canada to meet the commitment by 2025. End of quotes. Well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, serious concerns being raised in all quarters about the failure of this government to deliver on its commitments, both to reduce greenhouse gases and to take more expedited action to remove the perverse subsidies. So in this budget, while the government appears to be partially addressing the Canadian development and Canadian exploitation expense deductions, it may be noted that the removal of these subsidies, and by the way, the Canadian exploration expense deduction used to be 100%, and that is being slid into the Canadian development, which is 30%. It's hard to tell from what's in the budget document how much further they are going, but clearly not rapid enough in order to meet the demands of the Auditor General. It's important to consider these corporations can continue to defer the deductions. So while the budget document appears to suggest that by a certain date, I think it's 2021, they can no longer claim those, the corporation can hold those off and claim them at an end date. And so we may have massive hundreds of millions of dollars being claimed into the near future at a time we need to be spending that money on supporting renewable energy. Why is this of deep concern, Mr. Speaker? I've gone through the reports where people have been adding up the subsidies and grants to the fossil fuel industry, and it adds up to, per year, an astounding $5.8 billion a year. So this government has a long way to go, given the meager measures that they have in this budget document. And so the obvious question to the government is, when are they going to step up to the plate, move this forward, and when are they going to actually respond to the call by the Auditor General to provide a plan of action and a timeline? And further, are they going to begin to become transparent instead of holding discussions on these perverse subsidies behind closed doors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Grey Bruce. Or sorry, Simcoe Grey.
Close.
Close.
Right next door. I know it well. I've driven most of it. Thank you very much for your your comments today in the House, and I just have a simple question for the member. We've all been listening about how the Liberal government feels they've been so invested in making sure that the lives of average Canadians really are improved, whether it be with this budget bill or with the previous. I'd like to know the member's comments on how she's finding her constituents in Edmonton reacting to this budget bill. Do they actually believe that this is Does she believe that this is helping her citizens, or are the things that the Liberals really should be focused on in order to make sure that Canadians are better off than they currently are?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her very cogent question. Indeed, I'm sure I'm hearing the same kind of concerns that all in this place are hearing, particularly given that I'm from Alberta. We know that there's a downturn in the oil industry, right? Depleted price for oil and gas. And just today I read another report by how many oil field workers are trying to get into training so they can get into the renewable sector. We see not a cent from this government towards the just transition. I'm proud the Governor of Alberta is working on a strategy with unions and workers in Alberta and trying to move this forward. But where is the strategy? People across Canada need work. There are a lot of people being laid off. People want to work. They don't want to go on welfare. They want to look after their families. They probably prefer to go back to the communities that they came from. And the renewable sector can clearly provide a lot of jobs as they are around the world. So I'm deeply disappointed. There are a lot of things that are not in this budget that would have helped Canadians to obtain employment in the new energy economy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I like to think that what we have seen is a great deal, not only of sympathy in terms of what's taking place in Alberta. Being from the prairies myself, I know there has been a great deal of concern that goes well beyond my province, but in fact all Canadians, I think, want to see Alberta play its prominent role that it has and continues, I would ultimately argue, to play in Canadian society. But to try to give an impression that the government is not working for Albertans is just wrong. You know, if we take a look in terms of the member across the way just talks about energy and energy jobs. We actually have pipelines that have been approved. And we have had a Minister of Infrastructure in particular that has actually worked with other ministries in order to ensure that some of those infrastructure jobs, infrastructure projects that are as much as possible expedited to assist the province of Alberta, not to mention all the other benefits that I've, at least in part, was able to highlight, such as the Canada Child Benefit, which is putting more money into the pockets of Albertans. So my question to the member is, can she tell me what it is that she believes that the Conservative government did that we have not done in terms of assisting the province of Alberta?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure I want to compare the two. I think it was pretty clear in my speech. It's not what I'm calling for, it's what the Auditor General is calling for, it's what the OECD is calling for, it's what all those countries who are going to be gathering in Bonn are calling for. Canada made big promises, but they're failing on delivery. And I hear day after day in my riding, I know right across my province, and frankly, I did not speak just to Alberta. There are a lot of people from across this country that came from the Maritimes, Quebec, Ontario, BC, to work in the oil industry in Alberta. Everybody knows that there's a downturn. And a lot of those young folk call me and say, what can we do to get into the renewable sector? We know there's a lot of potential for jobs. There's a waiting list for the renewable energy program at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. So for heaven's sakes, when is this government going to step up and give some of the money over to help with this just transition?
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise in this House to speak about a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. But first, Mr. Speaker, allow me to salute the citizens of my riding of Shefford who have put their trust in me to sit in this House to represent them. That is an immense privilege for me to be able to represent them for 2 years now. As well, the day after municipal elections in Quebec, I'd like to thank the 250 candidates who participated in a democratic exercise to fill various elected positions in my riding. Amongst them, 20 mayors were elected yesterday, and many councillors. And I will have the pleasure of working with all of them for the good of our community. As a preamble, I'd like to underscore the fact that our government's plan to invest in the economy and strengthen the middle class is working for the people of my riding in Shefford. Since our government has been elected, unemployment in our area has continued to go down. Point of order. This is a debate on Bill C-63. The member for Shefford has now taken 2 or 3 minutes to thank all the people who were elected yesterday. We could all talk about the 78 ridings in our Quebec and thank all the people who ran for these positions, but I think he should get to the heart of the subject, which is Bill C-63. Normally, what we do is that we give the members an opportunity to make their remarks the way they wish to, and sometimes one may think it's going off in a specific direction, but usually members bring it back to the topic at hand. So I'm going to allow the member for Shefford to continue, and I'm sure his remarks are going to be very interesting. The honourable member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, as I was saying, unemployment in my region has gone down all the way to 4.1%. 4.1%. That has never been seen before in 40 years. There's been a massive creation of jobs and the Canada Child Benefit as well, which have both stimulated the trust of consumers. This landmark measure, which is targeted and more generous than any other child benefits, has meant that in my riding, $115 million is going to children since July 2016. It's going to 22,000 children in my riding. What that means is that 15,000 families will have more money in their pockets to invest in their children. They'll be able to provide them, for example, with sports classes, cultural classes, ballet. As well, decreasing taxes for the middle class and making major investments in infrastructure are also measures that have contributed to supporting and stimulating economic growth in my region. In Shefford, our government has been funding the construction of an aquatic centre. This is a major infrastructure project which will enrich the daily lives of people in my region while fostering economic growth and job creation, the creation of well-paid jobs for the middle class. And other sectors in Shefford are also benefiting. For example, a cycling path, a recreational centre in Rougemont, wastewater treatment infrastructure, for example, and much more. So I would like to tell the people of Shefford and to all Canadians that the 2 budgets tabled by our government are working, and they're leading to concrete results that create jobs, strengthen the middle class, and allow all those working hard to join it. For 2 years now, our government has done everything it can to improve the financial situation of Canadians who need support. One measure that I am particularly proud of was the enhancement of income security for low-income seniors. Canadian seniors living alone and who are the most vulnerable of our society will see an increase of up to $947 per year in their guaranteed income supplement. So our government is improving the financial security of 900,000 vulnerable seniors in our country, including 3,000 in my riding. Another landmark measure that our government brought in was the increase in bursaries for students so that they can concentrate on their studies while working to achieving their biggest dreams without having to worry about debt. By 50%, we've increased by 50% the amount being provided to Canadian bursaries, which will help more than 350,000 students. In the wake of Budget 2016, Budget 2017 is now providing immediate assistance to those who need it most, and it is contributing to each and every one of students to be able to succeed. More specifically, Budget 2017 is part of our government's ambitious plan to bring about thoughtful investments that will create jobs, that will grow our economy, and that will provide more opportunities for members of the middle class and those working hard to join it. It's putting qualified, talented, creative people in Canada at the heart of a more innovative economy, an economy that will create jobs for the middle class today and tomorrow. And I'd like to underscore the fact that our government's investments are investments in people, in our communities and our community, and these investments are working. Canada, amongst all countries of the G7, is the country with the fastest growth, and we are reinvesting the profits of this growth in people who are contributing to this success. Thanks to our solid economic growth, the government's results are improving even further, and we've been able to do even more to help the middle class. For example, we kept our commitment to decrease taxes on small businesses. This tax rate was 11% in 2015, and it will fall to 9% by 2019. Small businesses are at the heart of our economic growth. We committed to supporting them so that they could expand, invest, and create stable and well-paid jobs for the middle class. We also enhanced the Canada Pension Plan. And I would also like to acknowledge the Minister of Finance of Quebec, who is doing the same for Quebec. There will be an enhancement now of the Canada Pension Plan and of pension plans from one end of the country to the other, thanks to the Canadian government's work. What this means is that young workers and young families will be able to count on a more secure and enhanced retirement, and that will help them the day they have to stop working. Now, obviously, there's also the working income tax benefit. As in many places, people have a hard time leaving social assistance. Sometimes it's a difficult choice to make, to go back to the labor market or to stay on social assistance. And the measures that we have announced will mean that this tax credit will be enhanced, and therefore it'll make it easier for people to choose to go and work and to participate in the labor market, and therefore to be able to contribute further to society. They will know that they are receiving a tax credit and that they are supported by the federal government, and that therefore it is worth it to go back to work. The budget implementation bill that we are debating today, of course, has the same goals that we have always spoken of. That is to say, to stimulate economic growth and to support the middle class and all those working hard to join it. For example, we're also going to provide for more flexible work schedules for Canadians who are working in federally regulated sectors so that they can balance their professional and their personal responsibilities. It means that there will be greater flexibility for vacation time, and they will have up to 10 days as well of bereavement leave so that they can deal with the loss of a loved one. There will also be more flexibility in how they can use unpaid leave if they have to be able to deal with certain family responsibilities. These are compassionate measures that this government wants to take to make it easier for people who are working hard. And we haven't forgotten the students, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, 160 organizations received $1.2 million over the past 2 years in order to create 380 jobs. That is very, very significant. So budget implementation number 2 will also allow us to continue to invest, for example, $600 million into green technology and green businesses. It is an honor for me to be a part of this government that is working so hard to strengthen the middle class, to grow the economy, and give concrete help to Canadian families. I am convinced that we have an excellent budget for the people of my riding, and they tell me this every day. I want to congratulate our government, and I want to acknowledge the thousands of constituents in my riding who put their trust in me. Questions and comments?
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. He mentioned right near the end of his talk about the middle class is a good budget for the middle class. Well, Mr. Speaker, a recent study has shown that 81% of the middle class families are paying more taxes now than they did 2 years ago when this government took office. 81% increase. And the average family currently is paying $840 more in tax than it did 2 years ago. That's the average middle-class family. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague the same question I asked an earlier colleague who spoke, and he sort of skirted around the answer on this one. Why would the government, in this Budget Implementation Act, be investing millions of dollars into an infrastructure bank that is going to benefit Asians, but while it's benefiting Asians, it's actually taking money out of middle-class families here in Canada to pay those taxes? Mr. Speaker, I would just like to ask my colleague how investing in infrastructure in Asia is helping middle-class families in Canada, and in fact, it's hurting them by making them pay for something they'll never get to use. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Well, I'd like to first deal with the preamble of my colleague. The facts are the facts. We brought taxes down for the middle class. And from the very beginning of our mandate in 2015, that was an important measure that we wanted to implement right away. We did it. We kept our promise. So those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. We also brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which is first for our families. This is extra money that will go into the pockets of citizens. This is another $150 that families will get per child. So they're better targeted, they're more generous, and they're non-taxable. And I would just remind my colleague that recently we brought down taxes for small businesses. So that's been done. One part has been done. There will be more done next year. There will be another reduction in 2018, and we'll get to 9% by 2019.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For your information, the member for Shefford is a neighbour to my riding, and we share certain realities on the ground. For example, the importance of the agri-food sector. As has been said on many occasions since the beginning of this debate, the problem with this budget is what there isn't there. Since I was elected member, I have had many communications with the agri-food sector, and people in that sector have asked why they haven't been taken into account in the budget, not mentioned in the budget. Now, the finance minister, there was one sentence, and I saw they did say that agri-food was an important sector, but what I'm hearing from dairy farmers is that how are they going to be compensated for the tons of European cheese that are going to come to Canada? How are things going to be done for food processors and distributors? People who want the supply management system, they want to know how the sector is going to be truly protected, not just They don't want to hear a lot of fine words. They want to know what concrete measures are going to protect them. And that's what I'm worried about, because this was not spoken of in the minister's speech. Now, also in my colleague's speech, why is this not here? That's my question. The honourable member for Shepherd in 35 seconds. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, who is indeed my neighbour. She's in the neighbouring riding. Now, I can say that the government is fully committed, and as my colleague said, and I'll repeat it, we are firmly in favour of supply management, and it's a must for us. But this said, $350 million, Mr. Speaker, was put on the table for farmers in Canada, $250 million for farmers, and another $100 million for processors, and this should help them in innovating and in becoming more productive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to speak in this House, especially with respect to the autumn update, the fall update. I'd say straight away that I'd like to thank my leader for the excellent speech he gave today for the 150th anniversary of what we have become today. He proved beyond any doubt that he is someone who has a sense of the state, a statesman, and I'm very proud to be able to walk with him. He's a great man. So let's get back to the subject at hand. In the fall update, let's talk about fall. This fall, we had scandals, and once again, unfortunately, the finance minister, and I'm talking about what I felt, lost the trust of the House, lost the confidence of the House, because he is the man who should have been the man for the situation, the man we needed in that situation. He's in charge of Canada's public finances, but he's hiding his own assets from Canadians. It took 2 years, when all members here present are supposed to make things public to the Ethics Commissioner. He did not, and this is extremely troublesome. It's been more than a month that we've been putting questions to him. And it's true, it is the question period, not answer period, and that's been verified because we've had no answers. And now we have the Paradise Papers. And who is targeted? Liberal friends. We've come to the point where we have to ask whether the Liberals across the way have understood anything about all this. I worked in the National Assembly, and I had friends who worked for the Liberal Party, and I can tell you, they tell me, people who have been here, that more things change, the more they remain the same. There are people who lost their jobs because of Gomery. I think we're looking at a Gomery 2.0. In the fiscal update, and I like very much what my colleague in the NDP said, what is most telling, what is most striking is what is not said. We don't see farmers mentioned there. We've heard nothing about anything for them. There's this $250 million, but we promised them to get a far better compensation. This $250 million over 11 years, well, our farmers Farmers have come to see us in our riding offices because they don't understand why this program lasted 5 days, and I don't understand it either. We also learned, and when my colleague across the way, who's no longer there, but the 9% that he was talking about, they're not the ones who even thought of it. It was the Harper government that wanted 9% in fiscal relief. But here, they've taken the Conservatives' 9%, and they are taking credit for it. And that really bugs me. Now, if you decide you're going to take something, adopt a measure, copy us, at least say that's what you're doing. Because you're saying that you're the saviors of these people. But what you did was to take one of our measures and then take credit for it. When I look at the electoral platforms of other parties, well, they looked at the electoral platforms of other parties, and they took what they wanted out of them. And another thing that I find really upsetting is that things really haven't changed with the people across the way. With Bill C-63, there are certain things that are interesting, that are attractive, but there are all kinds of things that are really not interesting at all. So they should have split the bill in two so that we could have voted on those things that are doable. For the time being, it's just not doable, it's not feasible. And I'm not going to vote for a bill that doesn't tell things as they are to Canadians. They have all kinds of fine words, but when we really listen carefully, it's sort of hard to follow them. I find this really upsetting because the Liberal Party of Canada has become the party of one man, of the Prime Minister. We see his selfies everywhere, and our fellow citizens are paying for this, and I think that's a pity. And when we're told that all this is true, but the parliamentary budget officer says things quite opposite to what the government is saying. More than 80% of Canadians of the middle class pay more tax today than they did before. We didn't invent this. This was the parliamentary budget officer. But the Liberals across the way are saying that's not true. It's not a fact. But I'm sorry, it is. And we're used to seeing the Liberal Party taking with one hand, or giving with one hand, and taking with the other. So they may be bringing in commonsensical tax relief, but you've taken this out of other people's election platforms because you weren't able to come up with this yourself. And what bothers me the most is that they're not listening to Canadians. They tour all over the country. They conduct all kinds of consultations, but they don't listen to people. They did this with small business as well. The official opposition and other opposition parties had to stand up and hold round tables, and that's when we saw where things are going. People have to yell and ask questions for week after week to make sense of what they're doing. But now it's been 3 weeks, almost a month, that we've been asking questions regarding the finance minister's ethics, because he's got Canadians' money in his hands. but he's not answering any questions. And now here we have these Paradise Papers and the Paradise Papers scandal. Now, there are some new Liberals here, I'm going to call them new Liberals, who haven't gone through Gomery. But maybe those Liberals will have more answers for us. Questions and comments?
Député de Miramichi.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way. She sits on our Agriculture Committee and does excellent work. My colleague said that they had good ideas, but it's one thing to have good ideas and another to implement them, and I think our government has the virtue of having implemented good ideas. We, in our budget, talked about the good things we've done. Last summer, or last year, I was in my constituency, and I talked to employers who said all kinds of good things, and they've doubled jobs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague to tell me whether she's been to her constituency to hear from employers who were able to double, Mr. Speaker, the number of jobs. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in answer to my colleague, yes, I'm a daughter of the land, and I thought there were some good things in the budget, but at what cost? Yes, we were the ones who thought about it, and I would point out that 2 years ago you were elected, so it was already in our platform. We knew where we were headed, but you were elected. So before you say something, and before you take other people's ideas, because you thought about it once, I'd like to remind the member, I'm sure that she was referring to someone across the way, not the Speaker, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. My question is about the income we're being deprived of. And she was talking about the Paradise Papers. Does she believe that the government should fight more aggressively against tax avoidance? Because people in my riding talk to me about it, and they feel that people aren't paying their fair share. In January, I had 75 people in my office, and they were talking about tax havens. And there are people who have been documenting, Quebec journalists who have been documenting tax havens for years. At the present time, we're being deprived of millions of dollars because we can't really fight these tax havens. Now, the government some time ago voted for us with respect to tax havens, and now they're acting otherwise. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether we shouldn't ask the government to act more aggressively with respect to tax avoidance, because the minister said, yes, we have inspectors that are saving millions, but when we look at the Paradise Papers, it seems that this is legal, so we have to change the legislation. Does my colleague agree? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague for her question. It's obvious that Canadians and Quebecers, and we hear this often, they don't seem that people are all paying their fair share. Now, the minister today, the minister often repeated herself, but what we were talking about was Liberal friends, so I'd like to later ask the minister across the way to talk to her leader to get a list of his friends and the telephone numbers as well. Resuming debate.
For Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-63. This bill is excellent news for my constituents in the riding of Hamilton, West Ancaster, Dundas, and for our ambitious city of Hamilton. Our city's, I think, properly earned the title of ambitious city. It is a city that's on the move, with one of the hottest real estate markets in Canada and one of our city's lowest unemployment rates since 2015. At the heart of Hamilton's success is a new wave of investments from our Liberal government and from the private sector, and of course, a new wave of entrepreneurship that is happening. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this government's mandate in 2015, more than 89,000 children in the City of Hamilton have received tax-free payments equaling a total of $30 million through the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely fantastic news for the middle-class Hamiltonians, and it's amazing news for our children. I am proud that our government has worked so tirelessly to help raise out of poverty these children, and it gives me immense pride to see that through Bill C-63, we will be strengthening the CCB. We are reaffirming our belief that by investing in the middle class, we are strengthening and growing Canada's economy, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is the fastest growing economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the provisions in Bill C-63 that put in place measures that give greater flexibility for Canadians working in federally regulated industries to balance work and family responsibilities, such as greater flexibility for annual vacation days and holidays, more bereavement days in the event of losing a loved one, and more unpaid leave for family responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of having strong labour rights for Canadians. One just has to look at our current NAFTA negotiations to see that our government is fighting the good fight for workers' rights. Through Bill C-63, constituents in my riding, like Kathy, who works for the CRA, will have improved rights. Mr. Speaker, by providing employees with a right to request flexible work arrangements from their employers, by providing employees with a family leave, by providing a leave for victims of family violence, by providing a leave for traditional Indigenous practices, and by modifying certain provisions related to work schedules, overtime, annual vacation, general holidays, and bereavement leave in order to provide greater flexibility in work arrangements, this government is demonstrating their commitment to our dedicated civil servants. Mr. Speaker, workers' rights are something that are extremely important to me and my constituents in Hamilton, West Ancaster, Dundas. I was recently contacted by a grade 5 student in my riding named Natalia. She asked me what our government is doing that makes me proud. She asked me this question, and I was just delighted that a grade 5 student was reaching out to me, engaged, and wanting to know what I felt most proud about in terms of what our government was providing. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to share with Natalia the many things that our government has done that makes me extremely proud. We have a strong record, and the strength of the economy is evidence of that. Today, Mr. Speaker, this provision for workers' rights in Bill C-63 is something that also makes me exceptionally proud. For decades, Canadians and Hamiltonians alike have fought for fair workers' rights, and this provision is helping to enhance workers' rights and needs. This provision provides people in a time of need when they feel most vulnerable and fragile, the loss or sickness of a family member, or the experience of domestic violence. It also acknowledges the importance of Indigenous spiritual practice. This bill helps the marginalized as well as recognizing Indigenous spiritual practices. Bill C-63 also makes important investments in clean technology. This legislation is going to take the next steps for our innovators and creators. Our government's Innovation and Skills Plan focuses on individuals, Canadians, and addresses the changing nature of the economy to ensure it works for all Canadians. Bill C-63 will enact key sections of our plan, such as $600 million in new financing for clean technology firms. Our government is also showing that being responsible stewards of the environment our children will inherit and creating prosperity are not mutually exclusive. Rather, we are proving that being green and growing our economy go hand in hand to create health, wealth, and a prosperity for all Canadians. Bill C-63 also designates $400 million to put in place for Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, my beloved city of Hamilton is becoming a Canadian hotbed of innovation and creativity. Indeed, Hamilton is an attractive place to live and start a business. We offer so many attractive circumstances to investors and people who wish to move. More affordable housing than our sister cities a short drive east down the QEW. An easily accessible nature trail system that takes one to the most beautiful spots that are largely unspoiled in the Niagara Escarpment in which Hamilton is nestled. The nearby world-famous Niagara wine region, our three major post-secondary institutions, McMaster, Mohawk, and Redeemer, and the fact that we are a major transit hub. All these facts mean that Hamilton is a home to a rapidly growing number of innovators and creators. One only has to look at the growing number of startup incubators and young professional networks mushrooming to see that this is true. Whether it is Hamilton's Innovation Factory working with small business people to help them grow, Hamilton Hive, which is a growing network of young professionals who are succeeding in business world and teaching young people how to succeed as well, the Forge at McMaster University, which supports new tech companies and students interested in entrepreneurship by providing co-working spaces at McMaster Innovation Park in downtown Hamilton, or other innovation co-working locations like CoMotion 302 or SeedWorks Urban Office, which are providing space and community startups to thrive, or the Cobalt Collective, which is both a network of spaces and people for artists to work and create in. All of these things show Hamilton is open for business, startups, innovators, and young professionals. The $400 million venture capital provision is outstanding news for them. Our 21st century economy needs these fire starters and innovators. We need their ideas, their hard work, and their passion. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about one of Hamilton's young fire starters. I recently met with Jordy, a McMaster graduate who started his own tech firm. He took a huge risk starting his own small business, but he had a brilliant idea. And with hard work and determination, his idea has taken off. Now he employs many middle-class individuals, and collectively their ingenuity and visionary outlook on life are having a positive impact on our society. I am proud that we are lowering the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019, and I'm also extremely pleased that we are investing in small tech firms like Jordy's. Our government recognizes the fantastic work that our tech sector adds to our industry. It is fantastic that our government is making such a significant investment into venture capital to help create the conditions for success for these brilliant and creative minds who are creating the businesses that will ensure the future of meaningful, well-paid middle-class jobs and prosperity for Hamilton and Canada. Mr. Speaker, this bill introduces many measures that make me confident that our government is a careful steward of workers' rights, entrepreneurship, and our economy. Bill 63 is good for Hamiltonians and for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks. Many things that she spoke about in that speech. She talked about policies aimed at enabling Indigenous spiritual practices. I'd be curious for her thoughts on some of the critical comments made about faith by the Governor-General and supported by the Prime Minister. Be curious how that squares with that. But also she spoke about the NAFTA negotiations. And this is an important point because she praised the way in which the NAFTA negotiations have been used as a vehicle for the Canadian government to try and push, for instance, changes to American right-to-work policies. Now, those are obviously contentious policies, and they're much debated within the United States. But we are seeing a government that is not prioritizing Canadian economic interests in those negotiations, and we're seeing a situation where the government is putting at risk our economic position. They're putting at risk the Canadian economy in these critical negotiations because, frankly, they're prioritizing trying to push social change in the United States instead of standing up for Canadian workers. I'm concerned that these negotiations are in a situation where we're not advancing our interests and that there is a big risk to Canadians and Canadian jobs associated with that. So I wonder if the member can comment on whether she thinks our priority in these negotiations should be protecting Canadian interests or whether it should be trying to influence social change and political change inside the United States.
Good question. For Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. With respect to the first matter, I would remind my colleague that we are the party of the Charter. With respect to rights and freedoms, including religious rights and freedoms, we support these rights. And so I am delighted that in this legislation that we talk about today, that we do include Indigenous spiritual practices. So to my colleague, I would say that that's further evidence of the support and the strength that we see in the Charter. With respect to the NAFTA negotiations, I referenced that with respect to labour rights. We are holding firm on that. There's no question that in these negotiations, we are working very hard to ensure that Canada comes first and that we will, in fact, get the best deal for Canadians. And I would like to reassure the colleague that that is exactly what we will be doing at the NAFTA table.
And comments. The Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleagues spent a lot of time talking about workers' rights and protection. My colleague today launched a bill, my colleague for Hamilton Mountain, to protect pensions. So I'd like to know the view, or my colleague's position, because back in the election campaign during 2015, a number of things were promised to the people of Hamilton. I'd like to know what she told them about the protection for workers' pensions and what she has to say today, given the fait accompli that no bill, since the Liberal government came into power, including this one, contains measures to better protect workers' pensions, like the people working in Hamilton. What does she have to say to that?
Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for giving me an opportunity to speak about this afternoon, or this evening. As the proud daughter of a steelworker, I can assure you that workers' rights are something that have always been very important to me. With respect to the protection of pensions, this is something that is important. And in my own riding in Hamilton, we have had Stelco employees who I have heard heart-wrenching stories with respect to the issues that they have faced and they have gone through. And I want to assure this House that protection of pensions is an important issue for me, and I look forward to discussions with the opposite side in order that we can come to an agreement on how we can balance protecting the pensions as well as ensuring that businesses will continue to thrive and people will be willing to invest. With respect to the comments today, further in this bill, there are protection with respect to work flexibility, and this also is very important. So the Canada Labour Code will be amended to ensure that there are more flexible work arrangements for employees, and I think this is extremely important. So family will have a maximum leave for family issues. that victims of family violence will have a maximum of 10 days when they experience family violence. And as I've said, traditional Aboriginal practices will have a maximum of 5 days. So what we are trying to do is to ensure that workers have rights, that those rights are protected, and we are very proud of what is being implemented in this bill.
Excellent. Well said.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke will have 5 minutes. And he will have another 5 minutes the next time Bill C-63 is back before the House. The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and 5 minutes will be quite short to cover the reasons why we are opposing and why I believe we should be opposing Bill C-63, because there are many reasons. The main ones deal with the lack of substance when it comes to dealing with tax evasion, and the issue that was raised just a few moments ago at the Finance Committee with respect to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which raises a number of issues. So let's go back to tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw a bunch of information released on the Paradise Papers, a significant amount of documents. And in the responses, armies of lawyers spoke out. And what they've said is everything's legal. There is no problem. Everything's fine and well. It's all working well. We're entitled to do that. There's no problem. Well, that is specifically the fundamental issue that we're attempting to deal with here today, and in question period, in fact, and that the government should have dealt with in this Budget Implementation Act. And it did not take action to make it illegal to do what is morally unacceptable, which could be considered legal fraud, Mr. Speaker. Tax measures, tax havens like the Barbados and the Cayman Islands, where there is dual taxation measures. We're supposed to have information on people who have accounts in the Cayman Islands, but in fact, since 2010, the government has been exchanging tax information in the Cayman Islands, where Mr. Bronfman has his trust and where he apparently benefited from a tax-free environment. And the agreements, like the one with the Cayman Islands, which make it legal to do what should be morally illegal. Now, information was supposed to be provided to the Minister of Revenue and Finance, and on this benefit, if I can call it that. But we realize again that the Minister of Revenue is completely in the dark when it comes to the information contained in those tax havens, because she's never received the information. She's discovering it at the same time as the rest of the Canadian public. With respect to Canadian interests. So what purpose does that exchange of information treaty even provide if the information isn't provided? And people can simply register their shell companies, their trusts, their other companies. It's time for the government to take action and to deal with these issues. And when we look at the various types of schemes that are in place to enable people to avoid paying their taxes in Canada, they're taking it, those people are using our public transit, driving on our roads. They're taking advantage of the education provided here, the healthcare system, and what do they give back to society? Nothing. They take their wealth and put it in foreign companies and do not contribute to the growth in our communities. So it's high time for the government to take action on this important issue. This is a missed opportunity, Bill C-63, a missed opportunity. They could have shown a clear intention to take action. We need to question the government's intention when we see today that they are infiltrated by people taking advantage of the status quo and the current system, people who are not paying their fair share of taxes. So we need to question the government's intentions. The other issue that I wanted to raise with respect to this bill is the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Some $500 million, Canadian taxpayers' money, are contributing to a bank that will be set up in China, controlled mainly and primarily in China, and it will deal with the privatization of infrastructure. It's the same program that we saw here with the infrastructure bank, and it's a problem, and it's why we need to oppose this bill, because it's not in the best interest of Canadians or people who live abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sherbrooke will have 5 minutes and 21 seconds the next time that this bill is before the House.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la suivante.
Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on June 5th, 2017, I rose in the House to ask a question dealing with the measures necessary to protect our lakes and rivers. As we know, the Liberal government had promised to restore measures to protect navigable waterways, which were eliminated by the Conservative government. I believe that the Minister of Transport's answer was too vague and the promises were not kept. It's for too long now our lakes and rivers have been vulnerable from environmental attacks, and it's high time the government restore the provisions or change the provisions put in place by the Conservatives. By refusing to act, the minister continues to prevent 99% of our navigable waterways from being protected. That makes no sense. The Yamaska, the Noir, and the Rennes in my riding are not protected. That's disastrous for the ecosystems they are in. And the consequences of the two bills of the previous government are visible, Mr. Speaker. According to La Voix de l'Est, the Yamaska North and the Rennes in Acton Vale contain rare contaminants. The presence of these contaminants is affecting the water as well as the health of fish in these ecosystems. If protecting the environment is so important for the Liberals, why is the government taking so long to take action? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that as part of these, that when it comes to developmental projects, nothing is monitoring them. Only factors dealing with navigation are taken into account in decisions where construction permits are granted. The environmental effects are simply ignored, and it's not normal for promoters to be required to advise the government when a project will hinder navigation. It's unacceptable for citizens and advocacy groups have the responsibility for taking these projects to court. In 2012, hundreds of citizens signed a petition calling namely for the public protection for navigation. They want to put in place environmental assessment processes for projects near waterways. But since nothing has changed, the governments continue to refuse to put in place an automatic trigger for environmental assessments, despite the promises they made during the election. However, we all remember very clearly the comments made by the current president of the Treasury Board when it comes to the Conservative policies. He called the changes disastrous and pointed out that the Conservatives were jeopardizing the health of our lakes and rivers. And yet, nothing has been done, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are evading their responsibilities.
In his answer to my question last June, the Minister of Transport said that he wanted to reinstate important measures to protect waterways based on the Standing Transport Committee's recommendations. But the Liberals' response, once again, has not been satisfactory. We are disappointed to see that Liberal members are recommending to the federal government that the schedule depriving 99% of lakes and rivers of necessary protection is being retained. In doing that, the Liberals are not clearly supporting basing their recommendation on testimony heard by the committee. Does the minister realize that the conclusions of this report are clearly contrary to the opinions of a committee of experts in environmental assessments? And that's why last June the NDP said in its dissenting report, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her interest in the Navigation Protection Act. Our government is committed to a safe, sustainable transportation network that protects public navigation rights. In 2014, the previous government, as my colleague correctly pointed out, the previous government, as I was saying, made changes to the Navigation Protection Act, and these changes reduced the scope of protection to a simple annex. In June 2016, our government launched an environmental and regulatory process review. The review of the Navigation Protection Act is a part of this broader review. Consultations and engagement are at the heart of this review. Since June 2016, we have heard many stakeholders on the amendments and how lost measures can be reinstated. We had the opportunity to listen to many experts, including the Independent Committee on Transport, public representatives, Indigenous communities, provinces, territories, as well as interest groups, including industry. We heard from Indigenous peoples that Canada's waters are sacred and that they want to be consulted on what is going to be built on their traditional territory. That is why that we are considering new approaches to work in partnership with Indigenous people on how to monitor navigation on their traditional territories. We heard from paddlers and other recreational users of navigable waterways who want to be certain that they can continue to use these waterways in Canada safely. Our government is committed to maintaining navigation protection on waterways in Canada. We heard from industry and from other levels of government that an efficient regulatory system is absolutely necessary in order to build the major infrastructure that supports travelers and that also ensures that products get to market. Our government is committed to providing a clear, transparent, and public process which developers can be proud of and count on. Finally, we have heard from Canadians that they want to know more about how we make our regulatory decisions. Our government will bring in new transparency and inclusion standards in navigation protection. Our government takes the protection of the environment very seriously, and that is why the Minister of the Environment is currently considering and examining environmental assessment processes so that we can make sure that the environment is protected while good projects go ahead. We look forward to the results of this review so that we can ensure that navigation is protected on all our waterways. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Mr. Speaker, the answers are always the same. There have been no changes over the past few months. The government has to change its narrative and act now. It is time that the government kept its promises and reinstated the necessary protection measures for all our lakes and rivers. The situation is becoming critical for our waterways and their ecosystems. We need to act right away to correct the situation created by Bill C-45 from the previous Conservative government. Despite their election promise to reinstate eliminated protections, the Liberals are showing once again that they are not worthy of our trust. It's disappointing to see that this government is not taking into account the Environmental Assessment Experts Committee. It is absolutely fundamental to protect our waterways. Our lakes and our rivers are our wealth. They are precious to us. And I'll put my question again. When will the government finally reinstate the protection measures for all our lakes and rivers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I was saying earlier, Mr. Speaker, since 2016, we have been doing a review of the issue because we want to find the right answers for the users of our waterways. Our government is committed to maintaining a safe and sustainable network that protects the public's right to navigate and fosters economic development. Reviewing the Navigation Protection Act is part of a larger strategy to review the laws and processes that apply to development projects. Canadians have shared their perspective on what's important for them regarding navigation protection. And it is transparently that we will go ahead with our proposals in order to bring in protection measures in partnership with Indigenous people, and we will protect the right of the public to navigate thanks to our increased transparency, as we promised in our election platform. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising to address a question I raised originally back on June the 5th. But before I get into the details of that question, this is the beginning of Veterans Week, and I do want to take the time to first and foremost thank all our veterans for their sacrifice and for their service during wartime and during times of peace. They are the ones that have given us our rights and our liberties. They're the ones that have protected our democracy and ensured that Canada is peaceful and prosperous. I want to thank the current members of the Canadian Armed Forces, because they are the ones that are protecting us today. They are standing on the wall, they are in the air, and they are on the sea, ensuring that we are safe each and every day, 24/7. And often, they're not just defending our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, but they are also out there as part of coalitions and working with our allies, whether it is right now fighting ISIS during Operation Impact in Iraq and Syria. We also have so many of our people that are involved in NATO's Operation Reassurance, 450 troops serving right now in Latvia in the enhanced forward position. We have members of the Canadian Armed Forces that are in Ukraine in Operation Unifier. And of course, there's many other missions around the world, UN peacekeeping missions and other operations that Canadians are serving in. And finally, I want to thank the military families for standing by their loved ones who have served and who are currently serving. You are the force multiplier, Mr. Speaker, that make it possible for us to have Canadian Armed Forces. Now, on June the 5th in question period, Mr. Speaker, I was asking questions about the replacement of our CF-18s, and as I've said in this place, the Liberals have turned our fighter jet replacement program into a circus. Now, it all started as we go back and look at time. First was the Prime Minister's ill-advised campaign promise not to buy the F-35. Then, to live up to that campaign promise, the government had to dream up an imaginary capability gap and change the numbers on the number of planes required, which hadn't been used in the past or based on any proper research by the Defence Research and Development Canada. And then they said they were going to go out and sole source 18 Super Hornets from Boeing. And then, of course, Boeing and Bombardier got into a fight over a trade deal over the C-Series. And the government decided they're not going to buy the Super Hornets. And so now they're talking about buying used legacy Hornets, the F-18s, similar planes that we bought here in Canada. They're down in Australia. And they said that they're going to use those planes. Now, of course, the Australians aren't in a position yet, Mr. Speaker, to actually provide those planes to Canada. The Auditor General from Australia is saying that their planes have major issues, including corrosion. Their planes have limitations on flying maneuvers. They're higher than that of the U.S. Navy, as into having fatigue. And, of course, all this presents significant risks that remain for the F-18 fleet that they have in Australia. And, of course, this is the plane that now Canada is looking at buying. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the only way we can fix this is let's get to an open competition right now. Let's get the best plane for the Royal Canadian Air Force. Let's make sure that we're getting the best plane for our aerospace industry and for our aerospace workers. Of course, let's make sure we're getting the best plane in the interests of Canadian taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. We have the same interests at heart, and that is to ensure that the members of the armed forces are well equipped. And the means to get there we may differ on. On the 22nd of November 2016, our government announced the direction it would be taking to permanently replace the CF-18s. As per the mandate that was given to our government, we will be organizing an open and transparent competition to replace permanently our CF-18s. This competition will be launched during our current mandate, and we will ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the necessary equipment for many years to come. However, meanwhile, Canada must remain a reliable ally. Thanks to NORAD, we have an important and solid defense relationship with our main ally and our most important trading partner, the United States. Canada is also an important member of NATO, and as such, it must be ready and able to contribute to the alliance's missions. Our commitments to NORAD and NATO are cornerstones of Canada's defense policy. These are missions that Canada must be successful in. In order to do that, we have been considering the purchase of an interim fleet. This fleet will supplement the CF-18s, the existing CF-18s, until a permanent replacement has been made. We are actively exploring the acquisition of 18 Super Hornet fighter jets or Australian surplus F-18s. To date, no decision has been made. When we will have all the information, all options will be reviewed in order to see whether they meet our requirements and if the capacity, costs, timeline, and economic benefits are acceptable for Canada. Besides allowing Canada to simultaneously respect its commitments to NORAD and NATO, this interim fleet will reduce the risks associated with our dependence on the current CF-18 fleet. It would allow us also to reduce the risk of any delay in the competition to acquire a new permanent fleet. This will be an open and transparent competition, and it can take time. We want to make sure that industry has an opportunity to fully participate in the process. Our government keeps its word and will launch, as promised, an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18s. We are committed to obtaining the best value for taxpayers and to create good jobs and provide economic benefits for Canadians. We want Canada to be a reliable ally, and we want our members to be able to undertake the missions that we give to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, my friend, for his intervention tonight. And he said we're going to have an open and fair competition. It's a promise the government has made. But here we are 2 years into the Liberal mandate, and they haven't bought one fighter jet yet. And they haven't made a decision on which fighter jets to buy. And if they really want to deal with the so-called capability gap, the quickest way they can fix it right now is get on with the competition. There is no reason why we're sitting around talking about this when all the interim purchases that they were going to get, whether it was a Super Hornet from Boeing or the older rusted-out F-18s from Australia, is going to work. So let's get on with the competition and ensure that we are getting the best plane for taxpayers, the best plane for our pilots, and the best plane that's going to work with our industry. And, of course, will we be able to make sure that we are meeting the requirements and our responsibilities with NORAD and NATO.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, there will be an open and transparent competition to purchase the permanent fleet. Meanwhile, we want to ensure Canada's safety. We want to also ensure the protection of North America, along with the United States, through NORAD, and we want to respect our commitments. And that's why we'll be acquiring an interim fleet that will allow the government to respect all its commitments while as well considering costs, considering timelines, and working with our partners in Canada, working for our sector in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Regina Louvan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor to rise in this House today, the 150th anniversary of the first ever sitting of our federal parliament. For most of those 150 years, the Government of Canada had no great difficulty paying its employees. The Phoenix payroll system is a huge embarrassment, not only in terms of the Government of Canada's history, but also in comparison to other countries, as well as in comparison to provincial and municipal governments that have no great difficulty paying their employees correctly and on time. Now, Mr. Speaker, a lot has already been said in this place about the problems with Phoenix, so I don't want to focus on repeating those stories this evening. What I'd like to do is put forward 3 concrete solutions to the Phoenix boondoggle, and I'll be very interested in hearing the government's responses to these proposals. I think the first solution, Mr. Speaker, is to develop and make use of the expertise that exists within our federal public service. A big part of the problem with Phoenix was the notion of contracting out quite complex federal government payrolls. And I fear that the other House of Parliament, the Senate, is actually going even further down the road of contracting out by trying to find an alternative supplier for its payroll system. Certainly understand the Senate's frustration with Phoenix, but I think that yet more contracting out is not the way to go. We need to rebuild a publicly administered payroll system, and that includes better utilizing a lot of the competence that already exists. For example, at Shared Services Canada, there are a huge number of employees with a lot of expertise on PeopleSoft, which is essentially the Phoenix program, yet these workers have not been directed to focus on solving the Phoenix problem. They're doing other things. So, Mr. Speaker, let's recognize the urgency of the problem and let's make use of employees in the federal public service who already have expertise that is quite relevant to solving that problem. Mr. Speaker, the second solution that I would like to present to the Phoenix boondoggle is empowering managers in departments and agencies to write checks to employees who they know are not being paid. Every employee's first paycheck is a paper check because it's recognized that it would take time to incorporate people into an automated system. So the Government of Canada obviously has the capacity to write checks. Managers know how much their employees should be getting paid. So if someone isn't getting paid, rather than allowing them to miss mortgage payments and lose their home, why aren't we empowering managers to simply cut them a check? Now, the third solution that I want to put forward, Mr. Speaker, is creating a hotline for our MP offices so that our staff actually have the ability to contact the Phoenix Pay Centre and to help constituents who come to us with these pay problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I believe he's participated in this debate in a very constructive way, and I salute him for his interventions.
Questions, taking them in order. In terms of rebuilding capacity in IT in the public service, I would say that that is a recommendation that the government accepts, and we continue to build on that capacity. Already well over, I don't want to cite a number as authoritative, but it's in the area of 25 to 30 CSs, so computer science specialists, have been enlisted in the effort to bring technical and technological enhancements to Phoenix. And indeed, we are working very much on making sure that that capacity to continue to maintain and improve the Phoenix pay system exists inside of the public service. So that is number one. The second, on managers writing checks, we have a system, as the member may know, of emergency pay advances. And it's a very simple process where if an employee is not getting paid, and we believe, and again, I don't want to speak authoritatively because heaven knows, we know there are always exceptions, but anyone who is literally not receiving a paycheck has ready access to these emergency pay advances, and where managers in departments and HR folks can make sure that they get those resources. The third on the hotline, that is something we have struggled with. Indeed, I invite the member, as I invite all members, to forward particularly troublesome or nettlesome cases to my attention, and we will ensure that they are at least verified. There is a triage system. We have to make sure that obviously the worst cases go first, and that is what we are endeavoring to do. But I would offer to the members, I would offer to any member of this House, that we would verify anything that would be identified by him or any other MP as a nettlesome case. I do want to reflect on a few things with respect to Phoenix, and of course this government has an ardent desire to make sure we get to the end of the problems associated with the Phoenix pay system. That is what we're working on every day. That is what I wake up very motivated to do on any given day, Mr. Speaker. We are getting to the bottom of these issues. We have invested significant resources, and we are doing significant work in rebuilding that capacity that was so drastically torn away from the HR and pay communities in the Government of Canada by the previous government when they sacked 700 public servants, the very people that were required to do an IT transformation of the scope and scale of Phoenix. So there's no shortage of cynicism on the part of public servants when they see the Senate, and the honourable member identified this issue, the other place, populated by senators appointed by Mr. Harper, where the Leader of the Opposition refuses to call them to order and say, these public servants looking at you, senators, parliamentarians, and saying, you're trying to get away from these problems you helped create, that's unacceptable to us. And it's unacceptable to us as well. We work hard with departments, we work hard on solving their problems, but the Senate should stick with the program.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the parliamentary secretary seems to suggest that the emergency pay system is simple and working properly. That's clearly not the case. We have instances of federal public servants losing their homes because they can't make mortgage payments. One of the fundamental problems is that emergency pay is essentially a loan that the employee has to pay back, when in fact what we should be doing is writing checks and crediting that against the pay that the employee is owed, rather than expecting them to return the money later on. On the whole issue of a hotline for MP offices, I think it's a very important point that constituents come to our constituency offices expecting service. And if they need help with immigration or EI, there's a number in place that our staff can call to help resolve the problem. There's no such number for the Phoenix pay system. It's something that I proposed 8 months ago, and we'd like to see it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to reassure the member and this House that these problems are a major source of preoccupation of the government. We continue to work away at implementing these collective agreements that went negotiated by the previous government, such that we were having to negotiate agreements that were on the verge of expiring with our public servants, because the previous government let all of these agreements not only expire, but go well past that deadline. We're now implementing those. That is, of course, added to the very large volume of work engendered by the Phoenix pay system. We're getting on top of it. We're very confident that once these collective agreements are implemented, that we will then be able to make continuous improvement in the system, improvements that I know the members seeking, and certainly improvements that I'm very, very motivated to secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée jusqu'à demain.
The House is adjourned till tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pursuant to standing order.